Tantor Audio, an RB Media audio brand, presents Bubble Bubble, Tea and Trouble by Vicki Delany. Narrated by Shayna Somerville. Chapter 1. They sat in a circle on the carpet, legs outstretched, ankles crossed over each other, heads bowed, eyes closed. They held hands, and 3 tall white pillar candles set into a silver candelabra burned in the center of the circle. The lights in the hallway and on the landing had been turned off, and the candlelight threw deep shadows under their eyes and chins. One of the participants coughed, and one shifted on her bottom. The candles weren't the best. And they smoked. "Excuse me. What are you doing?" 5 pairs of eyes opened. Heads lifted and turned toward me. "Shush," one of them said. "This isn't a good moment." "Unfortunately, it is. We have a no-smoking policy here, clearly laid out in the form you signed when you checked in." "We're not smoking." "You aren't, but those candles are." I waved my hand in front of my face to make my point. "You'll have to put them out." One of the women took a deep breath, leaned forward, and prepared to blow. "Stop," another said. "Please, Ms. We won't be long." "Who are you, anyway?" someone asked. "I'm Lily Roberts," I said. "My grandmother is Mrs. Campbell. She smelled the smoke and sent me up here to check." The women eyed each other. There were 5, ranging in age from mid-40s to mid-60s, clad in an assortment of sweaters and jeans or loose trousers, with sneakers or low-heeled shoes on their feet. Some were carefully made up. Some were not. Some wore good jewelry. Some did not. I watched them, hoping they'd do as I asked. I'm not one for confrontation, and I didn't want to have to step into their circle to blow out the candles myself. As for what they were doing here in the hallway of that second floor of Victoria-on-Sea, my grandmother's B&B, I had absolutely no idea. It looked as though they were preparing to have a séance. I desperately hoped they were not preparing to have a séance. The women exchanged hesitant glances before one of them made up her mind. With no further discussion, she extinguished the candles in one big breath and rose to her feet. Not entirely gracefully, she struggled slightly to get her feet beneath her, but she didn't need to use her hands for support. "My apologies. We want to be respectful of your property. It won't happen again." The other woman stood, some with more ease than others. The candle-blower thrust out her hand. "I'm Laurie Morrison." I took it in mine. Her hand was soft, her grip strong, firm, without trying to be dominant. "Thank you." "This is not what I signed up for," the shortest of the women grumbled. "What are we going to do now?" I looked at Laurie, waiting for her to respond. "Is smoking permitted outside?" she asked me. "Yes. Then we'll go outside. It's a nice night. Marietta, bring the candles and lighter." "It's windy." "We can manage," Laurie replied. "If you need sweaters or scarves, get them. We'll meet at the back by the cliff in 10 minutes. "Thank you," I said again as I took my leave. "Katya would have put that one in her place," a voice said as I descended the stairs. "Katya's not here, is she?" Laurie replied. 10 minutes. My grandmother was in her rooms on the ground floor, awaiting my report. She put her book down and folded her hands in her lap as I came in. The blanket over her knees shifted, but Robert the Bruce, her big black cat, did not bother to appear. I dropped into a comfortable chair. They lit candles. They've agreed to take them outside. Good. Any problems? A couple of them might have put up an argument, but one stepped neatly in and agreed, so the rest of them fell into line. Who are they, anyway? "A book club here to enjoy the glories of Cape Cod in the springtime." Some have come from Boston, some from New York. After almost 60 years in America, my grandmother's English accent is not only still strong, but had even strengthened during the visit to Yorkshire we took last fall. Strange book club. I didn't see any books. Rose shrugged. She was ready for bed in a nightgown of white eyelet cotton, her feet in hand-knitted pink slippers, makeup scrubbed off, gray hair sticking up in all directions as it dried from the shower. The reservation was made for the group by a woman calling herself Katya Ivanova. 6 rooms for 6 people, including herself. I only saw 5 women, although one of them mentioned someone named Katya. She didn't make it. Apparently, she broke her leg the day before they were due to depart. That's too bad. It was a block booking, paid in advance. Some of them attempted to get out of their reservation. I informed them our cancellation window had passed. One lady, Rose thought for a moment, Marietta something, tried to argue with me. The success of which I can guess at as I saw 5 women upstairs. Indeed. Thank you for doing that, love. Not a problem. I'll be off. Do you need anything? See you in the morning. I gave my grandmother a light kiss on the top of her head and headed back to my own place. Rose doesn't often involve me in the day-to-day running of the B&B. I make the breakfasts, and that's about all. But earlier tonight, she phoned and asked me to check into the goings-on upstairs. She didn't say why, but I suspected she thought if it came to an argument, the way she would have slowly and laboriously, she is 85 after all, climbed the stairs, would put her at an initial disadvantage in a verbal joust. I live in a small cottage on the property of my grandmother's grand Victorian mansion, proudly situated on a clifftop overlooking Cape Cod Bay. The main house is big enough for 8 guest rooms, as well as a suite for Rose herself. Tonight, instead of going out the front door and around the house to access my place, I decided to have a quick check on our visitors first. I have to admit, my curiosity had been piqued. What sort of book club sits on the floor, not only with nothing but candles for light, but also with no wine or snacks? On top of which, I hadn't seen any books. I went into the kitchen. With the exception of the bathrooms and this kitchen, Rose's B&B is decorated throughout as though Queen Victoria might drop in at any moment. The bathrooms are thoroughly modern. The kitchen is not. It was likely last modernized sometime in the 1950s, with the very latest in Harvest Gold appliances, linoleum flooring, dark wooden cupboards, and Formica countertops. But other than breakfasts, little cooking is done here. I have a small kitchen in my own place, and Rose, after a lifetime of working as a kitchen maid and a cook in a grand Yorkshire home, and then catering to a husband and 5 children, had hung up her apron with much fanfare. She now usually reheats or orders in ready-made meals. The kitchen lies 3 steps below ground level at the back of the house, harkening back to days when no one other than servants ever ventured into the working areas of a house. I opened the door and stood in the darkness of the entrance. Benches on the lawn in the back allow guests to sit out and enjoy the view over the bay. A sturdy wooden fence lines the property, protecting the unwary and small children from tumbling over the edge of the cliffs. It's not all that far down, but it is dangerously rocky below, and the sea can be rough. It was early May, shortly after 8 o'clock. Almost dark. The skies had been cloudy all day, and they showed no signs of letting any light from the moon or stars through. The French doors off the dining room opened, and voices broke the night silence. "It's cold. I told you to put on a sweater." I recognized Laurie's voice. "I didn't even want to come. Not without Katya. What's the point?" "The point is as much to have fun as anything else. Not for me. I've been looking forward to the full Katya Ivanova experience for months." You're welcome to go home, Marietta. A snort of disapproval. I've paid, haven't I? Besides, we came in the tour van, and it dropped us here and left. If you want to leave, maybe we can rent a car to get us to Boston, and you can get the train there for New York. Thanks, Grace, but that would be an extra expense. Like I said, I've paid for this little excursion. I may as well make the most of it, Marietta replied. I'm fine with it. I've had so much stress in my life these past months, I need a break. I came over a holiday on Cape Cod anyway, and the price was cheap with it being off-season. The speaker had a trace of a southern accent, liquid and charming. I mean, this place is absolutely fabulous. Look at that view. What view? It's dark, Scarlet. You can't see a darn thing. The view will be nice in the daylight, Scarlet replied. No one has to participate if she doesn't want to, Lori said. I brought a blanket. Here. Do we have to sit on the ground? It's going to be cold. We have to make the circle. Otherwise it won't work. That's one of Katya's prime principles. The circle encloses the power. You'd think with all her power, Katya would have seen she was going to fall down those stairs and avoided them, wouldn't you? Have you considered, Anita, that her accident might have been part of a larger plan than even Katya herself? We're here together. Now. We're open to the elements. Whatever. Women grunted and groaned and muttered as they took their places on the blanket. Silence, Lori ordered. I am not Katya, but I will do the best I can in her absence. Now please, calm your thoughts and gather the strength of your wisdom around you. A small light flickered, then another and another. The candles were lit, a glow against the night. I don't make a habit of eavesdropping on our guests' private conversations. I stood in the dark kitchen doorway, wanting to ensure they kept their fire outside, planning to slip away once I'd done that. But my curiosity was aroused. Whatever these women were, they were not a book club. And they were not of like mind when it came to why they were here. Chapter 2. Ghost Hunters, I said. Really? Yup, really. After I chased them away from the upstairs landing, they went outside, and I just happened to overhear. Totally possible to do. The walls in this 150-year-old house are so thin. I just happened to be passing, I said, slipping neatly around a discussion of the soundproofing of the house, some of which was not as it might initially appear. As they were attempting to summon a ghost. Any success? Simon McCracken asked. What do you think? I think, Edna Harkness said, you see all sorts of things in the hotel business, and as long as they don't summon a vengeful spirit who burns down the place, let them amuse themselves as they like. I put a tray of bacon into the oven. We were getting started on the breakfasts. Edna is the breakfast waitress for the B&B. Simon is our gardener, and he always pops in first thing for a coffee and to grab whatever I'm making or thawing for the breakfast pastries. Carrot and oat muffins today. Simon's good at his job. Victoria-on-Sea is the #1 garden attraction in North Augusta, according to TripAdvisor. Honesty forces me to admit there is no #2. Edna's right, Simon said in his super sexy English accent. You have several rooms booked at the beginning of May. Surely that's a bonus. You're right about that, particularly considering they've all taken individual rooms and for 4 nights. They came together in a van with a driver, but no one sharing a room, which makes me assume they're not friends. Before this trip, anyway. Anyone else in here last night? 2 couples, according to Rose's note. I haven't met them. As her final task of the day, Rose leaves a note for me outlining any allergies or food restrictions our guests might have. Last night's note held numbers only, with no instructions, which is always a good thing for a harried breakfast cook. Take your guests where you can find them. Edna carried a tray containing jugs of orange and tomato juice into the dining room to start laying out the self-serve options. Simon took advantage of her absence to wrap his arms around me and give me a kiss. I returned the kiss and snuggled into him. It felt so nice. He'd only arrived back on the Cape 2 weeks ago. Simon's a professional gardener who's worked at some grand estates in England. We were lucky last spring when he was able to come to Victoria-on-Sea with no notice when his uncle, who'd had the job for decades, abruptly quit. With his contract over in the fall, Simon returned to England to take a post as the winter gardener at a famous manor house in Yorkshire. He'd received plenty of job offers in England, but he came back here to North Augusta to be with me. Not ready to fully commit yet. Either of us. He was bunking with our friend Matt Goodwill in Matt's house next door. Simon released me and picked up his mug and muffin. He was much the same age as me, 6 foot tall and heavily muscled, as befitted a man who made his living digging up flower beds, lugging compost, and moving garden pots and fittings, and digging holes in rocky soil for new bushes and seedlings. His summer tan was getting a start on his neck and lower arms, and his light hair was taking on a sandy glow from the strength of the Massachusetts spring sun. "I got confirmation yesterday from the garden club about the dinner," he said. "We're to be there on Thursday at 7. Dinner first, then my speech, and after dinner drinks to wrap up." "I'll be ready. Are you nervous?" "To talk about gardening? No." He'd been invited to be the guest speaker at the North Augusta Garden Club's annual general meeting, and he'd invited me to be his date. I'm not particularly interested in gardens, other than admiring them, and would likely be bored to death by his speech, but I was looking forward to the night out as an official couple. "I'll be off then," he said. "If any of those ghosts happen to have a gardening experience, send them my way. You truly did let the place go to seed over the winter lily." "Not my responsibility," I called as he pulled the kitchen door open. Bernadette Murphy slipped in around him. "Ghosts? What's this about ghosts? And is the coffee ready? Those muffins look nice." "A look is all you'll get," I said. "I've already lost one to Simon, and we have a nearly full house today." Bernie pouted. "Oh, all right," I said, as she knew I would. "Just one. If they're popular, I can whip up more." She snatched up the prize as though afraid I'd change my mind, which I might have. "You're up early, Bernie," Edna said as she came back in, her tray empty. "As long as you're here, make yourself useful and get to work on the fruit salad." "A small price to pay for one of Lily's muffins." Bernie took a seat at the round pine table, heavily scarred from decades of use. "I am not up early. Rather, I am up late. Haven't been to bed." "Good night," I said optimistically. Bernie was a writer, struggling to finish her first novel. Normally the most optimistic and cheeriest of people, when it came to her writing, Bernie could always see a storm on the horizon. "I don't want to talk about it," she said, in that tone that meant she wanted me to ask. "But first, before we don't talk about my dark night of the artistic soul, tell me about the ghosts. You have ghosts?" Edna put a cut glass bowl on the table, along with a paring knife, oranges, bananas, and apples. "Work." "Some of those bananas don't look too good," Bernie said. "Put them aside. I'll make bread out of them," I said. "To answer your question, no, we do not have ghosts. But we do have ghost hunters in the house." "Have they found any?" "Any ghosts? No. And I'm not expecting them to. For one thing, I don't think they know what they're doing. As I'd stood in the shadows last night, the women settled into their circle. The candles had been lit, and they joined hands. Lori, judging by the voice, mumbled a few things along the lines of reaching out to the great beyond. And then... nothing. Nothing at all. A gust of wind blew, and one of the candles went out. They tried to get excited about that, but then another gust blew out a second candle, and Anita said, "Don't need a spiritual presence when you have wind." Whereupon Lori said, "I am trying my best here." They carried on like that for about half an hour. Lori asked the spirits to visit them. Anita failed to disguise her snorts of disapproval. Marietta kept saying, "Give them time." And Grace complained she was cold. Finally, Lori said, "Let's not lose heart. I'll call Katya in the morning and ask her for further details. We need to know more about the previous inhabitants of this house before we try again." They'd risen to their feet with much groaning and stretching of backs and trudged inside. I'd slipped away, heading for my own bed. "Let me know when they come down," I said to Edna. "Why? You don't usually speak to the guests." "Just curious. I saw them upstairs and heard them talking outside, and I caught some of the names. I'd like to put names to faces. That's all." I glanced at the clock on the stove. Almost 7. Breakfast is served from 7 to 9. "I hear voices now. I need that fruit salad, Bernie. Chop, chop." Edna went into the dining room. "Chop, chopping." Bernie continued slicing fruit. Bernie and I have been friends since our earliest school days, growing up among the high-rises and bustling streets of Manhattan. I've always called her the warrior princess. Not only because she's almost 6 feet tall, lean and fit, with wild red curls, dancing green eyes, and a face full of freckles, but also because she's brave and bold, whereas I'm, more often than not, hesitant to tread into the unknown. When I moved to Cape Cod to help Rose with her B&B, Bernie had followed not long after, with the intention of pursuing her dream of writing a book. She was renting a tumble-down shack, the only thing she could afford not far from here, and normally rode her bike around to save on gas. "I wonder if they're interested in anyone in particular," Bernie said as she added roughly cut chunks of apple to the bowl. "Or just generic ghost hunters. I suspect they're women who paid for an experience, and now that it's proving to be not entirely as advertised, they're trying to make the best of it." "When Rose first bought this place, I did some research on its history. Didn't come across anything about any ghosts." "This house isn't all that old," I said. "It was built in 1865, old by Cape Cod standards, but not compared to some of the places we saw in England." "I never got a hint of anything, shall we say, supernatural at Thorncroft Castle, either in the castle ruins themselves or the house, which is because ghosts don't exist." Bernie's face perked up. "Hey, that's an idea. Do you think a supernatural subplot would give the book a bit of a lift? I've been thinking something's missing." "It would not," I said. "Get it done, Bernie. No more misdirection or abrupt changes in plot. You are running out of time." "First guests down are a couple," Edna said, returning. "He'll have the full English with fried eggs and whole wheat toast, and she's going to have muffins and yogurt with the fruit salad, which I can't help but notice isn't ready yet." "Chop chopping," Bernie said as she chopped. Mushrooms, sliced tomatoes, and onions grilled in a light splash of olive oil were simmering on the back of the stove, and the bacon was crisping in the oven. Edna had laid out cereals, yogurt, milk, and tea and coffee things in the dining room. "Ta-da!" Bernie leaned back in her chair and gestured to the fruit bowl. I cracked eggs into a hot frying pan and put 2 slices of bread into the toaster, and Edna carried out the glass bowl. "I could do some further research if you want," Bernie said. I do not. Another couple down, Edna said. She wants the egg white frittata, and he's going to have the full English with poached eggs and white toast. I'd cooked the frittata yesterday, and all I had to do this morning was heat it up and sprinkle some finely chopped fresh herbs over the top. I served up the fried eggs, along with a hefty serving of bacon and sautéed vegetables for the first table. Edna put toast on a plate and carried it all out. Once the poached eggs were done, I turned off the stove and laid the food on plates, which Edna took into the dining room. When she came back, she dropped into a chair with a sigh. No sign of the others yet. I'm getting too old to do this. However will you manage? Bernie said. You've served a grand total of 2 tables. Edna grinned at her. We all knew Edna didn't need this job. She'd originally taken it on a temporary basis as a favor to Rose, whom she met at Bridge Club, and simply settled permanently into the routine. Edna was retired, but as long as her husband was still working, she didn't mind getting up early. Besides, she said working a couple of hours here provided structure to the rest of her day. As long as I was waiting for the next bunch of diners, I started assembling ingredients to make a banana bread with the fruit bowl rejects. Banana bread freezes well, and I like to have several loaves on hand in case of an emergency, which, in a B&B kitchen, usually means overly enthusiastic eaters. Do you know any ghost stories from around here? Bernie asked Edna. Cape Cod and the islands are home to some supposedly haunted places and some famous ghost stories. Although the majority of them seem to happen in Upper Mid-Cape, around Barnstable and Sandwich. I'm not aware of anything specific to do with this particular area, and I've never heard anything said about this house. Then again, no reason I should. Not something I'm interested in. I hate it when people show up for breakfast a few minutes before 9. I try to get to my own place, Tea by the Sea, by 10 to get ready for opening at 11. If I can be finished here by 9, even better by 8, I take the time to enjoy a cup of coffee on my little front porch, watching the bay come to life while my labradoodle, a Claire, cavorts in the enclosed yard. Otherwise, it's nothing but a mad dash from one job to the other. As it appeared it would be today. At 8:45, I took the perfectly browned banana bread out of the oven. Edna was typing on her phone, and Bernie was yawning. You should go home to bed, I said to my friend. Bed can wait. I want to have a peek at these ghost hunters. 10 to 9, Edna said. Maybe they aren't coming. Oops, spoke too soon. I hear voices. She got up and went into the dining room. She was soon back. 3 women, 2 full English, both with fried eggs, and 1 muffins and yogurt. Edna refilled the coffee carafe and carried it out while I started the eggs. She was soon back. 2 more women. Just made it, darn them. It's 5 to 9. Only 1 muffin left, Lily. Good thing I made banana bread, then. You can use that. Hot out of the oven. Finally, the last of the breakfasts were cooked. I loaded up the plates, and Edna carried them out. I took off my apron. Recognizing the going home sign, Claire leapt to her feet and came out from under the table. Sorry, I said. Not yet. Stay. Her ears drooped. I tossed my apron over the back of a chair and went into the dining room, followed by Bernie. The 5 women I'd confronted the previous night in the upper hallway were seated at the large round table in the center of the dining room. Beyond the French doors, the sun shone in a clear sky. The blue waters of the bay sparkled as a few small boats headed north toward the open ocean. It was still early in the season for optimal whale watching, but people were eager to give it a try. I approached the big table, trying to look friendly and hospitable. Good morning. I hope everything's been satisfactory. I love this banana bread. A woman broke off a piece. Can I have the recipe? Family secret, I said with a smile. Seen in the daylight, the women were more individual than I'd first assumed. Lori, who tried to lead the whatever last night, was tiny and blonde, with blue eyes, a warm smile, subtle makeup, and nicely manicured hands accented with a touch of pink polish on short nails. "I apologize for the incident with the candles," she said. "We didn't realize. It won't happen again." "Thank you. May I ask what brings you here? Where are you from?" "Some of us are from Boston and some from New York. We're part of a tour group. Infuriatingly, our organizer and leader couldn't make it, so we're on our own. We wanted to come anyway. I mean, why not? Can you believe I've never been to Cape Cod? I'm Scarlett, from Boston, though you wouldn't know it by my accent." She laughed. "I grew up in New Orleans, but I married a man from Boston and followed him. The marriage didn't last long, but I stayed." Scarlett, who said last night she was looking forward to seeing the view in the daylight, was tall and pleasantly chubby. No makeup, her long dark hair streaked with silver and tied into a thick braid secured with a red ribbon and tossed over one shoulder. She wore black leggings and hiking boots and a red and black checked flannel shirt over a t-shirt. The sleeves of her shirt were rolled up to her elbows, revealing an intricate tattoo on her right forearm. Her round cheeks were tinged pink. "I've been up for hours already. I had a great hike. None of the others could be bothered to get out of bed." She frowned in disapproval. "Why on earth would I do that? I'm on vacation, aren't I?" "I'm Grace. Your home is lovely." She was the oldest of them, somewhere in her early 60s. Short gray hair, nicely styled, face only beginning to show a network of fine lines under discreet, perfectly applied makeup. Puffy pink vest worn over an ivory sweater. Small set of pearls around her neck and tiny pearl earrings. Good-sized diamond engagement ring next to a plain gold band. Manicured hands with deep red polish. "I'm Marietta." "Hi." Brown hair heavily streaked with gray, falling past her shoulders, desperately in need of a cut. Her jeans were old, her sweater badly pilled. Her nails were chewed down to the quick, and her eyes, behind thick horn-rimmed glasses, never stopped darting around. A bundle of nervous energy. The last one introduced herself to me as Anita. She gave me a grin and a wink. She was the one who, judging from what I overheard last night, seemed the most skeptical about this endeavor, first questioning why their tour organizer hadn't been able to predict she'd fall down the stairs, then pointing out that the wind blew out the candles, not a ghostly presence. She wore jeans and a jacket splashed with color over a plain white t-shirt. Her hair was cut in a straight line at her chin, dyed pure white, the bottom 2 inches appearing to have been dipped in a vat of lilac paint. Earrings made of strands of brightly colored feathers cascaded almost to her shoulders. An aura of tobacco hung around her, making it easy to tell she'd just come in from a smoke break. "I'm Bernie," my friend said. "Bernadette Murphy of the Lower East Side Murphys. I hang around here sometimes, make sure everything's running smoothly." I refrained from giving Bernie a glare. She did nothing of the sort. She, like me, was from Manhattan, although not the Lower East Side. I still don't know why she tells people that. The guests appeared to be a mixed bag of income groups and personal styles, reasons for being here, levels of enthusiasm. "How long have you lived in this gorgeous house?" Lori asked me. 2 years. Her face fell. "My grandmother bought the house 3 years ago." Lori's face fell further. "Still, you must know a great deal about the previous inhabitants," Marietta said. "Surely you looked into that before buying the house? Can you tell us anything?" "The people who owned the house before my grandmother were—" No. I don't mean inhabitants, as in the people. I mean spiritual presences." "Sorry, nothing." Anita chuckled. "Coulda told you." Then again, Bernie said, some people are more receptive to signals from the beyond than others. Marietta perked up. Yes, are you? Am I sensitive? Bernie said. Not me. I'm only commenting. That is precisely why we need Katya, Grace said. Otherwise, I fear this is going to be a wasted trip. Lori stood up. I told you and keep telling you, I will endeavor to do my best. I'm in constant contact with Katya, and she will guide me. Did everyone put out a glass of water on your night table and mark the level like I instructed you? She studied the women, one at a time. Oh, yes, Marietta said. I always have water by my bedside, Anita said, in case of thirst. I did, Grace said. Every drop was present and accounted for in the morning. Same here, Scarlett said. It can take time to make the initial contact, Lori said. That's one of Katya's prime principles. Haste will ruin any attempt to contact the spirits. Remember to take photos of everything in your rooms, and if you move anything, to record it. When we checked in, Mrs. Campbell said the drawing room is available for guests to relax in. I intend to start there. A central meeting point can be a place for powerful connections. You can all join me there. She glanced at me. We'll suspend the use of candles. Thank you. Say, meet in 1 hour? Scarlett put up her hand. The tide charts say it'll be high tide soon, so it's probably not the best time to go to the beach to explore the rock pools. Are they nice, Lily? If you wait until low tide, you can go down safely and explore. It's great on the beach at low tide. The easiest way to get down is via the staircase just outside this room. I pointed to my left. You can walk a long way, but please keep a careful eye on the time and tide as you go. The tide levels on the bay can be extreme, and the water can come in much faster than someone who doesn't know the area is expecting. Some of the bays fill completely when the tide comes in, so you have to climb the cliff and walk back that way. That can wait, Lori said. Why did you come, Scarlett, if not to participate in the full experience? I don't entirely know. I've been needing a short holiday, but I prefer not to travel on my own, and none of my friends were free. When I saw Katya's notice on Facebook, I thought it looked interesting. I contacted her, and she persuaded me to come, but she's not here, is she? We can manage without Scarlett, Marietta said. I'm anxious to get going. Manage, yes, but it will not be as effective. The optimal number is 6 people, which is why Katya chose our numbers. 5 is cutting it as it is. Lori smiled at me, and I knew what she was going to say before she said it. Would you be interested in joining us, Lily? Your personal connection to the house itself might be a powerful incentive for the residents to show themselves to you. By residents, I assumed she was not referring to Rose or to our other guests. Aside from the fact that I don't believe in ghosts of any sort, if any spirits are living in the house, I'd prefer to remain ignorant. Sorry, I can't. I have to get to work. Speaking of which, if you're looking for a break from whatever you're going to do, I own the tea room at the top of the driveway. We serve afternoon tea from 11 to 5. Starting this coming week, we're open every day of the week. That would be charming, Grace said. I adore a nice tea. How about you? Lori turned to Bernie. Can I interest you in joining us? Bernie hesitated. Another time, maybe. I didn't get to bed last night, and I'll probably fall asleep any minute. Anytime, Lori said. Okay, everyone. Eat up. We'll meet in the drawing room in an hour. I wished them a good day and returned to the kitchen. Bernie followed. As our guests had talked, Edna had hovered around the serving table, taking an excessively long time putting away cereal boxes and clearing tea and coffee things. Once safely out of sight, Bernie made a face and twirled her finger in the air next to her ear. Crazy. I would have thought you'd show some interest, Bernie, Edna said. Aren't you always looking for ideas for your book? Don't remind her, I said. Ideas, yes, but that's all they have. I'm writing a book set in the 19th century, but I didn't use a time machine to do my research. Don't forget what I did for a living. Can't get much more practical than that, I said. Before quitting her job, cashing in her savings, renting out her apartment, and coming to Cape Cod to write a book, Bernie had been a forensic accountant at a major Manhattan law firm. She was also an expert computer hacker. The expert computer hacker yawned heavily. I would have liked to join them, not as a believer, only out of a vague interest, but I wasn't lying when I said I'd fall asleep, which I am doing now. I'm off. Keep an ear open for what they're up to and fill me in. Whirling her finger once more, Bernie laughed. Edna began doing the dishes, and I called to Eclair. It was almost 10, and I was late for job number 2. Before I could make my exit, we heard the tap-tap of Rose's cane on the hardwood floor of the hallway, and I waited to say good morning before leaving. As usual, Robbie entered first. As usual, he hissed at Eclair, and as usual, Eclair barked at him. Robbie then assumed his rightful place on the table. As usual, I'd long ago given up telling Rose we'd be shut down if a health department inspector found a cat in the kitchen. But as long as Robbie was allowed, I decided so would Eclair. Good morning, love. Edna? Is tea ready? Have you made it, Rose? Edna said. As usual, they engaged in their little game of my personal maid / not your personal maid. Come to think of it, everything that happened in this kitchen in the mornings was so routine, I could get a robot to operate it. Although, we didn't often get ghost hunters. I'm running late, so I have to go. Edna will fill you in on what our group of women guests is up to, but I should mention they're planning to use the drawing room this morning. For what purpose? To summon spirits from the great beyond. As long as they don't make an excessive amount of noise and don't set the drapes on fire. They promise not to use candles. Glad to hear it. I am getting seriously behind on finishing the books for the last quarter. Such is my task for today. Edna, is that kettle going to boil itself? Looks like it. I filled the kettle and switched it on before leaving. Chapter 3. They're in the wrong house! Bernie burst through the back door of Tea by the Sea as I was arranging what should be the last of today's 3-tiered stands. At Tea by the Sea, traditional afternoon tea is all we do. Over the winter, when the tourists are few and far between and the tea room was closed 3 days a week, I had to do some catering. A couple of birthday parties at the retirement residence, another for a girl's 10th birthday. A few pre-Christmas or New Year's Day gatherings at private homes. To keep the money coming in, I catered some full dinners with soups, an assortment of meat pies, salads, and desserts. All were successful, and word spread through this part of the Cape enough to keep me going over the slow months. Now I was back in the tea room full-time and happy to be so. Over the previous weeks, I'd used the extra time to get ingredient orders in, organize supplies and table settings, and prepare what food could be made ahead of time. I was delighted when my 2 assistants, the mother-daughter team of Cheryl and Mary Beth, wanted to work for me again this season. Cheryl reached for the tiered stand I'd just assembled. Sandwiches on the bottom, scones in the center, sweets on top, in the traditional pattern. Who's got what wrong house? The ghost hunters who are staying at Rose's, Bernie said. Cheryl's eyes opened wide, and she threw a look toward me. Yes, you heard right. Take that out, and I'll explain after closing. Everything okay out there? All good. Another day of happy diners. The tea room might have been about to close, but my workday wouldn't be finished for a few more hours. I still had prep to do for tomorrow. First, I said, as I got tubs of flour and sugar down and butter and milk out of the fridge. Were you able to get some sleep? Bernie yawned. I went to bed. I might have dozed a bit, but I kept thinking about those women hoping to make contact with ghosts in Victoria-on-Sea. So I got up and did some checking. Bernie truly could operate on a remarkably little amount of sleep, a trait I've always been jealous of. Today, though, she was clearly showing the effects of missing her beauty rest. Her face was drawn, and dark circles were forming under her green eyes. Her normally out-of-control red hair was even more out of control than usual. And that's saying something. I'm starving. Got anything to eat? She asked. I was about to say no when Mary Beth carried in a tray with an empty teapot, 2 sets of used dishes, and a china plate containing one perfect, untouched scone. Have at it, I said. Thanks. Jam? Cream? We're clearing up now, Bernie, Mary Beth said. I'll bring some in for you. Bernie rubbed her hands together in delight. My kitchen is crowded when I'm the only one in it. Somehow, Mary Beth, Cheryl, and I managed to maneuver around each other as if performing a well-rehearsed dance. Bernie, all 5'10" of her, complicates things. It's worse when Rose decides to join us and I have to drag in a chair. Bernie stood at the wooden butcher block, pulled her scone in half, and added giant dollops of strawberry jam, made by Edna herself, and clotted cream. Then, she settled into lecture mode. Some people, including many amateur historians, have an interest in supposedly haunted occurrences at various places on Cape Cod. Many of them either have web pages of their own where they discuss their theories and outline their research, or, if they wrote in the pre-internet days, some of their material has been uploaded, often by their descendants. A couple of books have been written on the subject. I had to wade through a heck of a lot of dreck, not to mention some fascinating stories, to find anything pertinent to us. This place might have ghosts, Mary Beth said, referring to Tea by the Sea itself. It was a house at one time, and it's really old. The building that now houses my tea room had been built a good 100 years prior to Victoria-on-Sea. The back door opened, and Simon came in. He was in his gardening overalls with heavy yellow boots on his feet, dirt sprinkled liberally in his sandy hair, and a streak of mud running across his left cheek. His gardening gloves peeked out of a pocket. Having a party? Not enough food for a party. As she talked, Bernie finished her scone. Anything else left over? That's a hint if I've ever heard one, Cheryl said. Back to work I go. Mary Beth, remember everything you hear so you can tell me later. Simon squeezed around me to get to the sink and gave his hands a good scrubbing. Remember what? I'm attempting to tell Lily what information I turned up in my exhaustive research into reports of paranormal activity in and around the Outer Cape, Bernie said. Why do you do that? Any sandwiches left? Cheryl came back. Bernie and Simon's eyes lit up at the sight of the leftover sandwiches and cupcakes on her tray. She put the tray on the butcher block, and my friends dug in. Sadly, the last group seems inclined to linger, Cheryl said. They've asked for more tea. Mary Beth, honey, can you reach the creamy Earl Grey? She passed over the teapot, and Mary Beth filled it with leaves from the appropriate tin and added hot water from an air pot. Get to the point, Bernie, I said. What did you learn? There's no shortage of ghost stories floating around about events in or near the lighthouses and wrecks of ships lost in a storm. The occasional old building that had once been an inn or tavern. That sort of thing. Of which I have no interest. I rubbed cubes of butter into the flour mixture with my hands, preparing tomorrow's scones. I'd do some with dried currants and leave the rest plain. Plain, but flaky and delicious. Moving briskly along, Bernie said, a house north of town is said to be particularly haunted. Something about a young bride abandoned at the altar, running back to her house in tears to where the wedding breakfast had been laid out pending the successful completion of the nuptials. She ran through the dining room up to the roof, whereupon she threw herself off. To this day, she remains in the house, sitting at her fully laden table, waiting for the wedding party to arrive. Not exactly an original story, Simon said. Sounds like a ghostly version of Miss Havisham. Mary Beth handed the refreshed teapot to her mother. Who's that? Simon mock gasped. Or maybe it was a real gasp. You don't know of Miss Havisham? Charles Dickens. Great Expectations. One of the most famous characters in all of English literature. Mary Beth lifted her chin. I know plenty of English literature. The movie Pride and Prejudice was adapted from a novel, I think. Simon shook his head. He quickly recovered from his disappointment when Bernie indicated he could have the last salmon pinwheel sandwich. I'm not vouching for the veracity of what I learned, Bernie said. I'm merely reporting on it. I still don't get why you're reporting on it at all, Simon said. This sandwich could do with a touch of pepper, Lily. It's a mite flat. I'll get right on to that, as soon as Bernie gets to the point. I don't have all night here. Actually, you do. Simon gave me a private grin. I thought we were staying in tonight, ordering pizza, watching telly. Otherwise, he indicated his garden-stained clothes, I would have worn me better suit. Okay, Bernie said. To the point. I'm simply setting the scene here, attempting to impress you with all the depth and commitment of my research before I point out that in all the material I read, some of which is far better written than others, I didn't come across a single mention of Rose's house. Not so much as a whisper. Absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. I don't know why I said that. I had absolutely no desire to find out that Rose's house was haunted. Well put, Bernie said. One of the principles of my profession. If at first you don't find the evidence, keep looking. In this case, however, I believe the saying is invalid. These ghost hunters and amateur historians want to find something. They can be absolutely desperate to find what they're searching for. That they didn't leads me to conclude nothing is to be found. Good to know, I said. Can you two move, please? I need the butcher block. Simon and Bernie picked up the remains of their snack and stepped back. I wiped down the surface before dusting it lightly with flour, dumping scone dough onto it, folding the dough several times and patting it down. Getting to the point, Bernie continued. At last, I said. She cleared her throat. Her eyes twinkled. She was enjoying this. As I believe I said when I came in, your lot have the wrong house. Victoria-on-Sea isn't haunted. Matt's place, however, the house next door, has been the location of numerous mysterious events. Simon laughed. I've just remembered something, Cheryl said. My dad, he was a great one for telling stories of how things had been in these parts in his younger days, over and over and over again, but never mind that now. He still does, Mary Beth said. That's true. When I was in high school, he warned me never to go near there at night. Cheryl smiled. At the time, I figured he was saying that because it was the place kids gathered to drink and party and scare younger kids on dark winter nights. Matt's house had been in his family for generations, used mainly as a summer home when the family lived in Boston. It had been abandoned and left to decay several times as family fortunes waned and recovered, but it had never been sold. The house was close to its nadir last year, in danger of being disposed of and torn down for a golf resort when Matt bought it from his father. He was working hard as time and money permitted, to get it into livable shape. Simon was living in one of the 2 refurbished bedrooms for free this summer, in exchange for helping Matt with the work. "This group of ghost tourists are in the wrong house," Mary Beth said. "You'd think they'd have done their research before coming. It took Bernie here no more than a couple of hours to find this out." "Yes, but I'm Bernie." Self-satisfied smirk. "I can go places others cannot. Although, in this case, such wasn't necessary. The story's been repeated several times in amateur accounts of ghostly sightings in these parts." "Whatever. The tour leader wasn't able to make it at the last minute. She likely knew all this, but didn't share it, and now her group is left fumbling around in the dark." I laughed. "Literally." "What's the story behind this haunting?" Simon said. "I don't want to know." With the scones rolled and cut, I placed the perfect circles onto a warmed baking sheet. "Seriously, I do not. My cottage is a few feet from the edge of Matt's property. I do not want to lie awake wondering if I'm imagining hearing bumps in the night or if spirits are getting restless and popping over to check me out. I don't know if they respect property lines." Simon puffed up his chest. "Fear not, fair maiden. I'll be on guard." I threw him a smile. Cheryl popped out to see to our lingering guests, and Mary Beth started unloading the dishwasher. Bernie said, "I wonder if Matt knows about this." "He should if it's family legend. He might not have paid any attention. Matt's far more interested in things that can be seen and proven." Our neighbor, who is also Bernie's boyfriend, is a best-selling true crime writer. He's made his substantial reputation by reporting facts and nothing but facts. "I'm off," Bernie said. "Matt and I are having dinner in town and then going to hear some live music at a place near the pier. Want to join us?" "No thanks. I want to get some more work done in here tonight, and Simon's volunteered to help." "And then," he said, "there's a pizza in Lily's freezer with my name on it." Simon often helps out after hours in the kitchen. His mother was a professional caterer, specializing in weddings and anniversary celebrations, and he'd grown up helping her. When he hadn't been helping his dad in his landscaping business. Tonight, he made delicate little jewels of fruit tarts and poached a chicken in Darjeeling to make into sandwiches in the morning. I whipped up mini cupcakes and a batch of orange scones, which we serve with the royal tea. We'd been busy, and the reservations book was looking promising for Sunday and Monday. The season was off to a good start, and I was pleased. Shortly after 8, we hung up our aprons, checked that the ovens were off, and locked the door behind us. I have the world's best commute. Up the driveway to Victoria-on-Sea and my own little cottage tucked at the northern edge of the property, looking out over Cape Cod Bay. It was a pleasant night, sky full of stars, with a light, fresh breeze. Simon put his arm around my shoulders, and we walked slowly, enjoying the fresh air and each other's company. Up ahead, warm yellow lights spilled from most of the windows of Victoria-on-Sea. More lights bobbed in the gardens, and as we got closer, I could see women walking together, using flashlights and phones to guide their feet on the gravel paths. "Good evening," I called. "Is everything okay here?" "Fine," Lori called back. "We just got back from dinner and are having a stroll. Gorgeous gardens. I bet they're nice in the summer." "#1 garden attraction in North Augusta," Simon said. A light swung around, shining directly into his face. He blinked and lifted a hand. "Sorry." The light was lowered. Marietta stepped forward, her eyes huge beneath her glasses. "English, are you?" "Yes," Simon said. "I am. I'm Simon McCracken, and I'm the gardener here." The women gathered around. The night was cool, and they all wore jackets, scarves, or sweaters. Grace had a long black cape, complete with a hood trimmed in white fake fur draped over her shoulders. "Some of these plants appear to be quite old," Grace said. The peonies, for example, might go back decades. If not longer, Simon said. Parts of these gardens have been kept for more than 150 years. My own uncle worked here for what, Lily? 40 years. Close to that. What happened to him? Marietta asked. He ran off with a woman he met the night before in her hot red convertible to Florida at the very beginning of the gardening season, I said. That was true, which is why we'd been so lucky to get Simon. Marietta looked slightly disappointed. Oh, is that all? I hoped she wasn't implying she would have preferred if Uncle Gerald had died at his post. Are you ladies guests here? Simon asked, somewhat redundantly. Yes, we are, Grace said. We're part of a tour group. One that isn't touring, Marietta said. I was expecting substantially more in the way of what we came to see. Whale's not out yet? Simon asked, full of English charm and innocence. He knew full well this was the ghost hunting group we'd been talking about earlier. Whales? What? Oh, no, we're not normal tourists, Marietta said. Our visit was supposed to be far more specialized than that. Instead, we're doing nothing. You'd enjoy yourself more, Scarlett said, if you'd allow yourself some time to just enjoy being here. Thank you for the tip about the tides, Lily. I had a wonderful time exploring the tidal pools earlier, after our not at all productive meeting in your drawing room. I've given this nonsense one day, and if nothing happens tonight, I'm going to head off exploring tomorrow. By myself, if no one wants to come with me. I might. Anita exhaled a puff of smoke. The cigarette in her hand glowed in the night, and an ember fluttered to the ground. Simon gave it a look, but the ember was immediately extinguished. The spring had been wet, and the ground was damp. Simon was always on the alert for fire, particularly after the 100-year-old handmade wooden garden shed burned to the ground last year. I'm doing my best, Laurie said. You might be, Grace said, but without Katya's leadership, your best isn't good enough. We're all disappointed. We can't give up, Marietta said. Give it time. You can't rush these things. I thought Katya was going to be in constant touch with us, Anita said. Looks like she lied about that, as other things. She didn't lie, Laurie said. She broke her leg. Face it, women. She probably had a better offer, Grace said. I'll admit I'm as disappointed as the rest of you, but as long as I've taken the time away from my many activities to come here, not to mention paid for my stay and transportation, I intend to fully enjoy the vacation. Paid, Scarlett grumbled. I hope we're getting back the portion of our fee that went to Katya for leading the tour. I intend to let everyone back home know what happened. It wasn't her fault, Laurie repeated. Accidents can happen to anyone. Have a nice night, I said cheerfully. Personally, I agreed with Scarlett and Anita. Sometimes plans don't work out as expected. It's your choice as to whether you want to spend all your time grumbling about it, or instead make the best of an unfortunate situation. You're English, Marietta said to Simon. I've always wanted to go to England, but never had the chance. I've heard many of the castles and big old houses have resident ghosts. Have you ever seen one? I grew up in a row house in London. No ghosts to be found there. Sorry. He neatly avoided mention of all the grand houses, even castles, he'd worked at. Not to be discouraged, Marietta persisted. How about here? We've tried and tried, but we can't make contact with anyone inside the house. How about outside, here in the garden? You said yourself some of these plants are very old. They've seen a lot over the years. Have you ever felt anything that wasn't right? That didn't belong? Or maybe belonged too much, particularly at night when the clouds are heavy and a storm moving in. Lori, Grace, and Scarlett watched Simon, almost begging him to tell them what they wanted to hear. Anita shook her head. "Sorry," Simon said. "I don't work nights." He felt for my hand and gave it a squeeze. "Good night." "Good night," I said. As we walked away, I heard Lori say, "I'm going to try to get Katya again. I suggest you all get some rest. Last night we might have been too early. We'll meet at midnight at the cliffs. Same place as last night." I stopped, let go of Simon's hand, and bent to tie my shoelace, which was not untied. "Wouldn't we be better inside?" Marietta said. "At midnight, everyone else will be asleep." "We're not going to light candles in the house," Anita said. "We've been told not to. These people have the right to expect us to respect their home." "I'm thinking outside might be better anyway," Grace said. "Many of these old houses by the sea were occupied by fishing families. Wives and daughters would have waited up at night, stood on the cliffs facing the ocean, waiting for their men to return. If they did not, the women are still waiting. Or so the legends say. They have a name for them on Cape Cod, ladies in gray who endlessly wander the beaches, watching for ships that never come." I stood up, and we continued walking. I heard no more. "I'll do the rounds of the house tonight," Simon said in a low voice. "Around midnight. Make sure that lot is not getting up to things they should not be. I assume they lit candles in an attempt to attract the spirits, and Rose had to tell them not to." "You assume correctly. Except that Rose called me and asked me to do it. I have to say, they did as I asked immediately and were polite about it, but yes, I wouldn't put it past one or two of them to attempt to work freelance, so to speak." The lights on the veranda of the big house were on. Rose sat beneath them in her favorite chair, a sweater over her shoulders, a book in her hand, a throw on her lap, a cup of tea on the table next to her. As Simon and I approached, the throw stirred and Robbie's little pink nose appeared. We climbed the steps. "You've been chatting to our guests," Rose said. "I don't need to ask what about. One or another of them, individually or in a pack, have been after me all day, begging me to tell them where they can find the spirits of Victoria-on-Sea. I considered making something up, but I feared I wouldn't be able to maintain the story. I had to tell them I myself have experienced nothing, but I've only owned this house for 3 years. The ghosts might be shy." Her blue eyes twinkled. She sipped her tea. "Ironically," Simon pointed north, "all the excitement is over there. Bernie found out that Matt's house is supposedly haunted." Rose let out a bark of laughter. "They are a rather bumbling lot. Last night they were on the upper landing, and this morning they gathered in the drawing room in an attempt to summon something. I later found Laurie and the nervous one, the one with the glasses, Marietta, poking around under the stairs. Mrs. Z told me she has specific instructions not to move anything when she cleans the rooms. In particular, she is not to empty the water glasses." "Why?" Simon asked. "They're hoping for poltergeists," I said. "Ghosts who move things around." "Do ghosts drink water?" "That," I said, "is something I've never bothered to consider." Rose chuckled. Her hand moved as she stroked Robbie beneath the throw. His amber eyes continued to watch us. "The older one, Grace. She was following Robbie around for a while. He was after a mouse in the walls, I suspect. She asked me if he ever acted as though he could see something I could not. I'm not going to tell our guests we have mice, now am I? Old house, large open property. We have mice." Robbie licked his lips. "So I told her I haven't noticed anything like that." "I'm tempted to send them over to Matt's," Simon said. "Have a laugh. I'm sure he'll be highly amused when a pack of middle-aged ghost hunters knocks on his door and demands permission to conduct a seance. "Who's this Katya they keep talking about?" Simon asked. "She's the one who made the booking," Rose said. "Took 6 rooms. The credit card she used was under a different version of that name, so I suspect Katya is her nom de plume." "She's supposed to be the tour leader," I said, which in this case means the head psychic. They appear to be lost without her. She couldn't make the trip because, so she says anyway, she broke her leg. But she promised to be in constant communication, and that doesn't seem to be happening. Looks like she's ghosted them. I laughed. I made a pun, get it? She ghosted them? "Whatever that means," Rose said. "It means she is ignoring them," Simon said, "not taking calls or answering texts." "Do you need anything before we go?" I asked my grandmother. "No, thank you, dear. I'll finish my tea and then toddle off to my room. I'm looking forward to the final episode of the show I've been watching on telly. Oh, we have 2 vacant rooms tonight. I'm still holding the 6th room for the group Katya booked, as she did pay for it, and one of the couples has left. No special dietary requests. Always good to hear." Chapter 4. I reheated a frozen pizza, and Simon and I snuggled together on the couch to drink wine, eat horrible pizza, and watch a British TV show he's particularly fond of. It had been filmed in Yorkshire, where he spent the winter, and where Bernie and I accompanied Rose in October for a 100th birthday party. I didn't recognize anything specific in terms of landmarks, but I enjoyed seeing the rolling green hills, the narrow and twisting streets with a pub on every corner, the dark stone walls, the sheep. More and more sheep. We kept half an eye on the time. When it was 1:15 to midnight, Simon lifted my legs off his lap and stood up. "I'll check the house. Shouldn't be long." I swung my legs to the floor. "I'll come with you." "No need, Lily." "I think I should. You've met the women, so they know who you are, but in case they try to insist on continuing with whatever they're doing, better I be with you. Let's leave Claire here. She might bark and warn them we're coming." "Are we sneaking up?" "If necessary. I have no scruples about eavesdropping on them, not if they're outside in the public areas and speaking loudly enough to be overheard. If they're sitting politely in the drawing room or the dining room without creating a fire hazard, we'll walk away and leave them to it, whatever it might be." Summer was on its way, but a chill lingered in the air off the bay on spring nights. I pulled on a sweater and scarf. Claire beat us to the door, and once again, I had to disappoint her by telling her to stay. She didn't seem mollified by being told she was responsible for guarding the cottage in my absence. As soon as Simon and I stepped outside, we could hear low voices as the woman began to gather at the cliffside. We walked toward them, not trying to hide, but not announcing our presence either. "Did you hear from Katya?" Marietta asked. "No, I didn't," Lori replied. "Perhaps she has had a setback. She might be in a much more serious condition than she led us to believe. She might be." Marietta sucked in a breath as a thought occurred to her. She might have died, or be in a coma. "She might have found a more promising bunch of rubes," Anita said. "By more promising, I mean willing to pay more." "I've had just about enough of your snark and your complaining," Lori snapped. "Feel free to leave at any time." Simon widened his eyes and formed his mouth into a big O as he looked at me. I nodded in return. "I'm good, thanks," Anita said. "This can all be rather amusing. Plus, I had a nice time exploring the beach earlier when the tide was out." The cloud cover was heavy tonight, but we hadn't turned on our flashlights because the light from the porch on my cottage, as well as the one above the kitchen door of the main house, gave us enough to see by. Most of the upstairs bedroom lights had been left on too. Lori shook out the blanket and spread it on the grass. She placed the candelabra in the center, and she, Anita, and Marietta took their places. The leader, the skeptic, and the enthusiast, as I'd come to think of them. The wind was up, blowing straight off the water. Lori had brought a pillowcase, which she looped over the closest bit of fence to provide a windbreak while she attempted to light the candles. Even with that, it took several tries and the combined efforts of the three women to block the wind with their bodies. Finally, it took, and flames leapt and threw deep shadows onto the women's faces. Lori slid the candelabra closer to the fence. I made a mental note to instruct the housekeeper to check all the pillowcases for signs of singeing in the morning. "We're coming! We're coming! Don't start without us!" Grace called as she and Scarlett rounded the house. Lori, Grace, and Marietta were wearing what they had on earlier. Anita and Scarlett had thrown coats over their nightclothes. "It's been a long time prior to last night," Grace said, "since I sat on the ground. I might never be able to get back up again." Lori cleared her throat. "As unfortunately I've had no further instruction from Katya, we'll attempt to call the spirits to us the way I've learned." "Learned how?" Anita asked. "I've been part of groups before, some with much success at contacting those on the other side of the mirror. I am a keen observer, and I'll attempt to replicate what I observed." "Don't you have to have a special power or something to contact them?" Scarlett asked. "Not at all. A successful medium has learned through tutoring and extensive practice how to channel her or his energies." "Whatever," Anita mumbled. "Get on with it." A flash of lightning lit up the rim of the ocean on the horizon. Wind rustled the pillowcase. The flames flickered, but did not go out. "A house like this one, of this age, would have seen much over the years," Lori said. "Both inside and outside. People assume spirits remain inside their houses, but that is not always the case. Perhaps in life they loved a particular bench or patch of garden, and so they linger where they were happy. Perhaps they came to their end in the outdoors, and so they remain trapped between one side of the mirror and the other. These cliffs would have been dangerous. Still are dangerous. Children running and playing, young lovers not paying attention to their footsteps, the elderly momentarily unbalanced. Temptation to a man spurned in love, or a widow grieving a death. We have plenty of material to work with here." Next to me, Simon smothered a laugh. Another flash of lightning, getting closer. The distant rumble of thunder. I tugged his arm, and he gave me a nod. We slipped away. Let them have their fun, other than the potential destruction of a single pillowcase. I couldn't see that they presented any danger to the house or its residents. We walked to the far end of the property, holding hands, enjoying the night. Wind whipped at my face, and lightning flashed again. "Storm coming," Simon said. We were out of hearing range of the women, but he kept his voice low. "Do you think it will hurt or hinder their chances of making contact?" I looked out across the bay. The tide was almost at its peak, waves breaking on the rocks below, tossing salty foam high. All was dark. No boats heading for the harbor, no late-night explorers clambering over the rocks. Farther down the coast, light shone from a few cliffside houses. Matt's place was shrouded in darkness. The sea continued to move closer into the shoreline. Considering there's nothing out there for them to make contact with, I don't see it makes a difference. I'm getting cold. Let's go in. 6 o'clock comes early. As usual, that word again, I woke at 5:45. I heard the shower running and didn't hear a Claire demanding to be let out, so I snuggled deeper into the covers to grab a few more precious minutes of sleep. "All yours," Simon said after nothing more than a few more precious seconds. I groaned. Must I? You must. As must I. As we were not born rich to our daily labors, we must go. Did you let the dog out? Yup. She, at least, is always excited to see another day. I did what I had to do to get ready for another day. Simon was on the couch, dressed in a clean pair of overalls, Claire sitting alert at his feet when I came into the living room, hair washed and dried, face scrubbed, dressed in my work costume of dark jeans and a t-shirt. He looked up from his phone. Matt, sent this last night at 1:30. I sat on the arm of the couch. That's odd. What's it say? He's wondering if we're still up. Something about noises in the house. He and Bernie are having a look round. He sent another message 20 minutes later. They're going back to bed. Must be the rain on the new patch of roof, he says. Do you think I should call him? Ask if everything's okay? Won't hurt, but it's unlikely they'll be awake. The previous night's storm had turned out to be something of a dud. A couple of flashes of lightning in the distance, weak thunder, a few raindrops. Then it was gone, and the rest of the night passed without incident. We heard nothing more from the 5 women, and Rose had not called to ask me to check on anything at the house. I'll grab my coffee first, but before I head for work, I'll pop over to Matt's, Simon said. Make sure they're still alive. I called to Claire, and we headed to the B&B kitchen to get the day started. The morning was glorious, as it often is after the passage of a spring storm. The sky to the west was a dark gray, but the rising sun behind us glistened off raindrops dotted on blades of grass or the burgeoning buds and leaves of Simon's perennials. The waters of the bay were blue and calm. A few fishing boats slowly passed, their crews up even before us. The tide was out, the jagged black rocks and green tide pools exposed. Next to me, Simon stopped abruptly. Lily! Claire barked. What? I think someone's down there. He pointed. An early hiker. No, not that. Look. I peered over the fence, and then I saw what Simon had seen. It was a person, all right. And not hiking. They lay face down on the exposed, hard, slippery rocks, arms thrown out to the sides. Water lapped at the edges of their flowing garments. Are you okay down there? Simon called. The figure did not react. Only the sea moved. Something's wrong. Call 911. Simon ran for the gate at the top of the stairs, and I pulled out my phone. He took the stairs as fast as he could, slick as they were with morning dew and strands of seaweed left behind on the lower steps when the tide went out. He jumped onto the rocks at the bottom of the stairs and moved quickly but carefully across them. My call was answered, and I gave our location. Someone's in the water. Not in the open water, but on the rocks. They're not moving. I watched as Simon reached the figure. He dropped to his haunches next to them. He touched the back of the neck. Are you safe, madam? The 911 operator asked. Me? Yes, I'm fine. No one else is in danger. I can't say how long it... They have been there. Stay on the line, madam. Police and ambulance have been dispatched. Sorry, I need to call my grandmother and let her know what's happening. Have them come to the back of the property, by the cliff. There's a staircase at the southern side of the house. I hung up. Rose's voicemail picked up, as I would have expected if I'd been thinking straight. I hesitated. Should I run to the house and wake her up? I decided it was more important to help Simon if he needed it. I'm fine, we're fine, but we have a potential medical issue, I said to Rose's voicemail. I called to Edna as I ran toward the stairs. She answered on the first ring. Lily? What's up? Can you get here as soon as you can? We have a situation. I'm fine. Everyone's fine. Most of us are fine, far as I know. The police are coming. I'm on my way. 10 minutes. Where are you? Outside at the back, heading down to the beach. The door will still be locked. I shoved my phone into my pocket and scrambled down the wet and slippery stairs. Claire had declined to use the steps and ran down the steep bank in pursuit of Simon. She was next to him, sniffing at the unmoving shape. I walked carefully, watching my footing while at the same time trying to keep an eye on Simon. He turned and looked at me, his face drawn, his expression sad. He shook his head. "You should stay back, Lily." "Let me help," I said. When I reached him, I crouched down next to the unmoving figure. "No vital signs," Simon said. "We need to turn her over to be sure. This might be rough, Lily." I swallowed and then let out a breath. Bodies that have been in the sea for some time are not pleasant. This one, however, had not been in the sea for any length of time. Her head flopped as we turned her, and she stared at us without seeing. She was in her mid-50s, perhaps, tall for a woman. Thin. She wore a long, black wool cape over an ankle-length loose black dress with a high neck and wide sleeves that extended over her fingers. A black cashmere scarf, shot with thin gold threads, was around her neck, and long silver earrings were in her ears. A heavy silver chain hung down her chest. A pendant was attached to the chain with a symbol I didn't recognize. Circles within circles. A similar design was carved on the thick silver bracelet wrapped around her right wrist. Silver rings adorned every finger. The single shoe was a sandal with thin straps and a 1-inch heel. Her skin was pale, the bones in her face sharp, her eyes a deep brown, her nose large, and her chin prominent. Her hair was mostly gray, with a few scattered strands of black. Unbound, it flowed around her head, drifting in the rock pools like seaweed. I'd half expected it to be one of the women here for the ghost hunting excursion. But it was not. I'd never seen this woman before. Chapter 5. Once the police and medics arrived, Simon and I, along with an excited Claire, were ordered off the beach. I found Edna in the kitchen, making coffee and laying out juices. "Emergency vehicles in the driveway," she said to me. "What happened?" "Unknown woman on the rocks. She seems to have drowned." "Not one of our guests, then?" "No one I recognize." "What do you want me to do?" "The police will want to talk to Simon and me. Breakfast will have to be muffins or banana bread and cold stuff. Make our apologies to the guests." "I hear voices now, even though it's still early." Edna went into the dining room. I heard the only male guest in the house at the moment asking what was going on. "Has someone taken ill?" I told Claire to take her place under the table, and then followed Edna. Both members of the couple stood in the doorway. They showed signs of having hastily dressed and hurried down. "I have to extend my apologies," I said. "There appears to have been an incident on the beach last night. Not one of our staff or guests, but the easiest access to that stretch is via our stairs, so people sometimes cross the property. I hope you'll understand, but if the police have questions for me, I'll be occupied. So all I can offer today is a continental breakfast, perhaps a boiled egg." "We understand," the woman said. "I don't mind at all, not if your muffins are as good as they were yesterday." "We're not ready to serve breakfast yet, but I have the coffee on if you'd like some," I said. "Thanks, that would be welcome." They walked to the French doors to watch the activity outside. Police tape had already been draped across the gate, and a uniformed officer posted next to it. I couldn't see the beach from here. Back in the kitchen, I found Edna pouring coffee into a carafe and Simon on the phone. He mouthed Matt to me. "All we know. I thought I'd best check in after your message last night. Yeah, we're here." He hung up. I called rather than texted and woke him up. He's coming over. My phone rang with the lively tune indicating the caller was Rose. A commotion is happening outside my window. Looks like an ambulance and some police cars. One of our guests. No one I recognize, and you said we didn't have any new arrivals yesterday. Body on the rocks below, so we called 911. Nothing to do with us. Nevertheless, I will put in an appearance. She hung up. I pulled yesterday's banana bread from the freezer and switched on the oven. Without being asked, Simon took apples and oranges out of the fridge and bananas out of the basket and sat down with them, a chopping board, the paring knife, and the glass bowl. A hiker, do you think? Edna asked. Foolish to be walking at night on those rocks. I thought of the woman's long dress, flowing almost to her ankles, the single casual sandal on her foot. Didn't look like someone out for a walk to me, but I suppose she might have been. Not many women, particularly of that age, walk on the beach alone at night, Simon pointed out. What age? Edna hesitated in the doorway. She'd arranged the coffee carafe, cream jug, and sugar bowl on a tray prior to taking it out. Mid-50s, at a guess, I said. No point in speculating as to what brought her out there. My money is on a vacationing couple, Edna replied. Tensions building in the marriage, way too much drink, a fight with her husband, and she storms out of the house. In those conditions, people often lose all common sense. I had a nearly full reservations book at the tea room, so I hoped I wouldn't have to stay here any longer than usual, that I wouldn't be detained for long. This had nothing to do with us. The nearest hotel or B&B is over a mile from here. A long way to walk in the dark with a storm threatening, but the woman might have been a guest or a vacation tenant at one of the nearer houses. It was likely Edna's theory would prove to be close to the facts. I heard more voices from the dining room. What's going on? A woman asked. An ambulance is outside, cops all over the place. Edna came out of the kitchen. An accident down the beach. Not one of our guests or employees, she said calmly. In case our head chef, that is, me, is needed to assist the authorities, we'll be offering a continental breakfast today. Not one of the guests. Are you sure? Once again, I went into the dining room. The couple was still at the window watching the activity. Anita and Scarlett were down, and as I came in, Grace joined them. I heard sirens. Anita tugged at the lilac edges of a patch of hair. My window has a view over the bay, and when I looked outside, I saw medics going down the stairs and cops on the rocks below. Are you sure it's not one of our friends? Scarlett's southern accent was deepening with tension. I'm sure, I said. Please, I don't know what happened. Let's stay inside and give the police and medics room to work. Anita and Scarlett took seats at the big table, and Edna brought them the coffee carafe. Did you have a pleasant evening? I asked Grace. No, I did not. For someone who'd been woken abruptly, Grace was well put together. Hair perfectly arranged, dressed in beige slacks, blue shirt, tailored black jacket. She fingered the pearls around her neck. I'm seriously disappointed in this trip. I spent more money than I should have. I mean, this place isn't exactly cheap, is it, even during the shoulder season? My husband objected to me coming, but I insisted, and now he's going to take great delight in saying, I told you so, for months to come. Judging by the quality of her clothes and her grooming, I would have expected a stay at Victoria-on-Sea wouldn't be beyond Grace's financial range. Maybe her husband kept her on a short leash. Maybe she was simply frugal. None of my business. Have you spoken to Marietta and Laurie this morning? I asked. Laurie was hammering on my door a few minutes ago, and Marietta burst into the dining room exclaiming, What's going on? I left it to her friends to explain and returned to my kitchen, where I found Bernie and Matt sitting around the table with Simon, mugs of coffee in front of them. Simon was still chomping fruit. Bernie was munching on a banana. "Hey," I said, "I need that." "You have plenty," she said. Tap, tap, tap. The kitchen door opened and Robbie flew in. Mid-air, he realized the table was occupied, and he did a neat flip to land on the floor as though such had been his intention all along. Eclair leapt to her feet with a startled bark. Robbie hissed at her, lifted his tail, and stalked away. Eclair settled back down. Rose entered in Robbie's wake. "A full house. I always love morning guests." "Not." She dropped into the single remaining chair. She was dressed in a purple velour tracksuit and hand-knitted green socks, hair undone, makeup not yet applied. Robbie leapt onto the kitchen counter, almost landing in the butter. I put him on the floor. He gave me a dirty look and stomped across the room to join Rose. "We tried to have a quick peek on our way over," Matt said. "Can't see much from my place, and the cop guarding the stairs chased us away." "Is the..." I swallowed. "The body still there?" Matt nodded. "For once," I said, "this has nothing to do with us. None of our guests are missing." Edna saluted. "Staff present and accounted for." "Poor soul," Rose said. "You didn't recognize this person, love. Was it a man or a woman?" "A woman, and no, I've never seen her before." "Me neither," Simon said. I plugged the kettle in for Rose's tea, poured myself the dregs of the coffee, and started a fresh pot. Simon passed the fruit bowl to Edna, and she carried it out. Good thing I'd made banana bread yesterday. With luck, it and the spare muffins in the freezer should see us to the end of breakfast. "What's the story about last night?" Simon asked Matt. "You texted me around 1. Something about a noise in the house." Matt and Bernie exchanged a look. They both shrugged. Matt looked slightly embarrassed. "Turned out to be nothing. We heard noises, we went to investigate. Nothing." "What sort of noises?" Simon asked. "Rattling on the windows, door handles moving, floorboards creaking, like footsteps on the stairs." Bernie had gone very pale. "It was windy," Matt said quickly. "Storm on the horizon. Old houses make noises." Bernie tried to smile. Old houses did make strange noises on stormy nights, but Matt had been living in that house for a year now. He'd be familiar with all of its creaky joints and shifting foundations. "Did you both hear this?" Rose accepted a teacup from me with a smile of thanks. Matt and Bernie exchanged looks and nodded in unison. "Yes," Matt said. "Otherwise, I'd think I'd been dreaming. But like I said, nothing to see. The wind must have been coming from an unusual direction. That load of lumber I had delivered last week mustn't have been tied down securely enough. I'll see to that later today." Bernie finished her banana. She said nothing, but her face told me she didn't believe any planks of lumber had been knocking at the door or tiptoeing through the house. As we were speaking, we could hear voices coming from outside as more people arrived. They called to each other, issuing orders, talking into radios or phones. I went to the window and looked out. From my background vantage point, the most I could see were legs and feet passing. I recognized the legs and feet of Detective Amy Redmond walking rapidly across the grass in the direction of the gate. Next, I recognized the big feet, ragged pant hems, and sauntering gait of Detective Chuck Williams. We're going to need a lot of coffee. Detectives are here. I'll probably need more muffins, too. I'll see what's happening in the dining room, Edna said. It's gone suspiciously quiet out there. She was soon back. Nothing's happening. As in, no one is paying any attention to their breakfast. They're all standing at the window watching the activity. Anything for them to see? Matt asked. Not really. Just people coming and going. As long as I was waiting for something to happen, I collected ingredients to make a batch of carrot muffins. "Why don't I come around to yours now?" Simon said to Matt. "Help you secure that load of lumber." "Good idea, thanks. After that, we can check for any more, loose boards. Lily, you okay here?" Simon got to his feet and headed for the coffee pot. "The detectives will want to talk to you," I said. "They're not here now, are they? They know where to find me." He topped up his mug. Matt stood up. "Bernie?" "I'll stay with Lily for a while. She might need help with the muffins." "Because that's so high on your skill set," Edna said. From the pocket of her coat, which was hanging on the hook by the door, her phone buzzed, and she hurried to check it. "It's Frank, saying police have been called to Victoria-on-Sea and wanting to know what's going on." Edna's husband, Frank, was the editor-in-chief of the North Augusta Times. "I'm surprised it's taken him this long to call you," Rose said. "Small-town newspapers aren't exactly staffed round the clock as they once were. He's likely only getting up now and checking the local social media pages, as he always does first thing. I'll tell him what little I know and leave it at that." Edna typed, Rose sipped tea, and Robbie sat on her lap and stared at me. Eclair rested on the floor, face between her paws, also staring at me. Bernie paced the kitchen, which mainly meant she was in my way as I reached for muffin ingredients or baking pans. I was putting the muffin batter into the oven when the expected knock sounded on the door, and without waiting for anyone to answer, it opened to admit Detective Amy Redmond. She looked from one of us to the other and gave her head a shake. "The gang's all here." "Not entirely," Rose said. "Simon and Matt are at Matt's place." "Officer LeBlanc tells me he found you and Simon at the scene when he arrived," Redmond said to me. I nodded. "I'll have to talk to Simon, but you'll do first." Her eyes wandered to the coffee pot. "Happy to. Can I get you a cup of coffee, Detective?" "Why, yes, thank you, Lily. That would be nice." Redmond was slightly taller than me, at about 5'9", thin and wiry, with short hair dyed a pale blonde and penetrating brown eyes that searched a room the moment she entered, looking at everyone as though demanding they reveal their innermost secrets. She knew her way around both of my kitchens. We'd become acquainted on other occasions when strange events happened here. I like to think we've become, if not friends, then respectful of each other's habits and opinions. She took a seat at the table. I poured coffee for her, topped up mine, and joined her. Edna, Rose, and Bernie made no move to take their leave. "First, Lily, you told Officer LeBlanc you turned the woman over. Is that correct?" "Her face was in the water. We thought we should move it." "The right thing to do. Walk me through what happened, please." I did so, emphasizing that I did not know the woman. It didn't take long. "You heard nothing out of the ordinary in the night?" "No. Simon and I went outside about midnight to get some air. The tide was coming in and almost at its height, so if she'd been where we found her, she might have been underwater and we wouldn't have seen. Some lights were still on in the house, but on the beach it was fully dark with the storm on the horizon." "Did you see anyone else at midnight?" "A few of our guests were gathered at the cliff edge by the fence. We didn't want to disturb their privacy, so we didn't speak to them. They were sitting on the grass in a circle." "I'll need the names of these guests." "How many of them?" "A group of 5. They might be in the dining room," I said. "I'll need to speak to Simon also, but no great hurry. You and he were together at midnight. Did he leave your cottage at any time after that?" "Not that I know of, and no reason he should," I said. "You guys were out at the same time as that strange bunch of women were doing whatever they've come here to do," Bernie said. "What does that mean?" Redmond asked. "They haven't exactly said, not in so many words, but we're pretty sure they're ghost hunters." "What?" "You'll have to ask them about that," I said. "We don't really know what they're here for. None of our business, right? Long as they pay their business and don't steal the silver or burn the house down." What I'm trying to say, Bernie said, is Matt and I were disturbed not long after midnight. Around 1:30, we heard noises.
What sort of noises? The detective asked.
As if someone was inside the house or creeping around outside close to the windows checking the doors. We got up, we searched. Nothing. It didn't happen again. Matt's attempting to protect my delicate feminine sensibilities. Rose snorted. Precisely. By pretending it was a couple of loose boards. I've heard loose boards in my time, and this was not that. Not to mention, the wind was coming from the wrong direction to hit that stack of lumber.
You think this is related to what happened outside? Redmond asked.
I think nothing, Bernie said. I'm pointing out the incident. That's all. Up to you to draw your own conclusions.
Which I will.
Redmond's phone buzzed, and she read the message.
Coroner's here. They'll be bringing the body up now, and I need to be with them. Chuck Williams will accompany it to the hospital. I was wondering why we haven't seen the good inspector, Rose said. Coffee's hot and fresh, and muffins are in the oven. My nose tells me Lily's about to take them out. Redmond gave Rose a grin. I'm sure you won't have to wait long for the pleasure. Rose and Detective, not Inspector, Williams had clashed the first time they met. Their relationship had not improved since, thanks to Rose. Lily, can you ask Simon to be here in about half an hour? The detective asked. I'd like to talk to Matt, too, about the loose boards. I'll ask a uniform to ensure your guests stay in the house until I have time to get to them. She swallowed the dregs of her coffee and left. Rose edged Robbie off her lap and pushed her chair back. My comforting presence will be needed. Our guests will no doubt want to watch the activity as the body is moved.
You should have told Amy you'd do that, Bernie said. Save her diverting an officer to keep an eye on them. If any of them tried to do a runner, you could trip them with your cane. Or sick Robbie on them. I took the newest batch of muffins out of the oven. I'll tell Simon he and Matt are needed shortly, and then I'll come with you. We should show our respects as they take the woman away. Edna took off her apron. I sent Simon a text, and then we trooped into the dining room. All our current guests were still there. The couple stood by the French doors, watching the activity with Lori, Marietta, and Anita. Scarlett and Grace were seated, Scarlett typing on her phone, Grace gripping her coffee cup and staring into space. Coroner's office is here, Lori said. They went down with a stretcher a few minutes ago. Does anyone know what happened? No, we don't. Not yet, I said. A body was found on the rocks this morning. Trapped by the tides last night, most likely. You were out there late, weren't you? Bernie said. You should tell the police about that. We didn't see anything, Lori said. Sometimes, Bernie said sagely, what you don't see can be as important as what you do see. Sometimes you don't even know what you did see. How do you know that? Anita asked. I'm a writer. I know everything worth knowing. Anita's expression perked up. A writer? Really? What sort of things do you write? Historical mysteries. What's your name? Have I read anything by you? To date, Bernie's publishing credentials amounted to 2 highly acclaimed short stories in Little Red literary magazines. I'm early in my career. We can talk later if you're interested. I'm always interested in hearing about the writing life, Anita said. Shush, Marietta said. They're coming. Detective Williams, out of shape and looking forward to his impending retirement, came first, huffing and puffing up the stairs in his badly fitting suit and flapping tie. Then, 2 people from the coroner's office, moving slowly and carefully, carrying the laden stretcher. Detective Redmond brought up the rear. They didn't pass in front of the dining room, but took the other route around the house. Marietta was the first to slip out, followed by the rest of her group, the couple, and finally, Rose and Edna. What to watch? I asked Bernie. Hard to tell sometimes the difference between being respectful and ghoulish, But it is your property. Rose's, anyway. So you should probably put in an appearance.
The group had gathered in a line on the veranda. Rose, leaning heavily on her cane, was at the far end next to Edna. Bernie and I remained standing in the doorway as the police, the stretcher-bearers, and the stretcher came around the corner. The body was completely covered by a heavy sheet, nothing of it visible but the outline. As they reached the van, one of the stretcher-bearers slipped. At the same time, an unexpected gust of wind whipped around the house and picked up the edge of the sheet. A length of gray and black hair fluttered in the wind. The bearer tried to recover his footing, and the stretcher slipped sideways. An arm fell out from under the sheet, revealing rings adorning every finger and the thick, intricately woven silver bracelet wrapped around the wrist. Lori gasped and let out one long, piercing scream. She shoved me aside as she bolted for the stairs, yelling, "Stop! Stop!" Her tiny frame flew down the steps, her blonde hair billowing behind her. "Wait! Wait!"
"Lori, what are you doing?"
Marietta yelled. Bernie ran after Lori, and I ran after Bernie. Lori was fast, and she reached the stretcher before the attendants had time to react. Amy Redmond stepped in front of her, hands up, but Lori dodged around her. Clearly, Redmond didn't want to physically restrain the other woman. Not yet. Williams just gaped at her. Still screaming, Lori grabbed the loose end of the sheet and yanked it away. The woman Simon and I found a short while ago on the rocky beach stared up, still unmoving, still unseeing. Her long, loose hair floated around her head. Her right arm swung gently. Her hand dangled lifelessly. Lori dropped to her knees, sobbing. "Katya! It's Katya!" Chapter 6. That put the cat among the pigeons. The 4 other women in her group ran toward Lori, calling out questions, yelling to each other. The attendant stood next to the stretcher in the van, looking nothing but confused. "You," Redmond demanded. "What's your name?" Lori's head was down, arms wrapped around herself. Her entire body shook with the strength of her sobs. "Lori Morrison," Anita said. "She's our group leader." "Ms. Morrison, do you know this woman?" Redmond asked. Lori gulped and sobbed and nodded without looking up. Redmond studied the shocked faces in the circle around Lori. "What about the rest of you?" They shook their heads. "I've never met her. Katya, I mean, not in person. If it is Katya," Scarlett said. "Get back inside. I'll talk to you now. Please." Redmond addressed the attendants. "Carry on. Chuck, I need you here. Get a uniform to accompany them to the hospital." "I was about to issue orders to that effect, Detective," Williams said. "Clearly, we are needed here." Ostensibly, Williams was the superior, but he was crawling impatiently toward retirement, whereas Redmond was young and keen, and a heck of a lot smarter. So he was happy to take orders from her, as long as he thought everyone believed it was his idea in the first place. Bernie and I leaned over Lori's slight figure, and we each took one of her arms. "Come on, Lori. Let's get you inside." We helped the weeping woman walk back to the house and up the veranda steps. Her friends followed, most of them in a sort of a daze. Edna held the door open for us. The couple watched us pass, but they remained where they were. Rose was already seated in her favorite chair in the drawing room, Robbie curled on her lap. We guided Lori to a chair. Marietta, Anita, Grace, and Scarlett came in after us. "Are you sure, Lori?" Marietta said. "That it's Katya?" Lori sobbed and nodded. "What was she doing here?" "I'll ask the questions, please," Amy Redmond said. "First, Ms. Morrison, are you well enough to talk to me? Do you need to go to the hospital, or do you want us to call a doctor?" Lori dragged a tissue out of her pocket and blew her nose. She lifted her head. No. Thank you, I'll be fine. It was such a shock, that's all.
Edna, I asked, can you fetch a glass of water, please? Maybe put the tea on and start a fresh pot of coffee.
Sure. Couple of muffins wouldn't go amiss, Chuck Williams said. We were called out early, so I haven't had breakfast yet. I'll get right onto that.
Edna slipped away. His words reminded me that time was passing. I glanced at the ornate gilded clock on the fireplace mantel. Despite all that had happened this morning, it was not yet 9 o'clock. I might get to the tea room on time after all. I texted Cheryl. Minor incident at the house. I should be there, but if I'm delayed, open as best you can. Cheryl.
Word spreading. Cops are at house?
Me. We're all okay. Get there soon as I can.
You recognize the dead woman, Redmond said to Lori. You called her Katya. Katya what?
Ivanova, Marietta answered.
She organized this tour and was supposed to be leading the group, but she wasn't able to make it at the last minute. She said she'd broken her leg, Anita said. Obviously, that was a lie. I'd already guessed so.
When did you see her last?
Edna slipped into the room and handed Lori a glass of water. Lori took it, muttered her thanks, and sipped. Then she said, I've never met her. You never met her? Then how? The bracelet. It's highly distinctive. She always wears that bracelet. Plus her rings, the hair. We never met in person, but I've seen pictures of her. None of us have ever met her, as far as I know. I've also seen pictures of her, Anita said. That woman, the one you found, does look like her. Katya arranged the details of our trip by email, Grace explained. When she couldn't come, Lori took charge. Lori nodded. The tears had stopped, leaving her blue eyes streaked with red. She twisted the tattered tissue between her fingers. Rose looked at me. I glanced at Bernie. Bernie looked at Rose. That complicated things. The dead woman was not a passing stranger, but someone directly connected to our guests. Once more, we found ourselves involved in a police investigation. Detective Redmond questioned each of the 5 women in turn, while Chuck Williams demolished my muffins. They all gave the police a version of the same story. Not only had no one ever met Katya Ivanova in person, they hadn't known each other prior to this trip. Katya arranged the details of the tour via email, and they paid her electronically. I still fail to understand the purpose of this trip, Redmond said. If you are not friends and weren't even acquaintances prior to arriving, why are you here? The 5 women shifted in their chairs. Notably, they avoided looking at each other. Grace rubbed her pearls. Lori studied her perfectly manicured fingernails. Marietta constantly adjusted her glasses. Anita's fingers twitched, and I guessed she was wishing she had a cigarette. Scarlett watched the detective, but she soon got up and went to the window. The coroner's van had left, and nothing remained to be seen, but she stood there absent-mindedly stroking the tail of the long braid thrown over her shoulder. Lori wiped her eyes and sipped her water. Bernie and I looked at each other. Rose sat in her favorite chair, hands folded across the top of her cane. Robbie watched the humans. Ms. Morrison, Redmond said at last, you've been identified to me as the leader of the group. Can you tell me what brought you here this weekend? Lori's eyes were red. Her nose was running, her cheeks were blotched, and her makeup was streaked. She blew her nose, cleared her throat, and said, Katya is a noted spiritualist and medium. She organizes trips, too. She swallowed. Anita stood up. What Lori means is Katya leads foolish and naive people to supposedly haunted places. Provides her with a nice income, not to mention the opportunity to enjoy a fully paid vacation. I wanted to ask Anita why she was here if that's what she thought,
But this was not the time. Rose was not so circumspect.
Haunted places? This house isn't haunted.
Not that any place is, Anita said. Even this lot was beginning to realize that. Bernie turned to me.
Wrong house,
she mouthed.
Sometimes, Marietta snapped, it takes time to make contact.
You keep telling yourself that, honey, Anita said.
Enough,
Redmond said.
If Miss Ivanova organized this trip, why did she not come?
Something about a broken leg.
That's what she told us, Grace said. She broke her leg and wouldn't be able to make it. As we'd already paid and it was too late to get a full refund, we came anyway. That's why I did, at any rate.
Lori said she'd be in constant contact with Katya, Marietta said. Katya would be able to guide us from a distance.
Which never happened.
Scarlett's accent was getting stronger as the tension in the room increased.
Lori couldn't get in touch with her.
Do you have any idea as to why she would have lied about that? Redmond asked. The women shook their heads.
I'd like to go upstairs and lie down, Lori said. I'm still in shock.
I'll need to speak to you all in turn privately, Redmond said. First, can you give me whatever contact information you have from Ms. Ivanova? Lori spelled out,
Katya at intoworldsbeyond.com.
Detective Williams dutifully wrote it down with lots of repetition and asking about periods and capitalization, while Redmond threw him a look that clearly said, get on with it. That done, she asked, That's all you have? No phone number? Street address? Lori shook her head. The rest of you? Heads dipped and faces were sheepish. Redmond shook her own head. Very well. I'll talk to you first, Miss Morrison. The others can wait on the veranda or in your own rooms to be called in turn. She turned to Rose. Thank you, Mrs. Campbell. As the deceased was not a guest here, and her death appears to have happened on the beach, not your property, I won't need to take up any more of your time or restrict access to your property. You can go about your day. Lily, Bernie, same applies to you.
I'm good here, thanks,
Bernie said. Redmond didn't bother to apply. My grandmother gave Robbie a nudge, and he leapt to the floor. She got to her feet.
Ladies, your rooms are booked until Tuesday morning. It is, of course, too late to get a refund if you decide to leave. Note, however, that we are not fully booked through the week if you'd like to stay longer until the situation gets sorted out.
Preceded by Robbie, she tap-tapped her way out of the room. Bernie, Edna, and I followed.
Loose board secured?
Bernie asked when we were once again gathered in the kitchen, where Matt and Simon were waiting for us. Officer LeBlanc had told them the body had been identified. All tucked up nice and tight, Matt said. No need to worry about them again.
Oh, I'm not, Bernie said. Believe me, as for what happened here, it's so weird.
Super weird, I said. But other than having, once again, the cops tramping through the house, we have nothing to worry our pretty little heads about.
Agreed,
Rose said.
You're not interested in why that woman was creeping around in the night, despite having lied about not being able to come?
Simon asked. I'm interested, sure. All I meant is her death had nothing to do with us. She was playing some sort of strange game.
Stranger than ghost hunting in my house?
Rose asked. Apparently. My guess is she was out planning evidence of supernatural activity and got trapped by the tide. Maybe she fell on the rocks and was knocked unconscious.
It might have been her we heard in the night, Matt,
Bernie said. Why would she be at my house?
I didn't get a chance to tell you what I discovered about the ghostly history of Shea Goodwill.
It's juicy enough to attract the attention of some fake mediums.
Ghostly history, Simon said.
Do tell. It's an old house, Matt said, on a cliff, by the ocean.
I'd be surprised if there weren't stories of it being haunted.
None here,
Rose said cheerfully. I wasn't entirely comfortable with the direction this conversation had taken. I didn't believe in the supernatural, and I'd prefer to remain a non-believer. Whatever. Time for me to get to the tea room. I slapped my thigh and clicked my tongue. Claire's little head popped out from under the table, ears up, eyes bright, tongue lolling.
Me too,
Simon said. Those Hosta aren't going to weed themselves, more's the pity. Call me if there are any developments, Lily.
Will do, I said. I might have a peek into the history of this mysterious Katya Ivanova, Bernie said.
What are you hoping to find? Matt asked.
Nothing. I'm interested, that's all.
While I rolled out scones and made sandwiches and tiny perfect tarts and cakes, I told my assistants, Cheryl and Mary Beth, about the goings-on at the house as they popped in and out of the kitchen. We were busy today, which I decided to take as a good omen for the forthcoming tourist season. Shortly after 2, I was taking a sheet of mini cupcakes, tops nicely rounded and golden, out of the oven when Cheryl came into the kitchen.
A table of 5 just arrived. No reservation, but they're happy to sit outside. They'll have the traditional tea for all of them.
She read out the individual drink orders to Mary Beth, who began getting down canisters of tea leaves and arranging teapots. I am very fond of good china, and a firm believer that afternoon tea needs to be presented formally and properly. To that aim, I keep a large collection of china for serving my customers.
I think they might be the women you were telling us about this morning, Lily, Cheryl said. You mean the B&B group?
I do. The supposed ghost hunters. 5 of them, all around middle age or slightly older.
Sounds like 80% of our customers, Mom, Mary Beth said. Did you say 2 creamy Earl Grey or 3?
3.
Plus a Lapsang Souchong and 1 organic green gunpowder.
Mary Beth filled the flower-patterned china teapots with the rich, fragrant leaves and added hot water from the air pots, while Cheryl began laying cups, milk jugs, and sugar bowls on her tray. I put the cupcakes aside to be iced when they'd cooled. As well as currant scones, we were offering sandwiches of smoked salmon pinwheels, chicken poached in Darjeeling, and arugula and cucumber. For sweets, I'd made miniature hummingbird cupcakes, pistachio macarons, and strawberry tarts. For a table of 5, we'd present 3 of the 3-tiered cake stands.
I'd like to say my keen detective instincts picked them out instantly, Cheryl said, but I have to confess I saw them walking down from the house.
I laughed. Sounds like good detective instincts to me. That's what detectives do. Observe. At least that's what Bernie tells me. Speaking of Bernie, a rap sounded at the back door, and before I could either say, come in or go away, the tousled red curls and wide green eyes appeared. Good time to call? No. Excellent.
Mary Beth, Cheryl said, can you help me with these teapots, please?
Anything I can do to help? Bernie asked after they'd left the kitchen, leaving a trail of fragrant steam behind. Since you asked, I said, there is. Whip up some pistachio macarons. We're running short. I meant, like, taste test the sandwiches or something. I knew that. In my kitchen, either of my kitchens, I limit Bernie's help to chopping vegetables or washing dishes. And even the dishes I worry about after one of my favorite, not to mention expensive, Royal Albert Old Country Roses teacups hit the floor. What's up? I thought you'd be interested in what I learned about Katya Ivanova recently washed up on your beach. Not particularly. Just another con artist, I assume. Don't you have a book to write? Yes, but I'm taking a break. And you're right about her. According to her webpage, she's a noted spiritualist, prominent clairvoyant, in-demand medium, and guide to the worlds beyond. Bernie's fingers moved rapidly as she put quotation marks around all those phrases. She lives in New York City, and according to the NYPD, she's a low-level crook. Or was, I suppose I should say.
How low level? Very. A couple of minor charges for embezzlement, one of shoplifting, but nothing for several years. I doubt she changed her ways. More likely, she started fleecing the sort of marks who don't care to be embarrassed by telling everyone they've been cheated. Such as that bunch up at the house. Who are, at the moment, having tea. Is that so? Anyway, Katya's real name, by the way, is Catherine Ivins. I assume she puts the other name on because it sounds more exotic and mysterious than good old Kathy from the Bronx. I nodded. Detective Redmond said something about the name she was using, so I guessed it was some sort of a pretext. Cheryl and Mary Beth came back for the food. "How do they seem?" Bernie asked, draped in mourning garb, wrapped in grief. "Not so as you'd notice," Cheryl said, "although they are quiet." "Unlikely to be much grief," I said. They didn't know the woman personally, remember, and their reactions earlier were more from shock than anything else. "Fair enough," Bernie said. "Is that a spare strawberry tart I see before me?" "No, it is not," I said. She took it anyway. "From what I could tell in a quick search, Katya, aka Catherine, had recently set up a sort of spiritual travel company. She sought out supposedly haunted places and led tour groups there. Let's just say her trips were not what I'd call inexpensive. She has had one planned for England in the summer. Genuinely eye-watering prices. This trip to Cape Cod is cheap in comparison. I wonder why she settled on Victoria-on-Sea, which, according to what you found out, isn't believed to be haunted. Maybe she didn't do her research thoroughly. A quick examination of the paranormal history of Cape Cod told me more sites of interest are to be found in the Mid-Cape. Barnstable in particular seems to be a hotspot. The Barnstable Inn is sometimes called the House of 11 Ghosts. Maybe she couldn't get a booking there. And maybe it didn't matter where they stayed, not if she was planning to make up any encounters they had. Maybe she knew about Matt's place and wanted to be near it, but he doesn't take guests. That could be it. I wonder why she didn't come with the rest. We'll probably never know. Bernie finished her tart. Yummy as ever. Any more testing you need done? I'm your woman. Cheryl came back. Table for two, cream tea for them. Cream tea means only tea and scones. I'll pop out and see how our guests are doing, Bernie said. You can't do that, I said. Leave them alone. Just being my usual friendly self. She left the kitchen. I glanced at Cheryl and sighed. Wouldn't hurt for you to say something, Lily. You have met them before. You can ask if they're doing okay. I guess. I took off my hairnet and retied my ponytail, but I left my apron on. Lori, Grace, Marietta, Scarlett, and Anita had taken a table on the garden patio. It was slightly cool to be sitting outside, but the sun was out and they were wearing sweaters and scarves. The broken and faded teacups I'd hung by ribbons from the wide branches of the ancient oak in the center of the patio tinkled cheerfully in the light breeze. Brilliant green mosses and low-spreading plants with tiny, fresh spring flowers peered from cracks in the low stone wall enclosing the patio. Bernie stood by the women's table. Come back in late June or early July, Grace was saying as I approached. The gardens must be marvelous then. They are, Bernie said. Rose's gardener has worked at some of the best estates in England. She was lucky to get him. I thought I noticed accents of a traditional English country garden, Grace said. Difficult to maintain in this poor soil, I'd suspect. Bernie knew as much about gardening as she did about baking, but she nodded sagely. Good afternoon, I said. I hope everything's been satisfactory. They all muttered something along the lines of, yes. Most of the scones were gone, and they'd started on the sandwiches. Anita was halfway through a cupcake. Love your hair, Bernie said. The color really works on you. Anita smiled and touched the white and lilac locks. Your grandmother was excessively blunt about us having to pay if we leave early, Marietta said. I thought that was uncalled for under the circumstances. I disagree, Scarlett said sharply. A woman in business needs to be forthright. Blunt, if you will. Leave no opportunity for misunderstanding. And the older she is, the blunter she needs to be. It sounded to me as though Scarlett was talking from experience, and that her experience had not been a good one. But this was not the time to ask what it might have been. Did the police have anything further to tell you after we left? No, and we didn't have anything to tell them, Lori said. I don't know why Katya lied to us, or why she came here without telling us. A roar sounded from the driveway as a gray SUV took the corner too fast and sped down the lane, heading for Victoria-on-Sea. It screeched to a halt in front of the steps. All part of her grand scheme, Anita said. Obviously, something went wrong. She spoke to Bernie and me. Even now, this lad refuses to believe she was scamming them. All of them. If you're so sure of that, then why are you still here? Marietta snapped. Full disclosure, Anita said. I intended to expose her, reveal her for the fraud she is. Was. And you've been so subtle about it. Not? You never could let up sniping at us, whereas I, for one, kept an open mind and an open heart. Marietta pressed her hands to said heart. I'm simply devastated about what happened. Obviously, Katya had a carefully thought-out plan, Lori said. Tragically, we'll never know what that plan was. She led other groups such as yours, Bernie said. That is, I assume she led other groups. Did she ever make plans to arrive after them? Not that I heard, Grace said. I did my research before signing up for the trip. The reviews were excellent. A genuine, deep, spiritual experience, everyone said. Bernie gave me a skeptical look out of the corner of her eye. Likely, these glowing reviews were heavily featured on Katya's own website. Anita laughed as she helped herself to a sandwich. Maybe that's it. Katya herself is the deep spiritual experience. That's an incredibly tasteless remark, Marietta said. Her glasses slid down her nose under the force of her indignation. She shoved them back up. Why are you still hanging around here anyway? I'm here for the tea. I've paid for another 2 days, and I'm going to enjoy them. She popped the last bite of sandwich into her mouth and pushed her chair back. Having said that, I'm tired of this conversation, and I'm tired of the lot of you and your fantasies. If I don't see any of you again, have a nice life. The SUV came back, again going far too fast. This time, it screeched to a halt outside the gate to the tea room, and a woman jumped out. She was tall and thin, with pale skin only slightly lined, high cheekbones, lips painted a dramatic deep red, and huge dark eyes framed by mascara and eyeliner. Unbound black and gray hair swirled around her shoulders and down her back as she moved. She was wrapped in a deep purple wool cape that fell to her calves. Silver bracelets twisted around her wrists and up her arms, and heavy rings adorned her fingers. She opened the gate and stepped through. Anita was halfway across the patio. She stopped and stared. Lori slowly got to her feet. Her mouth opened. It closed again. We all gaped at the new arrival. Good afternoon, the woman said, her voice deep and rolling with more than a trace of a Russian accent. It would appear there has been a misunderstanding. I am Katya Ivanova. Chapter 7. No one said anything for a moment. Katya, if it was her, looked from one of us to the other. The slightest of smiles might have touched the edges of her deep red lips. Lori dropped back into her chair. Anita said, "Surely not." Marietta burst into tears. Mary Beth came out of the tea room to see what was going on and threw me a questioning look. I shrugged in return. I had no idea what was going on. For once, Bernie was struck speechless, and I moved before she gathered her wits about her. I walked toward the new arrival. "I'm Lily Roberts, and this is my establishment. You're welcome here, but are you aware the police are interested in your whereabouts?" "So I have heard." Considering her real name was Catherine Ivins, I assumed the Russian accent was as false as the name she gave us. She looked past me at the table of shocked women. She smiled and held out her hands. The bracelets tinkled. "My darlings, do not weep. I am here." "It's a miracle!" Marietta leapt to her feet. "I can't believe it." Neither could I. Not a miracle. Just a misunderstanding, as the woman said. But a misunderstanding about what? I looked at her wrists. I'd seen the bracelet that caused Lori to identify the drowned woman as Katya. This woman, whoever she was, wore one almost the same. Silver, about 2 inches wide, adorned with an intricate pattern of interlocking circles. "Would you, care for a cup of tea?" I asked. She smiled at me. The smile of the lady of the manor addressing an underling. "That would be lovely. Thank you. I'll have a decaffeinated green tea, if you have one. Always the perfect refreshment in the late afternoon." I gave a nod to Mary Beth, trying hard not to look like the restaurant owner addressing an underling. She slipped away. Katya settled into the vacant chair at the table. The women began peppering her with questions. She held up her hand. The bracelets clattered again. "All this has been most exhausting, my darlings. Allow me to enjoy my tea and gather my thoughts." I didn't predict this. Anita came to stand next to me. "Part of the act, do you think?" "Some act if she killed a lookalike for it," Bernie said. "Lily, you might want to make a phone call." "To who?" "To whom?" "To Amy, of course." "Oh gosh, yes. She'll want to know." I pulled out my phone and moved a few yards away from the table. Redmond answered almost immediately, and I could hear the soft purr of a car engine in the background. "Lily, make it quick. We're pulling up to the hospital now. Autopsy's in a few minutes." "You might want to postpone the autopsy and return to Tea by the Sea," I said. "There's been a significant development." "What sort of significant development?" "A woman has arrived. She claims to be none other than Katya Ivanova." "That is a development. Change of plan, Chuck. We might have the wrong person. You go inside, tell the doc to hold off, but ask for his initial impressions. I'll take the car and go back to talk to this woman. Whoever she is. Thanks, Lily. Make sure she stays there until I arrive." Redmond hung up before instructing me as to what to do if the new Katya announced she was ready to leave. Mary Beth brought out a fresh pot of tea along with another cup. She'd obviously told her mother something of what was going on because Cheryl had come out of the kitchen and stood in the doorway, eyes wide, mouth agape. Katya ignored the waitress as Mary Beth put the tea things on the table. Mary Beth stepped back. Katya lifted the lid off the teapot and sniffed. "Smells delightful. I myself never touch caffeine." She put the lid back to let the tea steep for a few more moments and helped herself to a sandwich. Not having a side plate, she put it on the edge of her saucer. At last, Bernie found her voice. "What brings you here so fortuitously? Are you aware you have been identified as being dead?" "A misunderstanding, as I said. As this lady." A nod in my direction. "Obviously placed a call to the police seconds ago. I'll make my explanation quick."
I hope you'll forgive me, my darlings, but as a way of making your experience here at Victoria-on-Sea special—"
"The unhaunted Victoria-on-Sea," Bernie said, interrupting.
"Can you be so sure of yourself, young lady? Perhaps. I was young and foolish once."
Bernie's eyes widened.
"In order to make your experience special," Katya continued, "I have been nearby, watching, observing."
"Spying," Anita said. This time, it wasn't amusement in Katya's dark eyes.
"I prefer to say ensuring the atmosphere is perfect."
As part of this ensuring the perfection of the atmosphere, were you the one creeping around Matt's house last night? Bernie pointed to the neighboring property. That could have been a dangerous thing to do.
"I have no idea to what you are referring. Now, if I may continue."
"Please do," Anita said.
"Grace, oldest and perhaps wisest. Marietta, a devotee, so eager to learn. Scarlet, my southern belle. Anita, not entirely what she appears to be. Lordy, your leader in my absence."
As she spoke their names, Katya looked at each of the women in turn. They all claimed not to have ever met her, but she clearly had them memorized. Fair enough. Anyone attempting to lead a seance or engage in other paranormal activity would have done an extensive amount of research beforehand into the people involved. They nodded as they were addressed. Even Anita, who resumed her seat and seemed almost to sink inside herself under the other woman's intense stare.
"Lily, with the fine bones, pale skin, blue eyes, and sleek blonde hair of a genuine English rose, has introduced herself to me. I do not yet have your name."
She looked at Bernie. "Bernie. Bernadette Murphy."
"Bernadette, of the striking hair and substantial height. Clearly not one to avoid speaking her mind."
Katya looked at Mary Beth, standing slightly behind me, clutching her tray. She raised her hand and wiggled her fingers.
"You may return to your duties."
Mary Beth scurried away.
"What? Why? Who?"
Lori swallowed.
We saw you. Her. I don't. "I will explain quickly before the police arrive. After you've enjoyed your tea, return to the house and I will join you there when I am finished with them. The woman you saw was almost certainly my sister Tatiana. My sister and I are twins, but we are not friends. We never have been. Instead, quite the opposite."
"The bracelet," Grace said. Katya held up her right arm, and the purple cape fell back.
"This one. Look closely. Is it the same as the one you saw on her?"
Even Bernie and I leaned closer to have a good look. "Might not be," Bernie said. "Hers was larger, I think, covering much of her forearm." Katya stretched out her hand for the teapot.
"My sister always did want to have what I had, but it must be bigger and more ostentatious. She could never match my power, though, no matter how much she wished or how hard she tried. As for how I heard what happened, my neighbor, who's keeping an eye on my apartment while I'm away, had a visit from the police. They informed her of my untimely demise. Shocked, in disbelief, she immediately phoned me once they had left. Naturally, I assured her I am alive and well and will return home as planned. Although I had to inform her I might be slightly delayed."
While Katya talked, business went on as usual at Tea by the Sea. New customers arrived and satisfied ones left. A car pulled up. A single woman got out.
"The forces of law and order have arrived," Katya said. "I do hope she'll allow me time to finish my tea." You didn't have to be a clairvoyant to know the new arrival was not here for tea and scones. Despite Amy Redmond's attractive looks, her youth, and her dyed blonde hair, the way she walked, the way she studied her surroundings, and the way she focused on everyone screamed cop loud and clear. She opened the gate and crossed the patio with rapid steps, then stopped in front of the table. Katya Ivanova? Also known as Catherine Ivins? I am she. Detective Amy Redmond, North Augusta PD. I'd like to have a word, please. If you've come to tell me my sister has died, I am aware of that. Tragic indeed, but not unexpected. She sipped her tea. Why do you say that? Was she terminally ill? Terminally interfering in matters that were none of her concern. Redmond's normally unflappable expression flapped. Tell us what you really think, Bernie muttered. Identical twins, Katya said. My sister has tried hard ever since we were children to imitate my look and my mannerisms. Never entirely successfully. I didn't mean it that literally, Bernie said. I do not know why my sister was on Cape Cod, Katya said, and I do not know why she was in the vicinity of this property. Before you ask, I haven't seen her for more than a year. Certainly not yesterday. She took a miniature cupcake and bit into it. Marvelous. I'll have to ask you to come with me, Redmond said. You'll have to identify the person we found, and I have questions. I expected no less. Katya put her unfinished cupcake on her saucer, dabbed her lips with the edge of a white linen napkin, put the napkin on the table, and stood up. Her cape flapped around her. It was made of dark purple velvet and lined with a deep, rich, royal purple silk. I couldn't help but recall the cape on the woman we'd pulled out of the water. Similar in design, but black and made of unlined wool. I'll chat with you shortly, she said to her group. Wait for me in the house. She turned to me. I trust the room I paid for is still available. Now that my presence is known, I will move in with the others. I think so, I said, but you'll have to check with my grandmother. The charming lady who directed me here is your grandmother. How nice. I prefer a sea-facing view if there is one available. I find the presence of the sea so invigorating. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 8. Katya left with Amy Redmond, and her group departed immediately after, without finishing their tea. They wouldn't have remembered to pay, had not Bernie run after them with a not-so-gentle reminder. No more than 5 minutes later, my phone buzzed with a text from Rose. What on earth is going on? Those women ran into here as though they'd seen the second coming. Me. That's closer than you think. Do you have a room for her? Rose. Yes. Me. She requests a sea view if possible. I'll come up after closing and fill you in. Rose. Thumbs up emoji. That has got to be just about the coldest woman I've ever encountered, Bernie said. The way she talked about her sister, even after being told her sister was dead. An act? I stood at the butcher block, rolling out pastry dough with my long wooden roller prior to cutting it into tart shapes. Part of the deep, dark, mysterious psychic bit? One who knows all, sees all? Maybe. I've never particularly liked my own sister, as you well know, but I hope if I get the tragic news, I can do better than tell everyone she copied my clothes. Never mind the way she ordered Mary Beth around. You should have stuck up for your staff, Lily. I was in as much shock as anyone else. I don't mind, Mary Beth said as she carried in a load of dirty dishes. I've heard a lot worse. You have? Here? I asked. No, not here. People who come here are generally nice. I worked at a bar in town for a while before I had the kids and didn't want to work nights.
Some people have more to drink on occasion than is good for them. So I've been told, Bernie said. One thing did occur to me. Are you going to tell me what it is? I asked. Or make me beg? Beg? Mary Beth, what's happening out front? Nothing so far. I haven't seen a taxi or the police bringing that woman back or any of the others going out. I meant in the dining room. It's almost 5. Oh, sorry. 2 tables still here lingering over their tea. I don't expect they'll be much longer. Very well, Bernie said with a martyred sigh. It occurred to me that Katya was not only being blasé about the death of her sister, if it was her sister, remember, we don't know for sure. But it didn't seem to occur to her that if her sister looked so much like her, maybe the killer was after her, after Katya, and they got the sister by mistake. There was no killer, Bernie. It was an accident, remember? She was trapped by the tide. Bernie tapped the side of her nose. Maybe, maybe not. What was she doing down there at that time of night? Setting the scene for her fake ghost to appear? I refuse to accept we've had yet another murder here. I don't think it's up to you to accept it or not, Lily, Mary Beth said. I folded the individual pastry circles into the tart shells and popped them into the oven. Tomorrow, I'd do a big batch of the strawberry tarts. Strawberries were coming into season, and whenever I can, I like to use fresh local produce in my baking. Cheryl brought in another load of used dishes. That's the last of them out of the door. A good day, Lily, for this early in the year. A tap on the back door, and Simon came in. He changed out of his gardening overalls and scrubbed his face and hands until they were pink. He saluted me. Reporting for second shift. Hey, Bunny, what brings you here? Have we got a story to tell you? She said. Simon, if you can make a batch of currant scones, and if Bernie can put together some sandwich ingredients, I'd like to finish up early tonight. I have to admit, I'm curious as to what's going on up at the house. Make sandwiches? I can do that. Bernie looked around the kitchen, expecting ingredients to pop up all by themselves. With what? Egg salad, please. Eggs are in the fridge and recipe in the binder. My kitchen is not exactly large. It barely accommodates me and one assistant. Simon knows how to move efficiently around the limited space, but Bernie was underfoot all the time. Soon, I was beginning to regret asking for her help. Mary Beth unloaded the dishwasher, dodging around Bernie to put things away. From the dining rooms came the roar of the vacuum cleaner. Nevertheless, we seemed to be making some progress. Simon's scones were browning in the oven while he turned his attention to poaching a chicken for tomorrow's sandwiches. Bernie was laboriously stirring her egg mixture and adding the most finely chopped herbs I'd ever seen. Mary Beth got the clean dishes put away and laid the tables for the next day. The noise of the vacuum cleaner stopped, and Cheryl came into the kitchen, wrapping the cord prior to putting the machine into the closet. Activity in the driveway, she said. A taxi. Might be that woman who was here earlier coming back. Done in the nick of time. Bernie covered the bowl with plastic wrap and put it in the fridge. I'm out of here. I took off my apron. I'm coming with you. I have to admit, for once, I'm as curious as you are. You two go ahead, Simon said. I'll watch the scones and finish up the chicken. While we worked, I'd filled him in on the strange happenings of the afternoon, constantly being interrupted by Bernie and Mary Beth. Thanks. I gave him a quick kiss, and Bernie and I sprinted for the house. We found Katya on the veranda, chatting to Rose. My grandmother was enjoying her nightly gin and tonic. Katya wore her cape. She'd added matching purple leather gloves and a white silk scarf printed with purple flowers to complete the outfit. A misunderstanding, she was saying as we ran up. Oh, Lily, there you are. I was apologizing to your grandmother for giving her a fright earlier. She must have thought I'd returned from the dead. No, Rose said.
I didn't think that. I did wonder, though. Do be a dear, Lily, and run in and tell my group we'll be meeting in the... Do you have a meeting room? It's getting a mite chilly out here. Our drawing room is a comfortable space, I said. Guests are always welcome to use it. A drawing room? How perfect. Tell them 15 minutes. Time for me to freshen up a bit. Bernadette, you may carry my luggage up. What room am I in, Rose? 201. Rose took the key to the reproduction antique desk in the reception area, where the room keys were kept, out of her pocket. I hope I have an ocean view, Katya said. You do, Rose replied. Excellent. Come along, ladies. The noted spiritualist sailed into the house, velvet cape flowing behind her like the incoming sea. Rose lifted one eyebrow and handed Bernie the key to the reception desk. Bernie took the key and eyed the suitcase. It was large, far larger than most people needed for a weekend escape. She tugged on the handle and grunted.
It would seem as though she brought her own rocks. No need. We have plenty.
Bernie dragged the case into the house. She unlocked the desk, found the key to room 201, and then we followed Katya up the stairs. While Bernie dragged the suitcase down the hallway and fumbled to open the door to room 201, I knocked on the other doors. Lily Roberts here. Ms. Ivanova would like you to meet her downstairs in the drawing room in 15 minutes. Cries of thanks, or I'll be there, came from behind all the doors. You may leave the suitcase on the bed, I heard Katya say. I'll unpack for myself. Bernie met me at the top of the stairs.
Do you think she's mistaken me for a serf? Or does she talk to everyone that way?
Did you get a tip?
I did not. Should I go back and ask?
We joined Rose on the veranda. I filled her in quickly as to what little I knew. You're saying her twin sister was here, unknown to Katya, but Katya doesn't appear to want to know why or even to care.
That's how it seemed to us, Bernie said. But we don't know what she had to say to Amy Redmond once they were alone. For some reason, she might be putting on this bored and disinterested appearance in front of the others.
Odd, Rose said. Very, Bernie agreed. Rose finished her drink and reached for her cane. It's getting chilly. Let's go in. They're meeting in the drawing room. It would be nice to know their plans, but we should allow them their privacy. Rose and I exchanged a look. Then we both looked at Bernie.
What?
Bernie said. Nothing, Rose said. Known only to Rose and me, a secret room is attached to the drawing room. We didn't put it in ourselves. It was discovered when Rose did some renovations after moving in. But we got a kick out of knowing it was there, and we had taken advantage of it in the past when the police had reason to question our guests. You can run along now, dear, Rose said to Bernie. Nothing more to see here. My friend turned her head to one side and narrowed her eyes.
Are you trying to get rid of me?
Not at all, Rose said sweetly. I thought you might have more important things to do. That is all.
My curiosity's aroused, and you know how dangerous that threatens to be.
We went into the house as the women began coming down the stairs. Lori was grinning. Marietta bounced with nervous energy. Anita was clearly on edge. Grace had changed into beige slacks and a cashmere sweater with a silk scarf at the neck. Scarlett wore a colorful dress that fitted her slightly plump frame perfectly. A matching ribbon secured the ends of her braid. They filed into the drawing room, leaving the door open. Rose, Bernie, and I stood outside. We all waited. After about 15 minutes, Rose had settled herself at the reception desk beneath the framed photo of the late Queen of England. Neat stacks of Cape Cod tourist brochures were laid out next to the vase of fresh flowers on the desk. She was flipping through the binder of guests' signed agreements. Robbie had wandered off in search of sustenance.
Bernie was checking her phone, and I was thinking I should get back to the tea room to help Simon finish up. The voices from the drawing room were sounding increasingly impatient. Finally, upstairs, a floorboard creaked, and a moment later, Katya descended the stairs. Her hair was unbound, flowing around her shoulders and down her back like a river. Her feet were bare, showing dark red nails, and she wore an ankle-length green velvet dress secured by a wide gold belt. Numerous chains hung around her neck, and her rings flashed, and her bracelets clattered. "I trust your room is comfortable," Rose said. "Delightful. Thank you. Is tea on offer?" "Everything you need to make a nice cuppa can be found in your room," Rose said. "I saw that. Thank you. But I was hoping." "I'm sorry," I said. "We don't provide room service, nor do we cater meetings. A full range of tea and coffee fixings are laid out in each room for guests to help themselves. We provide a full home-cooked breakfast from 7 until 9. Rose slid a registration form across the desk. "Can you fill this out, please? If you have any dietary restrictions, please indicate so." Something flashed behind Katya's dark eyes. She did not care to not get her way. Rose and I gave her our best hotelier smiles. Katya snatched up the pen and scribbled on Rose's paper. That done, Katya lifted her head, straightened her shoulders, and sailed into the drawing room. We heard a barrage of questions before the door was firmly closed behind her. "That was anticlimactic," Bernie said. "Did you expect to be invited to join them?" Rose asked. "I guess I did. I'm going to pop around to Matt's and let him know what's going on and then head home. I've got some great ideas for dressing the character of the eccentric neighbor who might, or might not, have witnessed the murder. But as she's locked up in an insane asylum by orders of her greedy stepson, Rose and Tessa are having trouble getting in to see her." Rose, named after my grandmother, and Tessa are the main characters in Bernie's historical mystery novel. "I thought you were almost finished with the first draft," I said. "Clothes are an important indication of social status and character. I hope you're not changing people's characters at this late date." "Second drafts always involve some minor tweaking here and there," Bernie said. "Which is why books sometimes never get finished." I hadn't read the entirety of Bernie's book, but I had read snippets, and she occasionally talked the plot or characters over with me. It was good. In fact, more than good. I had a lot of hope for the success of the book. That is, if she ever got around to getting the dreaded thing finished, which was looking increasingly unlikely as she dithered and procrastinated. "Point taken." Bernie opened the door. "Another thing I need to do is start gathering names and contact info of agents I want to show the book to. Matt's helping me with some of that. He doesn't know much about fiction, but he does know the people who know." "You okay if I go back to the tea room?" I said to Rose. "Perfectly fine, love." She read the form Katya had filled out. Oh dear. Gluten-free, dairy-free, nightshade-free. No caffeine. Bernie laughed. "Flavor-free?" "None of my baking is flavor-free," I said. "I'll do my best." "She's also a vegan," Rose added. "Do you think she put all that down to annoy you?" Bernie asked me. "Perhaps, but I refuse to rise to the bait. I'll make her gluten-free pancakes or a nice orange polenta cake if I have time. That and the fruit salad should work." Bernie and I left the house. Simon was walking down the long driveway toward us, and he waved when he saw us by the front door. It looked like I might get to enjoy a night off after all. I'd suggest we get Eclair and take her for a walk. I pay the housekeepers at the B&B a bit extra to drop in on her during the day, fill her bowls, and let her have a romp in the enclosed yard. But she always needs a good walk when I get home from work. Maybe after that, Simon and I could go out for a drink and dinner. I'd check to see what was on in town in terms of live music. A car turned into the driveway, followed by another.
They slowly passed Simon, who broke into a run.
"Oh, dear," Bernie said. "I fear this might not be good. Not if they brought 2 vehicles."
One of the cars was a large black SUV with a radiator guard, the other a patrol car marked NAPD. The SUV pulled into a parking bay, but the cruiser stopped at the bottom of the steps. Amy Redmond and Chuck Williams got out of the SUV. Officer Jocelyn Bland out of the cruiser. Simon reached us first, and then Redmond, Williams, and Bland climbed the steps. No one smiled at us, and we did not exchange friendly greetings.
"Is Ms. Ivanova, or whatever she's called, in?" Chuck Williams asked.
"Yes," I said.
"And her group of whatever they are?"
"They're having a meeting in the drawing room."
"That's convenient," Williams said. "Doesn't happen often in our line of work."
"We need to talk to the entire group," Redmond said. "As long as you bunch are here, you can join us." I didn't bother to ask what was up. They'd tell us or not in their own time. "What's up?" Bernie asked.
"Let's go in, shall we?"
Redmond said. Rose had heard the police arriving, and she'd risen to stand next to the desk, hand resting on her cane.
"Hope we're not disturbing you, Mrs. Campbell,"
Williams said.
"Nothing I love more than unannounced and unexpected dinner-time company. You are disturbing me, yet I doubt very much if you care."
He didn't reply. Redmond opened the door to the drawing room, interrupting Katya in mid-sentence. We all trooped in. What we grandly call the drawing room is intended as a common room for the use of our guests. In keeping with the theme of the house, it's formally decorated. Long blue drapes, currently held back by ropes of heavy gold tassels, cover the wide windows. The wallpaper is blue-flecked with gold leaf. A stiff-armed wooden chair is tucked next to the desk, a reproduction antique similar to the one in the reception area facing the windows, giving the person sitting there a view out over the gardens. Well-worn brown leather chairs are placed on either side of the big fireplace, empty at this time of year, and prints of 18th century British paintings in ornate gilt frames hang on the walls. One wall is lined with bookshelves, most of the volumes well-used paperbacks, along with a selection of board games. Katya sat in pride of place in Rose's favorite damask-covered wingback chair. Lori, Grace, and Marietta were squeezed together on the couch. Scarlett and Anita had dragged the fireplace chairs around to face Katya. 5 sets of eyes watched the police enter the room. Katya, for her part, watched the women in her group.
"Good evening,"
Redmond said.
"Cup of coffee wouldn't come amiss,"
Williams whispered to me.
"Maybe some cookies to go with it."
"Kitchen's closed," Simon said. Redmond half-turned and glared at her partner. He shuffled his feet.
"Just asking."
Bernie, Simon, and I crossed the room, trying to remain as inconspicuous as possible. I leaned up against the desk. Bernie and Simon stood by the windows. Rose took a hard, straight-backed chair and went to great pains to ensure everyone knew how uncomfortable she found it. Unfortunately for her, no one was interested in her level of comfort. Williams spoke first, while Redmond studied the faces of the group one by one. The women shifted uncomfortably. Take it from me, it's not pleasant being looked at by the police in that way, no matter how innocent of any crime one might be.
"Ms. Ivans,"
Katya interrupted, still maintaining the charade of the Russian accent.
"Ivanova, please. I prefer the use of my business name in formal surroundings."
The 5 women exchanged confused looks. Obviously, Katya's real name came as news to them. Williams blinked.
"Ms. whatever,"
he told them.
"Earlier identified the body found on the rocks near here as her sister Trudy Brown, who sometimes called herself Tatiana Ivanova."
Everyone muttered some sort of condolences.
"Do you still maintain you have not seen your sister for more than a year, and were not aware she was in North Augusta.
I never repeat myself, Katya said, but I will on this occasion. That is correct. My sister and I were not close. We did not share our plans or our schedules.
What about the rest of you? He asked. Did you know the deceased?
They all started talking at once. Redmond lifted a hand, and the babble came to an instant stop.
One at a time, please. Beginning with you.
A nod to Lori. I was beginning to fear where this was going. The police investigate any unexpected death in case it turns out the death was not an accident or resulting from natural causes. I had a feeling this visit was more than that. Much to my regret, I was beginning to know how Redmond and Williams worked. They'd both come out at this time of night and brought a uniformed officer with them. They must have reason to believe Katya's sister had been murdered. One by one, the women denied having ever met, never mind heard of or being in contact with Tatiana, aka Trudy. They repeated that they'd never met Katya herself in person until this afternoon.
The autopsy scheduled for earlier today didn't go ahead, William said, because of a new development.
Meaning, it wasn't me after all, Katya said, stretching out the Russian accent. I'm pleased you haven't insisted on my participation. She was taking this very lightly. Was she genuinely that uninterested in her sister's death? Was she pretending to be totally chill and laid back in front of her group? Did she genuinely think death was nothing more than a path to other worlds? Nothing worth fussing over? I didn't know what game she was playing, but whatever it was unlikely to be a good idea. Redmond did not take this sort of thing lightly. Of all the people in this room, only Katya knew Tatiana. Unless someone was lying, of course. Always a possibility. I studied the faces of the 5 women. I might have gotten myself inadvertently involved in police cases before, but I'm still no detective. They all showed shock and surprise, mingled with the slightest thrill of being involved in a police case.
The full autopsy has been rescheduled for tomorrow, Williams continued. However, the pathologist did have a look at Ms. Brown.
No one said a word. A look flickered between Williams and Redmond. Bernie and I exchanged a glance. We both knew what was coming. Rose caught my eye. She knew what was coming, too.
Preliminary results indicate Trudy Brown, a.k.a. Tatiana Ivanova, drowned in seawater, Williams said. Extensive and recent bruising at the back of her head and her lower back suggests she was held down face first in the water until she was dead. Broken nails and the skin on her fingers torn on rocks indicate she attempted to resist.
Grace turned very pale.
How absolutely dreadful. You can't possibly think she was murdered, Lori asked.
Until I have reason to believe otherwise, this is now an active murder investigation, Redmond said. To that effect, I must ask each of you your plans for the coming days.
Surely you don't think any of us had anything to do with it?
Marietta said.
I'd never.
I think nothing. Not yet, Redmond said, which is why we have an open investigation.
We're booked here until Tuesday, Lori said.
I've paid, so... Marietta stood up.
I intend to stay. Katya needs our moral support now more than ever. That is, if you want it, Katya.
I could imagine no one less in need of moral support than Katya. But she smiled graciously and said, I am honored, my darling.
Maybe while the police are doing whatever they need to do,
Grace said,
We can continue with our plans. Now Katya's here, I'm anxious to get on with it.
Anita raised her hand.
Yes? Redmond asked. Can I call my husband? Tell him what's going on?
You may.
Nothing we've said here is in confidence. Unless someone wants to confess, William said.
I didn't know if he was attempting to make a joke, or if he thought he was being ever so clever.
No one responded. I will not be telling my husband, Grace said. He thought this trip was a bad idea in the first place, and the last thing I need is him going all, I told you so. Tara, I hope you've put a press embargo on the story. Nope, William said. The bare bones of the story is out there. Once word gets around we're investigating a murder, it'll only grow. He'll hear about it then, Grace said with a sigh. At that moment, deep within her purse, her phone rang. She didn't bother to answer. Yep, he's heard about it. Thank you for your time, Redmond said. Please think over yesterday's events and let us know if you remember anything that might be pertinent to the situation. I have your contact information. Notify the police station when you leave North Augusta. She turned to Katya. I have spoken to your sister's family. A representative will try to get here tomorrow. A family reunion. How nice. This time, Amy Redmond couldn't stop the look of surprise that crossed her face at Katya's tone before she said, "We'll be in touch." The two detectives gave everyone in the room one last long look. Then they turned and left. Bernie, Simon, and I followed the police. The women, with the exception of Anita, hurried to gather around Katya, taking her hand, offering their condolences. Anita remained where she was and watched. As did Rose. Outside, Williams and Officer Bland stood at the bottom of the steps, talking in low voices. Redmond was on the veranda, looking out over the garden. "We all grieve in our own way," she said without turning around. But Katya shows no signs of grieving at all, I said. Do you think that's significant? Significant as in her being responsible for her sister's death? Unlikely. If she had done it, she'd want to ensure we know how overcome and distraught she is. If she knows something about what brought it about, perhaps. She might think we'll take her disinterest as not caring. I take it as not caring, Bernie said. Odd not to read it any other way, Simon said. I assume you asked her where she was around the time her sister died. We did. She said she was in a hotel not far from here. She claims to have had room service for dinner and spent the entire evening doing research, or so she called it. I've confirmed with the hotel she was a guest, and the room service waiter saw her at 7 p.m. when he delivered her meal. As for the rest of the night, no one saw her stealing away, which is about all I could hope for. What do you want us to do, Detective? I asked. Do? I want you to do nothing, Lily, other than let us know if anyone confesses in your hearing. I'm going to look into these women's backgrounds, but I'll be surprised if they are anything but what they appear to be. What interests me is what brought Trudy Brown to North Augusta and your patch of rocks in the first place. It's entirely possible trouble followed her here. With that, and without bothering to say goodbye, the police got into their cars and drove away. Rose joined us. Our guests asked me for dinner recommendations, and they've called a cab. Cabs, actually, as there are 5 of them. Only 5? I asked. Katya announced that she wants to lie down. It's been an emotionally exhausting day, and she needs to gather her strength for something. I didn't catch what that might be. I don't like the sound of something, Bernie said. One of the women, the one with the odd white and purple hair. Anita, I said. Anita, employing a highly accusatory tone, asked Katya why she didn't tell them her real name.
Katya spun some story about her grandparents anglicizing their names when they immigrated, but being proud of her cultural and ethnic roots. She wanted to return to her origins. She also mentioned that her sister, who continually attempted and failed to imitate her, changed her name also. No one bothered to ask why she has a foreign accent if it was her grandparents who were the immigrants and she was born here. But never mind that now. Does anyone have any thoughts as to what's going on?
Detective Redmond pretty much told us she thinks the dead woman either brought her enemy with her or this person followed her here, I said. Is it Trudy or Tatiana? What should I call her?
She's not here to tell you, love. Call her whatever you like.
Whatever her or her sister's names are, none of this has anything to do with us. I'm going to get my dog and go for a walk. Simon?
Sounds like a plan.
As for me, Bernie said, just in case Amy and Lily are wrong, I'm going to see what I can dig up about this Tatiana and look further and a lot deeper into Katya.
Chapter 9. I was going to suggest we go into town, I said to Simon as we followed Eclair's swishing tail along the cliffside. But I've changed my mind.
Why?
Someone needs to keep an eye on the house. Katya might not be as obliging as the others in taking her candles and her incantations outside. She seems to prefer to do things her own way.
Agreed.
We walked slowly, holding hands, watching Eclair sniff beneath fence posts and bushes, dashing from one exciting scent to another. Occasionally, a squirrel laughed at her from the safety of a tree branch, and she stopped to bark at it before continuing on her way. We walked a long way along the cliffside path before turning around. As we passed Matt's house, a lone figure standing at the edge of the cliff came into view. Katya's long hair and billowing cape blew in the wind coming off the bay. She stood very still, her hands clasped in front of her, staring out over the water. Eclair's head lifted, and she began to speed up, but I called her back and clipped the leash onto her collar. Simon looked at me. I held my finger to my lips. Let Katya have her privacy. Perhaps she was mourning her sister in her own way. She remained motionless as we slipped into my cottage. I dug a couple of frozen meals out of the freezer and heated them in the microwave to serve as our dinner. After eating, we took drinks, beer for Simon, glass of wine for me, out to the porch. The night was clear, and a big white moon hung in the sky to the east. Katya was no longer standing at the edge of the cliff. Traffic passed on the highway. Cars turned into the driveway, and we soon heard women's voices calling to each other as they got out of their taxis. Simon opened his iPad to watch an English soccer game. It was, I gathered, critically important to him that the right team won. I'd brought a book. We watched soccer and read. Simon went in for another beer, but I declined. Eclair snoozed, her feet moving as she dreamt she was chasing squirrels. One after another, the lights in Rose's rooms were extinguished. Most of the bedroom lights at the back of the house remained on. Simon alternately cheered and groaned as his game continued. Finally, he closed his iPad with a snort of disgust. I assumed his team had lost.
How long do you think we should wait?
He asked.
Morning comes early.
If they haven't started anything by 12, it should be safe to go in. They're not young women, and midnight is the witching hour, or so they say.
Wake me if anything happens.
He leaned back in his chair, stretched out his legs, crossed his ankles, and closed his eyes. In a matter of minutes, his breathing became deep and steady. Neat trick, that, I thought. I can't sleep unless I'm in a soft, comfy bed with a thick blanket tucked around me and plenty of fluffy pillows under my head. At 11:45, I was nearing the climax of my book, and anxious to find out if our heroine would be able to save herself or if she would perish along with all she held dear, when Eclair jerked awake. She ran to the gate.
I put down my book and sat straighter. Voices on the night air. Soft footsteps coming our way. Moving, flickering lights. I poked Simon's arm. Heads up. He was awake instantly. Another neat trick. One at a time, the 6 women came around the house. They walked slowly, single file, heads down, carrying their candles. Katya was in the lead. I identified her by the flowing cape. The other women wore a combination of spring coats and sweaters, dresses with heels, or leggings or jeans with sneakers. Eclair barked once. Simon grabbed her by the collar and hustled her into the cottage. The tide was coming in. It wouldn't be as high tonight as it had been the night before, but I hoped the women weren't going to try to make their way down onto the rocks. They didn't. They stopped not far from where Simon and I sat quietly. They settled themselves in a circle on the grass, with much creaking of joints and stifled grunts of effort. Candles flickered, but did not go out. They must have bought hurricane lamps in town earlier. Katya welcomed them to the circle. Her voice was strong, and it carried on the night air. Earlier, I hadn't wanted to disturb her when she was alone, but I had no compunction about listening when they were in the group. This was a private home, but also a public place. Simon and I were not hiding, and the porch light shone on us, so it was likely they knew we were there.
"Take your neighbor's hand, please," Katya said. "Whatever happens, do not release it until I tell you. The circle will protect us. Break the circle and perhaps not. This is a good night for us to come together. The wind of the sea is alive with the spirits. The purpose of this venture was initially to talk to those who go down to the sea in ships, and those who wait for them. Many lives have been lost on this coast, and many have experienced great sorrow. But tonight, I want to reach out to my sister, to Tatiana. I do not know what she was doing here. I do not know if or why she was pretending to be me. But in death, all is forgiven. All must be forgiven. Please, women, repeat after me. Tatiana. Tatiana, they chanted. A line of ice ran up my back. I shivered. Simon gave me a worried look. I stood up. No more. I went inside, and he followed me. "Are you okay, Lily?" I wrapped my arms around myself. Eclair sniffed at my shoes, and I crouched to give her a rub behind the ears. She licked my face. I closed my eyes, breathed, and let her comfort me while Simon stood beside me, his hand on my back, watchful and quiet. "I'm fine," I said at last. I found that creepy. That's all. Leave them to their fun. They are going to burn down the house, and that's all I care about, as long as... I let out a broken laugh. Tatiana doesn't decide to hang around and haunt the house because we're the ones who found her. "She won't," Simon said. I pushed myself to my feet and gave him a hug. As I believe someone said, morning comes early. Morning did come early, but I'd scarcely slept. The first night we watched the 5 women with their candles and incantations, it hadn't affected me. If anything, I thought it silly. But their actions last night bothered me more than I might have expected. It was all stuff and nonsense, as my grandmother would say, but something about Katya herself seemed to give the gathering a power I didn't believe in, but was still uncomfortable with. It was Monday, and they were due to check out on Tuesday. That couldn't come soon enough for me. The morning's note from Rose reminded me of Katya's dietary restrictions. It also informed me we might have 1 extra, perhaps 2, late check-ins wanting breakfast this morning. As Edna walked through the door, she said, "Who the heck is Trudy Brown, a.k.a. Tatiana Ivanova?
I thought the woman who died yesterday was identified as Katya Ivanova. Her twin sister. I explained the situation as she hung her sweater and purse on the hook and slipped into her apron. Frank is not pleased this morning. The paper will have to issue a correction, which makes it look as though they made a mistake. Nothing worse for a newspaper's reputation than misidentifying a dead person. Do they do that often? Frank's paper? Never, I'm happy to say. And this wasn't a mistake, because he reported the name he'd been given, but some people don't read past the first paragraph. Simon had poured himself a cup of coffee in the kitchen, but he hadn't lingered. Bernie and Rose had not appeared, leaving Edna and me to move about in our usual efficient fashion. To make up for yesterday's limited offer, I said, you can offer buckwheat pancakes as well as the regular English breakfast. As long as I was doing gluten-free pancakes this morning, I decided to make regular ones too. Can't have guests enviously eyeing other people's breakfasts. People began arriving in the dining room. Edna went out to see them, but she was soon back, wide-eyed. I see the reason for the confusion. I only caught a glimpse of the dead woman, but the one who sat down out there just now might be her come back to life. Not only the physical features, but the hair, the clothes, even the same jewelry. Yup. And the confusion was made even worse because the dead sister appears to have tried to copy the look of the other one. Mighty creepy, I'd say. As for more practical matters, she told me you're aware she's on an extremely limited diet. I am. Never mind making anything for her. She'll have juice and a few pieces of fruit. Decaf coffee with oat milk. Do we still have any? Should be someplace. Fortunately, I hadn't started making the gluten-free pancakes. Edna found the package of oat milk and took it out. When she came back, she said, 2 full breakfasts, both with scrambled eggs. 1 order of pancakes with bacon. A man's here I didn't see yesterday. He's sitting with one of the women on the trip. Likely a husband. Which woman? The oldest one, always so nicely dressed. At a guess, she has some money behind her. Grace, who had not wanted her husband to come. Looks as though he came anyway. They're not sitting with the others, and my keen detective instincts plus my innate nose for gossip tells me they had an argument not long ago. It has not been resolved, but they're attempting to keep up appearances. By 8:30, we'd made and served the last of the breakfasts. I was always pleased to get away early, giving me time to relax with a cup of coffee on my porch before beginning my second job of the day. Edna brought the empty fruit bowl into the kitchen as I was taking off my apron. Not so fast there, Lily. I don't like the sound of that. What happened? A man just arrived, stuck his head into the dining room looking for his wife. Dare I hope he doesn't want breakfast? You're out of luck. He's checking in. As his wife's here, I think we should accommodate him. Okay. I'm mildly curious, so I want to have a peek at this new arrival. I went into the dining room, trying to be unobtrusive. A carry-on-size suitcase was parked next to the door. Only Marietta and Scarlett remained, lingering over their coffee. The new arrival had taken the chair next to Marietta. He was close to her age, early 50s, tall and slim, clean-shaven with short brown hair, rimless eyeglasses, and a long, thin face. I need to be sure you're okay, babe. He took Marietta's hand in his, and she did not pull it away. That's so nice, Zane. Marietta adjusted her glasses with her free hand. But not necessary. I'm fine. Scarlett put down her cup, got to her feet, muttered something, and slipped away, giving me a nod of greeting as she passed. I still worry about you, despite everything, Zane said. Marietta smiled at him, and her eyes filled with tears. I know, but I'm good. Really, I am. Last night was simply amazing.
the sheer power Katya can summon blew me away. I went back to my kitchen. Fortunately, all Zane, Marietta's husband, wanted was some cereal, so I didn't have to get the ingredients and pans out and start cooking again. I poured myself a fresh cup of coffee, left Edna to finish up, and was home before 9. While Claire sniffed around the yard, I sipped my coffee and watched the bay come alive as the first of the whale-watching expeditions passed and early fishing boats returned to harbor. I was about to get up and head to the tea room when I saw the billowing cape and flowing hair of Katya Ivanova approaching. She spotted me and stopped walking.
"Good morning. It's going to be a lovely day."
"It is. Are you going for a walk?" Rather than answer my question, she pointed toward Matt's property.
"That house. Do you know the owners?"
"I do."
"I plan to bring my acolytes there tonight. I trust that won't be a problem."
I don't know why you're asking me."
"Because you're right there, Lily. Why else?" I blinked. I thought I might have a chat with them now. Let them know my plans. Not that I need anyone's approval, but I find it helps if people are aware of my intention.
If you mean you want to have a seance in the house, I can't see him agreeing to that.
We will see.
She began walking again. I jumped to my feet and hurried to join her. The fence running along the edge of the cliff at Victoria-on-Sea ends at the property line, leaving nothing between the hiker and the sea and rocks below. A handmade sign was nailed to a fence post, warning walkers to beware of a dangerous drop-off and falling rocks. Katya slowed. She sniffed the air. She looked around. The gardens on Matt's property have been neglected for years. Decades. Bushes were overgrown, grass and once flourishing flower beds choked with weeds. Fallen branches and decaying leaves littered the ground. Matt was spending all his money and what time he had on fixing up the house itself. Every once in a while, Simon drove our lawnmower over and cut a swath of grass along the driveway and in front of the house in a desperate attempt to keep the place from looking totally neglected.
"The atmosphere is good here," Katya said. "Modern improvements do little to discourage the spirits, but the more that remains of the original environment is always helpful."
Helpful in what? She didn't answer me. She walked slowly, head down, arms outstretched, palms up, studying the ground at her feet. I didn't know why I was following. Curious, perhaps. She didn't ask me to leave her alone, and so I did not. About halfway across the property, in front of the wide windows of what I knew to be Matt's office, she stopped so abruptly I almost bumped into her.
"Here."
"Here what?"
"This is the place."
"A place for what?"
"Good morning. Can I help you?"
Matt came out of the house dressed in a baggy t-shirt and sweatpants. His writing attire. He hadn't shaved yet, and the dark stubble was heavy on his jaw. If he'd been working, he must have seen us. He looked at me.
"Everything okay here, Lily?"
"I'm not entirely sure."
"You are the homeowner," Katya said.
It was not a question. The accent slipped when she'd been talking to me only a few minutes ago, to the point of almost disappearing. Now she sounded as though she'd just stepped out of her troika after a gallop across the steppes while being chased by a pack of ravenous wolves. I wondered if she turned the accent on and off according to the circumstances and the listener, or if she didn't even know she was doing it.
"I'm Matt Goodwill. And you are?"
"My name does not matter. I will be back after dark. If you'd prefer not to be disturbed, you might want to spend the night elsewhere." Matt's handsome face twisted in disapproval.
What's that supposed to mean?
She lifted her arms, and the cape fell back.
They are here. All around you. All the time. Do you not sense them? Sense who? What are you talking about? Until tonight, then. You and your lady are welcome to join us if you care to. If not, it's of no matter.
She turned and walked away, back toward Victoria-on-Sea. Her cape billowed out behind her, and her hair blew in a wild cloud around her head. Matt threw a questioning look at me.
I suspect she's planning on having a séance here tonight, I said. He groaned. Do you know anything about the supposedly haunted nature of this house?
I do not. Nor do I want to. My family isn't exactly the type to be interested in that sort of thing. Even if Dad knew something, he'd dismiss it as not worth talking about. Same with me.
Bernie dug up an old story. If Bernie found it, others could too.
What should I do?
I don't know, Matt. It's your property, and you're within your rights to throw her off. Her and whoever comes with her. On the other hand, as long as they don't attempt to go into the house, does it matter? You allow hikers to pass through all the time.
You're probably right. I'll see how it goes and act if I have to. On that topic, I have a secret to share with you. No boards came loose the other night.
That comes as no surprise.
I didn't want to worry Bernie.
I gave him the side-eye, and he said,
"Foolish man, right? Do you think it was?"
Matt nodded toward the rapidly diminishing figure.
Her poking around.
I don't know. Have the police asked you about that? In light of the dead woman we found the next morning?
They did. They spoke to Bernie, too. We had nothing to tell them. I heard noises, but I saw nothing and no one, and the noises stopped as soon as we got up to check. The police had a look for signs of someone trying to break in, but they didn't find anything. Considering the state of some of the downstairs rooms, I've still to start working on. It can be hard to tell if anything's been disturbed.
I mulled over what I knew about that incident as I walked home. By her own account, and from what the police could determine, Katya had been at a hotel in North Augusta the night her sister died. She had not heard of the death, or so she said, until her neighbor back home had contacted her. Instead, had she been poking around Matt's house? If so, had she encountered Tatiana doing much the same? Had Tatiana gone down to the beach for some unknown reason, and Katya followed? Had they argued and fought? Katya did not have an alibi for that time, but that didn't mean much. Not many people have reliable alibis for the wee hours. Even those with bed partners can sneak out unnoticed and return also unnoticed. Had Tatiana come here on her own for reasons of her own? Had person or persons unknown followed her? Had they then taken advantage of the isolation and the night to kill her for reasons that had nothing to do with the supposed haunting of Matt's house or with any ghost hunting group? I had many questions, and no answers. Judging by the way Katya walked through Matt's property and studied the ground, I didn't think she'd been there before. But really, what did I know about scouting out ghosts and spirits? Maybe she had done precisely that on an earlier occasion. When I rounded the house, Rose greeted me from her chair on the veranda. She had Robert the Bruce on her lap, a book in her hands, and a cup of tea on the table next to her.
I do believe summer is on its way.
The warm sun shone on her face. Let's hope, I said. In the distance, Simon's weed whacker roared to life. My grandmother and I chatted for a few minutes about upcoming business at the B&B.
Bookings were steady, she told me, over the next few weeks, picking up for the Memorial Day weekend. We were already fully booked for several weeks in the summer months. About the last thing my grandmother had ever wanted was to own and operate a bed and breakfast. She and my grandfather, Eric, had a long and happy marriage in Idaho where they'd raised their 5 children. But Rose missed the sea all those years. And when her husband died, she sold the small mid-century bungalow she'd lived in for 50 years, to the extreme and vocal disapproval of my uncles and their wives, packed up the few things she wanted to keep, and moved to Cape Cod, where she found the grand Victorian cliffside manor house of her dreams. Unfortunately, she couldn't afford the taxes, utilities, and upkeep of such a house and the maintenance of its expansive gardens. But, determined as always, she bought the property and set about attempting to derive an income from it. My uncles had been even more disapproving of that. But, as I could have told them, when Rose put her mind to something, she succeeded, and Victoria-on-Sea prospered. In true, determined Rose fashion, she managed to convince me to leave Manhattan and my job as a pastry chef in a Michelin-starred restaurant to convert the dilapidated old cottage by the highway into my tea room, and, not incidentally, to cook the breakfasts for the B&B, thus saving her the expense of a cook. Have Katya and her group said anything about leaving or alternatively staying on? I asked. She told me she'd like to remain until the police allow her sister's family to take the body home. They were not close in life, but... Rose's eyes focused inward. Death has a way of making us forget all the ills and slights of the past. As for the others, I don't know. I can accommodate them if needed. We are not fully booked until the weekend. One of the husbands asked for his own room. Conveniently, I had a room available, and I was able to give him 205. That must be Grace's husband. She told the others she didn't want him to come, and Edna said they appeared to have been arguing. No, not her. A younger one. Zane Carter is his name. Marietta's husband. Not, of course, that their sleeping arrangements are any of our business. Not in the least. At that moment, Marietta herself came out of the house. She was dressed for a day of touristing in jeans, t-shirt, and light sweater, and was greatly looking forward to it, judging by the width of her smile. Lori and Scarlett were with her. Lori carried binoculars, and Scarlett, dressed in leggings and hiking boots, was carrying a day pack. Heading out for the day? Rose asked politely. Oh gosh, yes. I'm so looking forward to it, Marietta said. At last, we can get down to what we came on this trip for. Now that Katya's here? Haunted Cape Cod, Lori said. We're going to see the real locations, not the ones advertised to the general public. The places with genuine power, Marietta explained. Too dangerous for the unwary and unaccompanied. Have a nice day, I said cheerfully. Are you all going? Anita begged off. I don't know why she even came on this trip. She doesn't really belong with us. She's such a cynic, and I'm getting tired of it. Here's Grace now. And Gordon. She forced out a smile. How nice of him to join us. Gordon, presumably Grace's husband, was a good-looking, well-groomed man in his early 60s. Salt and pepper hair trimmed short, freshly shaven, deep brown eyes, sparkling white teeth, sunken cheekbones. He wore comfortable chinos, leather shoes, blue-striped golf shirt. A camera bag was tossed over his right shoulder. A large SUV pulled into the driveway. That must be our ride, Lori said. Katya arranged a vehicle and driver. I'll follow you in my own car, Gordon said. Grace, coming with me. I'd prefer to stay with the group, in case we get separated. If we get separated, we phone and ask them where they are. Come on, that vehicle's going to be too crowded. He took her arm, and she allowed him to lead her to his Audi. The rest of the group got into the SUV. Gordon pulled up behind it. Grace sat next to him, staring blankly out the window. And then, nothing happened. They waited. Rose and I waited. Eventually, Katya emerged from the house. Her hair was bound up behind her head, and she wore a long, slim-fitting black dress under a black sweater with lace-up white sneakers. No dramatic flowing cape this time. She nodded politely to Rose, ignored me, descended the steps. She got into the front passenger seat of the hired car, and they drove away. I turned around to see Zane standing in the doorway. Off they go on their little adventure. His tone verged on mocking. You're not a believer? Rose asked. Whole bunch of rubbish. Still, keeps them occupied, I guess. Some people do jigsaw puzzles, some go on wine tours to Italy. Marietta flaps around after the likes of that Katya. It's harmless, I guess. Until it's not. She and I are not together anymore. We're divorced, but I still care about her. And I hope she cares about me. She called me when she thought Katya was dead, all upset, needing support. So I came down as soon as I could get away, only to find out that, surprise, Katya wasn't dead after all. Now I'm a fifth wheel. Long as I'm here, though, I might as well stay for a few days. Nice place you have here. Have a nice day. He turned and went back into the house. Since I've been working here, I've ceased to be surprised at what people confide to Rose. A combination of the everyone's favorite great-aunt innocent look she has about her, along with the fact that they're staying in her house, makes a lot of people chattier than they might otherwise be. Nice to see formerly married people still getting on, Rose said. I know how uncommon that can be. Clearly thinking of one of her sons and his disastrous marriage and even more disastrous divorce. I headed to the tea room. Amy Redmond called on me as the tea room was filling up in mid-afternoon. It was so nice out, we'd opened the entirety of the patio, and most of our customers were choosing to sit outside. I was up to one elbow in cake batter and the other in cookie dough when the detective came through the back door. If you're here for tea, I said, take a seat outside. If you're looking for Katya and her gang, most of them went out. A select tour of haunted Cape Cod, they said. I am aware of that. And as much as I'd like tea, I have to decline. I quite literally was passing by on another matter and thought I'd drop in. Have you had any more thoughts about what happened the other night? Noticed anything worth noting about the way the women are acting? I felt a surprisingly warm surge in my chest. Good heavens. Detective Redmond was asking for my observations. Usually, in cases such as this, she bluntly told me to mind my own business. More than once, however, it's turned out that the police case was my own business. Totally unwillingly on my part, though. I nodded to a rack of oatmeal molasses cookies cooling on the counter. Help yourself. I've made plenty and can spare some. We don't get many requests for the children's tea at this time of year. Most families are not on vacation yet. Thank you. She took one. In exchange for this treat, I'll share one piece of information with you. I'm getting nowhere in finding out what Trudy Brown, aka Tatiana Ivanova, was doing here. She lives, or rather lived, in New York City, as does her sister Catherine, aka Katya, and is divorced. Her ex-husband claims they have no contact, and he says he's only ever called her Trudy. She has one daughter living in LA, and a son who also lives in New York, but he says he hasn't spoken to his mother in months. One big happy family. So it would appear. She told her apartment superintendent she'd be away for a few days, but provided no details as to her destination or purpose of the trip. She's currently unemployed, so no job to take leave from, and no one else the NYPD has spoken to in her building even knew she was out of town. Her employment record has always been casual part-time. A few acting jobs here and there, lots of waitressing gigs.
Lately, barely even that.
Has it occurred to you that Tatiana might have been mistaken for Katya? Meaning the killer got the wrong person?
It has. I mentioned the idea to Katya, and she laughed me off. Whether that was an honest reaction, I can't say. The woman makes her living fooling people, and she has for a long time.
I'm not an expert on Russian accents, but Katya seems to slip a couple of times.
Redmond chuckled. She didn't even try it on us when we were at the morgue or when we were questioning her without the others around. It's all an act, and not a very good one. I can only assume she believes it gives her medium persona more credibility. I asked her why she told her group she wouldn't be able to come on this trip, but instead followed them and kept her distance. She rattled off some mumbo-jumbo about creating tension in the group. How tension is important when drawing out the spirits. They supposedly pick up on tension.
Do you believe that?
I neither believe it nor don't believe it. Nor do I know if she herself believes it or not. The idea sounds ridiculous, but no more ridiculous than summoning the ghosts of Victoria-on-Sea in the first place.
Of which I'm happy to say there are none. I was about to mention Katya's interest in Matt Goodwill's house when Redmond's phone buzzed.
She checked it. That's Chuck. The pathologist has been able to move Trudy Brown's autopsy up, and he can do it in half an hour. I gotta run. Mind if I take another? She nodded to the tray of cookies. Help yourself, I said, and she did.
The detective's visit left me with a great deal to think about. As Cheryl and Mary Beth shouted orders, made tea, loaded up their trays, and brought back dirty dishes, and I baked, I thought, Matt and Bernie are both observant, highly intelligent people. If they thought someone was prowling around the house the other night, then someone was, despite Matt's clumsy attempt to pretend to Bernie it was nothing but some loose lumber. Was it possible two people had been poking around? As in both of the sisters? Did they come together, or did they come separately and then run across each other? Did they argue? Did they fight? Did Katya kill her sister? I had absolutely nothing but speculation to go on. Not a shred of evidence, but I thought it worth considering. As long as Katya and her crew were in residence at my grandmother's house, I'd keep my eye on her. Chapter 10.
Bernie's here for tea, Cheryl said to me as she was seating the final customers of the day.
That's unusual.
She's with one of the women from the ghost hunting group, the one with the pure white hair and the tips dyed purple. They've taken a table outside.
That's Anita. She didn't go with the others on their outing earlier. I wonder what brought her and Bernie together. I didn't have to wonder for long. The tea room had closed, and Cheryl and Mary Beth had cleaned up, gotten the dining rooms ready for opening the next day, and left. I was alone in the kitchen making scones and tart crusts when Bernie rapped at the door. Rose was with her. "I've had a highly productive day." Bernie beamed proudly at me. "You solved the case." Her face fell. "Not quite that highly productive, but I learned a thing or two that might be important. I'll get a chair for Rose. Be right back." She carried in a chair from the dining room, and my grandmother settled herself, folding her hands over the top of her cane. "First," I said, "I have something to tell you, and it comes with an action item." "Oh, goody," Bernie said. "Like a real meeting." "What?" "Katya plans to bring the gang to Matt's house tonight. She didn't say the time, but it will probably be midnight, which seems to be when they gather." "I haven't spoken to Matt today. Does he know this?" "He does. He was there when she informed him. Please note I did not say when she asked him. She did not ask. My advice to him was as long as they stay outside, he let them do what they want.
She has a way of getting her own way by one means or another, so I see no reason to get on her bad side.
Do you think he will?
I intend to be there to find out. What about you?
Naturally, Rose said. I didn't mean you, I said. You shouldn't be creeping around in the dark. There isn't a fence along the edge of the cliff at Matt's place, and the ground is very rough. Bernadette will escort me. For once, Rose, Bernie said, I'm turning you down. I need to be fully alert at all times, ready to spring into action in the event that my action skills are required. Rose harumphed, but she didn't argue. My grandmother knew when to pick her battles, and this time, Bernie was right. I went on to tell them my thoughts about whether both of the sisters had been on Matt's property on Saturday night, and what might have happened if such had been the case. They nodded in unison. I hid a smile. Rose and Bernie looked absolutely nothing alike, but they're alike in so many other ways. Even the way they have of putting on their serious, contemplative faces. Worth considering, Bernie said at last. Although, if Katya had killed her sister, you'd think she'd want to be as far away from the police investigation as possible. Instead, she pops up the next day and is still hanging around.
It might look suspicious if she didn't do that, Rose said. It's highly likely the staff at the place she was staying on Friday and Saturday, if not other people who might have encountered her, can identify her if the police ask and thus place her in the area.
Which they have, I said. Agreed, Bernie said. Action item noted. Midnight surveillance. I'll check my closet for all black clothes and a black ski mask. Are you ready for my report? Reports? Shoot, I said. First item. As Cheryl or Mary Beth has no doubt told you, Lily, I had tea this afternoon with Anita.
They did.
How did that come about? She called me and asked if I could spare her some time to talk about the writing life.
Anita asked me for Bernie's phone number, Rose said. I saw no reason not to give it.
She suggested we have tea. I agreed because I'm always up for your baking, Lily. The strawberry tarts were particularly good today, by the way.
Thanks.
I told Anita straight up I don't know anything more about getting a book published than anyone else. Although... Her face twisted. I hope to, before much longer. She'd be better off talking to Matt, but I wouldn't suggest it to her before asking if it's okay with him.
This is relevant to us how?
I asked. Her book is nonfiction, an exposé of the corrupt psychic medium business.
Interesting.
Rose drew out the word.
How far along is she in writing it? I asked.
Pretty far. It starts out detailing historical cases and then moves into modern day. If she's planning to expose Katya, she's got a strange way of going about it. It's obvious to them all she's a skeptic, to say the least. You'd think she'd pretend to go along with them while secretly taking notes, like Marietta. You think Marietta's pretending? Bernie asked me. No, I didn't mean that. I'm pretty sure Marietta's the real deal, a true believer. Her husband, who's actually her ex-husband, said something to that effect to me earlier. Back to Anita. If she's not a professional author or true crime writer, why is she doing this? It's personal for her. Her grandmother was cheated out of a considerable amount of money, like in the millions. She willingly handed it over to a medium who supposedly put her in touch with her son, who died in infancy. Like I said, she gave away literally millions of dollars. By the time her living children, including Anita's father, found out about it, it was too late to get it back.
Wouldn't Katya be alert to anyone trying to pin something nefarious on her?
This wasn't Katya. All this happened before Anita was even born. Back when $1 million was a heck of a lot of money, never mind several million.
Still is, I said.
To some of us. Tell me about it. Anita grew up listening to her father constantly moaning about how the family used to be rich, about how he should have been rich. Anita has a degree in criminal psychology. She's a professor at Columbia, no less. She's on sabbatical and is taking the time to research and write this book. She's been published by academic presses before, but this time, she's aiming her book at the general public and is hoping to get it into the larger publishing world.
Interesting, Rose said again. But is it relevant to the murder? If Katya isn't old enough to be the one who cheated her grandmother, her twin sister wasn't either.
Is it possible Katya found out what Anita was up to and they argued about it? I said. Did seeing Katya practicing what we might call her craft push Anita over the edge? Did it remind her she should have been rich? I've been speculating it might be possible Tatiana had been mistaken for Katya that night in the dark, considering how much they look alike. Did the killer get the wrong sister?
Anita is a university professor, Rose said. Do they go over the edge?
As much as anyone, Bernie said. And that brings us to the other thing I have to report.
Go ahead, I said.
From what I've been able to tell, Katya conducts her seances and leads her ghost hunting tours, but she doesn't actually try, again, far as I can tell, to fleece people. People like Anita's grandmother. As I told you before, she has a minor record, but nothing recent. She's been investigated by the police since taking up the medium and seance business, and when they ask, she explains she's offering a form of entertainment. She charges no more than what many would consider a reasonable fee for such entertainment. For example, this trip. The women paid a couple of $100s above the travel and accommodation costs, but not much more than any tour guide would charge for a private, escorted visit of Cape Cod.
That we know of, Rose said. She might have ulterior motives. Maybe she plans to ask the likes of Marietta, to throw a name out there, to fork over more for the super special individual experience.
Whereupon Marietta can decide if she wants to or not.
How do you know all this? Rose asked.
Bernie grinned at her. After all these years, Rose, do you not know my methods?
We do, Sherlock, I said. We do. Probably better if we didn't.
In this case, all my prying is comfortably above board. Information available to anyone with the inclination to look and the skills to know how to go about it. As for her late sister, I did some digging on her, too.
Rose dipped her head, telling Bernie to go ahead. The rooster timer I use when baking scones crowed, and I put on my oven mitts.
As we know, her real name is Trudy Brown, not Tatiana Ivanova. Brown being her married name, although she's divorced. I couldn't figure out much else. Katya is a genuine psychic and medium. Genuine in this case meaning that's how she makes her living, not that I believe in it. Tatiana was an actress and singer. A few bit parts on Broadway, some chorus work, nothing at all for the last couple of years. Lots of waitressing jobs in between gigs. I didn't tell Bernie I already knew that from Detective Redmond. Instead, I said, she might have known my mom. They're roughly the same age, probably went after many of the same roles. Possible, Bernie said, but Tina's still working, right? Rose coughed discreetly, but not discreetly enough that I failed to get the message. My mom departed from her family home in Grand Lake, Iowa the moment she could and headed for the Big Apple and the bright lights of Broadway. She never achieved her goal of being a star, but she got by over the years with small speaking parts or singing in the chorus. These days, she mostly narrates commercials. In keeping with Rose's family tradition of flower names, my grandmother named my mother Petunia. Mom spent her entire youth and childhood loathing that name, and it has never appeared in any program book or screen credits. She is now known as Tina. A sobriquet my grandmother refuses to acknowledge. Bernie continued. Tatiana has done nothing for a number of years, meaning her career has dried up, which might be why she decided to take up her sister's line of work, although she appears to have been pretty bad at it. She hung around a few psychic fairs reading tarot cards or peering into crystal balls, but with little to show for it. She was married for a while to an equally failed actor, but they divorced some time ago. The sisters didn't get on, I said. If Tatiana tried and failed to follow Katya's example, that would be another reason for her to be jealous and perhaps resentful. Except Katya didn't die, Rose reminded us. Tatiana did. If Lily's correct and the killer mistook one sister for the other, we can be reasonably sure Tatiana didn't make a mistake and kill herself in the confusion. Bernie and I looked at Rose. Rose smiled sweetly. I am eliminating the impossible. When Bernie had recovered, she said, Anita told me they did not make contact with the ghost of Tatiana last night, although Katya tried. I'm not surprised, I said. If there is a ghost of Tatiana, it's unlikely she'll want to help her sister by giving her any credibility. Do ghosts keep grudges, do you think? Rose asked. Chapter 11. Meeting over, Bernie escorted Rose back to the house. My friend was wearing a pink denim jacket over a white t-shirt and pale gray jeans. Unsuitable, she said, for lurking about in the dark. So she was going home to change and would then head over for Matt's place. While I made several more batches of scones and whipped up some miniature hummingbird cupcakes, I mentally went through my closet, trying to identify anything seance-worthy. Not that it mattered. We wouldn't be hiding. Katya had invited Matt to attend. She couldn't object if he brought friends to an event on his own property. As long as I was going to be up until after midnight, I took the opportunity to get a lot of prep work done. It was full dark outside when I began tidying up the kitchen, proud of how much I'd accomplished. I'd even made a large batch of carrot and oat muffins for the B&B. I was locking the back door to the tea room, a freezer container of muffins in a tote bag in my hand, when a car turned into the driveway. Amy Redmond was driving, with Chuck Williams in the passenger seat. Once again, a patrol car followed. I broke into a run. Earlier, I'd seen the hired SUV containing Katya and her lot returning, closely followed by Gordon and Grace's Audi. I reached the steps to the veranda just as Rose was opening the front door in answer to the bell and peeking out. "Late to be calling, Inspector," she said. "This is not a social call, Mrs. Campbell," Williams replied. "She knows that, Chuck," Redmond said. He harumphed. "Everything okay here?" I bounded up the steps. "Nothing to concern yourself with." Williams eyed my tote bag, clearly wondering if I'd brought treats. "We're here for a chat with Ms. Ivins. Can you let her know we're here, please?" "The ladies are in," Rose said. "They gathered in the drawing room earlier, discussing their day, and only returned to their own rooms a short while ago to prepare for something I didn't quite catch. I was about to retire for the night." She glared at Williams. "A lady of my respectable age needs a good night's sleep." For once, he didn't rise to the bait, but simply said, "Don't let us keep you. Someone has to ensure the door is locked for the night." "I'll do it," I said. "I'll also get Katya. What room?" "She's in 201, Rose said. "Please, Inspector, Detective Redmond, do come in. I assume you want to avail yourselves of my drawing room." "That would be nice, thank you," Redmond said. "I should start charging rent," Rose said. "Young man." She addressed Officer LeBlanc, who'd followed the detectives onto the veranda. "You may have a seat at my desk." Thank you. I think. Still carrying my muffins, I ran upstairs and rapped on the door to room 201. "I'm sorry to bother you, Ms. Ivanova, but the police are downstairs and asking to speak to you." The door opened. Only one bedside lamp was switched on, and it cast Katya in shadows. Pale face, mouth a slash of deep red, large eyes, dark hair streaming around her, dressed all in black. For a moment, I could almost believe she was a genuine medium. "Late for a call, is it not?" "I don't know why they're here. They asked me to fetch you. That's all." "This is not a good time. I am expecting to have a highly charged, extremely difficult, possibly dangerous night. I must prepare myself to ensure the safety of all participants. Myself not least of all." "Sorry," I said. "I doubt the police are going to go away if I tell them that." Martyred sigh. "Very well. I trust this will not take long." She swept out of the room, brushing past me without a word. I closed the door and followed her down the stairs. Redmond and Williams had taken positions in the hallway by the drawing room. LeBlanc shifted from foot to foot next to Rose's desk. Rose leaned on her cane and hovered. "Good evening, Miss Ivins," William said. "Thank you for joining us. I have little time tonight to spare for your foolishness. If you can wait until tomorrow, we can have an extended conversation at that time." The Russian accent disappeared when she spoke to the police, but her tone remained as haughty as a lady of the manor reprimanding the peasantry for some minor inconvenience. I was glad Bernie wasn't here to hear it, or she'd be rushing back to her manuscript to make a complete change to all the dialogue of Rose's, her fictional Rose, aristocratic relatives. "Tonight will do just fine." Redmond indicated the open door. "After you, please." Katya twirled her dress with a flick of her wrist and stalked into the drawing room. Redmond and Williams followed her, shutting the door in our faces. Rose and I exchanged a glance. Officer LeBlanc began to lower himself into the chair behind the desk. "Your arrival is timely, young man," Rose said. "I was about to make myself a cup of tea to take to bed, but someone," a nasty glare at me, "put the tea bags onto a high shelf. I was looking for a stool when you so conveniently arrived. Please do come into the kitchen and get them down for me." He glanced at the closed door. "I don't—" "Nice to see such gentlemen can still be found in the world." She smiled at him. He looked at me. I let out a gasp and shoved the tote bag into Rose's free hand. "Oh my gosh, I left the cookies in the oven. They'll be burned to a crisp. I hope I can get to them before they start a fire." I headed for the front door, where I hopped up and down as though having problems with my shoe. "Ow! Muffins are in that bag. Perhaps you and Officer LeBlanc might like one." "Nothing quite like a bedtime snack, is there, officer? Come along now." "Glad to be of help, Mrs. Campbell." LeBlanc graciously took the tote bag from her. Rose walked slowly, ever so slowly, down the hallway, her cane tapping the way before her. "My back has been acting up something terrible these last few months. Do you have a grandmother nearby, dear?" "Not too far away," LeBlanc said. "Grandma and Grandpop live in Boston." I opened the front door, slammed it shut without bothering to exit, and sprinted for the linen closet. Rose's unspoken instruction to me, and her leading the young police officer on an unnecessary quest, was a clear demand that I go into the secret room and try to find out what was being said in the drawing room. I slipped quietly into the linen closet and closed the door behind me. I put my phone on silent and took tablecloths and napkins off the bottom two shelves and piled them on the floor. A quick pull of the concealed lever, and the bottom shelves slid silently to one side. I duck-walked through the space provided and emerged in the secret room. I switched on the floor lamp, The weak bulb and heavy shade chosen to give sufficient light so the occupant could see, but not enough to leak out of the confined space. The room isn't large, but it's big enough for me to stand upright and move a few steps. Not only is the wall between the secret room and the drawing room nothing but a thin veneer, holes have been drilled into it. On the other side, those holes are covered by a large painting encased in a heavy gilt frame. I've often speculated as to why an earlier owner of the house had gone to the trouble. Spying on a wayward wife, perhaps? Maybe listening to the plots of scheming sons or observing the courting rituals of unmarried daughters. Regardless of the reasons, Amy Redmond's voice came through loud and clear.
She was here? That is what I said, and therefore it is correct, Katya replied, her voice pure ice. Problem is, William said, I have trouble believing your story about why you didn't check in here at the same time as the rest of your group. You paid for a room for yourself. What you believe or not is irrelevant to me, Detective. The facts are as I related them. I pretended to be unavailable, as I have found that disrupting the comfort of the group is often conducive to attracting the spirits. I would have made my appearance at a time of my choosing. Now, if you will excuse me, I have business to conduct tonight, and it is vitally important I have the time I need to prepare. A floorboard creaked as she stood up. Sit down, please. Amy Redmond's voice was calm and steady. The springs of a chair creaked. Thank you. Nice little scam you've got going here, William said. How much are those ladies paying you to lead them around playing spook? My rates are clearly posted on my website, along with all applicable terms and conditions when people sign on. If you bothered to look it up, you'd know that. We did look it up, Redmond said. It looks above board to me. Unethical, maybe, William said. In your mind, perhaps? I do not cater to limited minds. I mentally shook my head. Katya was playing games with her facade of scornful indifference, but the police were not fooling around. They were also not, as it might appear, playing good cop, bad cop. Williams was not a bad cop, as in corrupt or susceptible to undue influence, but he wasn't all that smart. Subtlety was not in his vocabulary. From the hallway, I could hear the muffled voices of Rose and Officer LeBlanc as they returned. Your mother died not long ago, Redmond said. My condolences. Thank you. As you are no doubt aware, the terms of a will are public information, as are court records of any disputes regarding said will. What are you getting at? A touch of weariness crept into Katya's voice. You and your sister, one Trudy Ivins Brown, were contesting your mother's will. What of it? Your mother left the entirety of her estate to you, cutting out her only other child completely. Trudy claims you exerted undue influence over your mother in her declining years, that you tricked her into changing her will in your favor. Trudy and my mother had a falling out some years ago. They never reconciled. My mother's estate was hers to do with as she liked. Can you tell us what that falling out was about? I'd rather not discuss it. I am asking politely. I can take steps to find out. If you insist. Trudy was sleeping with my mother's third husband, while he and my mother were still married, and my mother found out about it. Before you leap to conclusions, Trudy and I were well into our 40s at the time, and no coercion on his part was involved. None was needed. He married our mother, who was 10 years older than him, for her money, which she didn't have nearly as much of as he'd assumed. Our mother was excellent at maintaining appearances with limited resources. Once they were married, he realized that not only was she not rich, but he liked Trudy better than Mother. He and Trudy carried on their affair in secret. Mother found out, which wasn't difficult, as Trudy pretty much flaunted it in Mother's face. That'll cause a falling out, all right. You told us earlier you and your sister did not have a good relationship. Is that the reason? No. We cut off contact long before that. I always knew her for what she was. Mother could be naive sometimes. Where is this gentleman now? I do not know. My mother divorced him, and he disappeared from her life. Whether or not he kept up with Trudy, I cannot say. You realize, William said, this gives you a powerful motive for wanting to get rid of your sister. Rubbish. It does nothing of the sort. Trudy took our mother's will to court. Her claim will not stand up. Perhaps. Perhaps not. Regardless of how it turns out, it must be a mighty big inconvenience. The accounts are frozen. You're paying for a lawyer. Maybe your sister's claim is stronger than you think. Another creak of the floorboards. If that's all you want to talk to me about, this conversation is finished. I did not kill my sister. I do not know who did. I did not know she was in North Augusta or why. I suggest, rather than badgering me, you do some research into Trudy's life. She was not a nice person. She was married at one time, and that marriage ended in great strife. I've little doubt one of her enemies followed her here and has now returned to whence they came. Footsteps crossed the floor. The police did not object. The sound of the door opening. A moment later, I could almost feel the vibrations from the staircase as Katya stomped her way upstairs. I'd say she put herself directly in our crosshairs, William said. Perhaps, Redmond replied. Perhaps not. Hard to tell whether she's lying or not when her entire being is nothing but an act. Chapter 12. I waited until I heard Redmond and Williams thank my grandmother for her assistance, LeBlanc thank her for the muffin, the door close behind them, and 2 car engines start up. Even then, I sent a text to Rose. Coast clear? Rose. All clear. I waddled out of the secret room, returned the shelves to their proper place, stacked the linens in neat piles, and left the closet. Rose was sitting behind the reception desk. Robbie sprawled across it in a thin line, allowing her to rub his exposed belly. Learn anything? She asked. Quite a bit. As far as I was concerned, the case was over. Solved. Finished. Katya killed her sister because of the dispute over their mother's will. It would be up to the police to prove it or not. Nothing to do with us. Are you going to tell me? My grandmother asked. Looks to be a family squabble that got out of control. Ouch! Let go of me! Bored with having his more than adequate belly rubbed, Robbie had grabbed Rose's hand in all 4 paws and bit it. He then uncurled his legs and lay back, presumably waiting for more rubs. I have to get ready for the midnight outing, I said. Are you turning in? I'll lock up if you are. She got slowly to her feet. I am. Thank you, love. Happy hunting. I wasn't sure if Rose had put the muffins in the freezer, so I went into the kitchen to check before going home. Sure enough, the container sat on the counter. I opened it and peeked in. 1 missing. I popped the rest into the freezer, where they would keep until needed. As I left the house via the front door and stepped onto the veranda, a man's voice carried on the night air. Don't care for cops hanging around. It was Zane, Marietta's ex-husband. His back was to me, and he was on the phone. I know it can't be helped. I know she died. I don't want them bothering you, that's all. Okay. Let me know if I can do anything. Yeah. Me too.
He hung up, and I slipped away, thinking Marietta was lucky to have an ex-husband who still cared for her. When I got home, I took Claire out for a short walk. The police might be close to closing in on Katya as her sister's killer, but as far as I knew, the séance was still on for tonight. Presumably, Katya intended to continue with her plans until such time as she was arrested. If ever. From what I'd been able to overhear from my hiding place, she seemed completely self-assured as the police accused her. Was she confident in either her innocence or her ability to get away with it? Or was that nothing but an act? Once again, I reminded myself, not my problem. As for the other matter, it was a perfect night for a séance. The cloud cover was thick, the wind off the bay strong. I called to the dog and made for home. After a quick dinner of sandwich ingredients previously brought from the tea room, along with soup from a can, I dressed in suitable clothes. I didn't want to go all black. I'd leave that to Bernie. So I put on dark gray jeans and a puffy black vest over a light blue sweater. I grabbed a flashlight off the kitchen shelf and headed out. It was coming up to 11. We didn't know for sure what time the others were gathering, but midnight seemed like a good bet. I walked along the clifftop path toward Matt's house, the beam of my flashlight leading the way. Farther out, waves rushed to the shore. Below, rocks and tidal pools were exposed. No lights were on at the back of Matt's house. When I reached the point where the fence along the cliff ended, as did maintenance of the path and garden, I cut across the ill-kept lawn and rounded the house. The lamps on either side of the front entrance were on, and a warm yellow glow came from the living room. The drapes had not been closed, and I saw my friends gathered there, waiting for me. Bernie spotted me approaching, and I raised a hand in greeting. She opened the door when I reached it. "Come on in." I did so. "Any further developments?" I was in a bit of a dilemma here. I couldn't tell Bernie what I knew about Katya and Tatiana's court battle without telling her how I knew. Rose and I had decided to keep knowledge of the secret room from Bernie and everyone else. Even the housekeepers didn't know about it. I had to hope Bernie could come up with the information on her own. "Nope," I said. That Matt's house was undergoing extensive renovations could not have been in doubt. The wide, sweeping, once grand oak staircase to the upper level was blocked off. The hallway floors were rough plywood, wallpaper was peeling in long strips, the plaster beneath and the ceiling above both showing signs of extensive water damage. Matt had worked on the roof first to stop the rain getting in, and then attacked the kitchen and bathrooms. He turned what had once been the library into a temporary bedroom so he had someplace to live. Simon had taken accommodation in the former morning room. The living room floor felt none too steady as I trod on the old boards, but I'd been assured the subfloor was relatively sound. The once vibrant crimson paint on the walls was a muddy pink, and no pictures covered the numerous cracks in those walls. But Matt and Bernie had found a nice, comfortable, not-too-shabby couch at a second-hand store, along with 2 armchairs and a water-damaged coffee table, so no one had to sit on the floor. Simon was on the couch and Matt in one of the chairs when we came in. Neither of them had bothered to dress for the occasion, although Bernie was in black pants, black shoes, and black sweater. I was pleased to see she'd dispensed with the idea of the black ski mask. 3 beer bottles were on the table next to an empty bag of potato chips. "Get you a beer, Lily?" Matt said. "No thanks. I'm feeling a bit nervous about all this." Simon patted the space on the couch next to him, and I sat down. "To get us in the mood," he said, "Bernie is going to tell a ghost story." I don't know if I want to get into the mood. "It's the story of the haunting of this house," Bernie said, which is presumably what your guests are coming here to learn more about. I've been waiting until you arrived, but first, I have some news.
News about what?
I've been telling the guys, but I'll fill you in quickly. I continued poking around in the lives of Katya and her sister Tatiana, or as we know them to really be, Catherine and Trudy Ivans.
Bernie went on to tell me about the dispute over their mother's will and the pending court case. I nodded sagely, as though I was learning something new. When Bernie finished, I said, "That must be what brought the police to the house earlier. They only wanted to speak to Katya, not any of the others. She was not pleased, but she could hardly refuse."
"And?"
Bernie asked. "And nothing. They talked in the drawing room, and I wasn't allowed in." Which was true enough. The police left. Katya went back upstairs. She tried to say she couldn't be bothered with their questions because she was preparing for a possibly dangerous task. I assume that task is whatever they have planned for here tonight.
As for that,
Bernie leaned back in her chair and settled into lecture mode.
Coincidence or not, and I'll take a guess mediums and psychics would say there's no such thing as coincidence. The story of the haunting of this house is about two sisters.
"That is a coincidence," Simon said. "Carry on."
"What year was the house built, Matt?"
Bernie asked. "You know that. In 1845, about 20 years before what's now Victoria-on-Sea. Most of the time, at least up until the modern era, my family used it as a summer vacation home."
"I'm setting the scene. The original builder, a relative of yours, had two daughters. Their names were Anne and Mary."
"Not terribly original," I said.
"Irrelevant. Anne and Mary were twins. Another coincidence? We will see. When Anne and Mary were in their late teens, marriageable age in those days, they both fell in love with the same man. His name was Matthew."
Matt groaned.
"Matthew Long, a business partner of the master of the house and father to the twins, one Mr. Goodwill."
"My great, however many greats, grandfather."
"No. That particular Mr. Goodwill's only children were Anne and Mary, and, as we will find out, spoiler alert, neither of them had children. Your direct ancestor was most likely his younger brother, which is irrelevant to our story. Anne and Mary were closeted, confined, as upper-middle-class women were in those days. Lonely and totally bored to death, literally, as we will see. In this house, which especially back then would have been in the middle of nowhere."
I could imagine the scene. The twins in their tight corsets and voluminous, confining dresses, spending their days doing their embroidery, taking long, aimless walks in the garden or along the cliffs unless it was too cold or too hot or too rainy or too snowy. Maybe allowed a bit of reading, nothing too intense, mind. Hours practicing the piano with no one to play for. Little to nothing in the way of a social life out here, far from even the tiny fishing town, as it was then, of North Augusta. Outside, the wind howling. Inside, candles flickering and going out. Maids moving through the house, unspeaking and unspoken to. Then, a gentleman caller arrives. I looked up to see Bernie's green eyes on me.
"Yup. I'm imagining it too. The exact details of what transpired are unknown, but one stormy night as the rain lashed at their long, heavy dresses and the wind howled around them, Mary fell over the cliff. Word among the servants and townspeople was that Anne pushed her, as Mr. Gentleman Caller was beginning to display signs of favoritism toward Mary, considered to be the prettier of the two, although as they were identical twins, that might be a matter of dress and grooming, not physical features."
"Is that true?
"That Mary was prettier? I don't know. No pictures of them have survived. I mean Mary's death, Bernie. Did one of the sisters deliberately kill the other? That's the story, Bernie said. The actual truth is lost in the mists of time.
What happened to Anne? Simon asked. Was she jailed or more likely committed?
She killed herself. Only a few days later, another storm arose and she...
Dramatic pause here.
Jumped from the exact spot where her twin had gone over. Guilt, everyone said.
The window frames in this room were warped with age, paint peeling, wood rotting. A gust of cold wind blew through the cracks. My skin crawled. Even Matt and Simon looked rattled.
Quite a story, Matt said after a long silence. I've never heard it before, but I will readily admit my father and grandfather would have been unlikely to repeat it. It doesn't show our family in a good light. Madness runs in the family, people would have said at one time, Simon said. Inherited madness. The family would have done their best to cover it up.
Which, particularly in the days when a house like this needed an army of servants, would have been impossible to do, Bernie pointed out.
Anne and Mary are supposedly both haunting this house, Matt said. I've never seen them or the slightest bit of evidence they're creeping around.
That would be because they can't get inside the house, Bernie said. They are, so the story goes, trying to get into the house and are unable to. They're trapped outside at the edge of the cliff in the storm, both still vying for the affections of the handsome and eligible Mr. Matthew Long.
The windows rattled, and I just about jumped out of my skin. What happened to Long? Matt asked.
No idea. He is never mentioned again. If he was at all wise, he would have scampered back to Boston toot sweet.
An amusing story, Simon said. Nothing more.
I agree with you, Bernie said. But what we think about it is irrelevant. The entire point is, I believe Katya brought her ghost hunting expedition here for the express purpose of summoning up Anne and Mary.
Matt stood up. And now it's time for us to go outside. I took the liberty of laying out cushions on the patio chairs so we can wait in some degree of comfort. I suggest we don't have anything more to drink in case we need our wits about us, but I have more chips. Anyone? Won't say no to that, Simon said.
Chapter 13. We gathered on the patio, using only flashlights and the light from our phones to see by. Bernie took out her phone and jotted down a few notes. I leaned over and spoke to her softly. That story you told is fascinating, but in the realm of fiction, it's not all that unusual. Sounds like something out of the Brontes. Yup. Type. You're not, I hope, thinking of incorporating it into your book? That would be a substantial change in direction. She looked up and grinned at me. For once, Lily, I'm on the same page as you. The story is so cliched, I have my doubts about its veracity. The wind blew a lock of hair into her mouth, and she spat it out. This whole scene seems like a cliche, yet here we are, waiting for the ghost hunters to appear, if not the ghosts themselves. As for my book, I've been reluctant to admit it, but time is running out for me. I can't last without an income for much longer. The firm is asking if I want to come back. They miss me, isn't that nice? She didn't sound thrilled at the idea of returning to her former company. She'd loved her job, but what she truly wanted in life was to be a full-time writer. Then again, we can't all achieve our dreams, and she'd given hers a good, solid shot. Before I could say something trite and probably not at all comforting, Simon whispered, "Shush! Someone's coming." A slowly moving line of light was approaching us from the direction of Victoria-on-Sea. A cloaked and hooded figure led the way, Katya judging by the height and the gait. More lamps followed her than I'd expected. I counted 7. They passed the property line, moving silently, sticking closely to the edge of the cliff. They each carried a hurricane lamp in which a single candle flickered. I wrapped my arms around myself. Simon reached over and took my hand. I gave his arm a squeeze. Matt stood up. He crossed the lawn toward the arrivals. Simon let go of my hand and followed. Bernie and I followed him. When I got closer, I could see that 2 men had joined the group. Gordon, Grace's disapproving husband, and Zane, Marietta's ex. Neither man looked at all comfortable. A bright light suddenly came on and turned in our direction. I lifted my hand to protect my eyes.
"Put that flashlight away," Katya snapped. "I've warned you, Gordon. If you can't do as you're told, go back to the house." "I'm not letting some guy creep up on me in the dark," Gordon replied. "I am not creeping. I'm Matt Goodwill and you're on my property. These other people—" He swept out his right arm to indicate the 3 of us standing behind him. "Are my friends." "Put out the light, Gordon," Grace said. He did so. Our night vision was ruined, and we all waited not so patiently, giving it time to return. "You and your friends are welcome to join us, Mr. Goodwill," Katya said, her voice deep, her Russian accent strong. "I'd hope so, considering I can ask you to leave if I choose." The women were all dressed in dark clothes. A couple of them had hats or hoods pulled low over their foreheads. Katya wore her woolen cape, whipping around her legs with the force of the wind. Rain was not forecast for tonight, but the wind was strong and the air full of the smell of ozone. Clichés are clichés for a reason. Katya knew how to set the scene for maximum impact, although I doubted even she could summon up a storm. Among the group, I could identify Lori because she was the shortest and slightest, and perhaps Grace, who walked with a bit more care due to her age. I couldn't see Anita's white hair, so I assumed it was covered, and the same with Scarlett's long braid. Marietta's glasses reflected the light she held in her hands. "We'll watch," Matt said, "if that's okay with you." "It is, as long as you promise to remain silent. What we are about to experience tonight is not a lark, nor is it a joke. It can be a dangerous business." "Got it," Simon said. "I'll join you, why don't I?" Without waiting for a response, Gordon crossed the few feet of ground to stand with us. "Bunch of total nonsense," he said in a voice pitched not to carry. "Seat." In one smooth, liquid movement, Katya sank to the ground. The rest of her group scrambled to do the same with much huffing and grunting and creaking of joints. Zane hesitated. Then he plopped himself down with no more grace than the women. It wasn't particularly cold, but I realized why they were all in coats and sweaters. They had not brought anything to sit on. Simon reached for my hand. I felt as much as saw Matt and Bernie edge toward each other. The group formed a circle, placing their lamps in the center. They sat close to the edge of the cliff, the wind whipping their hair and clothes around them. I checked my surroundings, looking for what I didn't quite know. I didn't believe Katya was going to summon up the ghosts of Annie and Mary. I didn't believe she believed she could do so either. From what little I knew about false seances and deceiving mediums, they worked with an assistant who would manipulate things behind the scenes. They made use of secret passageways, hidden drawers, unnoticed cords, and pulleys. Katya had none of that. Not out there on this windswept scrap of lawn behind Matt's house. Not even unless one of her group was secretly in on it. A helper.
Silence fell over us. Gordon shifted his feet. A woman coughed, the sound abruptly broken as she tried to choke it down. Candlelight flickered. This was getting seriously creepy, even though I didn't believe. I contemplated going back to the house where I could watch from the comfort of a patio chair. "Please extinguish your candles," Katya ordered. One by one, the lights went out until only one remained. This was not only creepy, it was primitive, much as this coast must have been in the long, dark nights before electricity lit up the night and obscured the stars. "You may think," Katya began, "I deceived you by not coming with you initially or making my presence known when you arrived. That was not the case. When I began to prepare for the trip, for this night, I realized I was about to encounter something new to me, far beyond my previous experience. I needed time alone to gather my strength, time to begin the long, difficult, dare I say, dangerous task of opening myself up to the spirits who are here, at this very spot." Fabric rustled and joints creaked. The light of Katya's single candle in its hurricane lamp flickered. Her face was hidden by her hood, her voice turning deeper, her fake accent stronger, the cadence of her words slower. "I chose this night for a very specific reason. It happened at night, long ago, on a night much like this one. Exactly 171 years ago, to the very day."
"If it's the same story, that's not what I learned," Bernie whispered to me. "According to the tale as I heard it, frost was thick on the ground that night, leading the more charitably inclined to say Mary slipped."
Bernie's words didn't reach Katya. She kept talking. "A night two sisters are doomed to repeat, over and over and over again. Never to be resolved, never to be forgotten. When I realized I might be the one who could allow them to move on, I began to prepare. I realized that all my work, all my study, all my travels led me to this very moment. And you, all of you, are here to assist me." "Cool," Anita said. Katya's normal voice returned. "If I am wasting your time, feel free to make your own way back to the house. I will still have sufficient numbers." "Sorry. Carry on." Anita's voice shook. Not nearly as calm and collected and skeptical as she wanted to be. I wondered if Katya would eventually make a believer out of her. Katya began to tell the story Bernie had related to us earlier. Her version was longer, considerably expanded on with a substantial amount of background details, such as the early death of the twins' mother, the continuing turnover of servants and teachers, not giving the twins the time or opportunity to get close to anyone, how isolated their widowed father kept them, how close the girls had always been, until that fateful day when the new family lawyer, young, handsome, unmarried, paid a call on the family. We must have stood there in the dark for a good half hour as the wind tore around us and Katya's deep, unworldly voice related the tragic tale. Simon held my hand. The circle sat silently. Even Gordon stopped whispering. The wind blew, the candle flickered. The scent of salt and seaweed was strong off the bay. The tale came to its conclusion. Anne, stricken by guilt, followed her sister over the cliff. And there they both remained, trapped by their rivalry, their jealousy, as well as their continuing love of each other. "Tonight," Katya concluded, "the story ends. Anne, Mary, hear us, hear me.
You are free from your bonds, now and forever. Lightning did not flash, and thunder did not roar, although I expected them to. Simon muttered under his breath. No one else said a thing for a long time. Below us, waves crashed against the rocks. Katya let out a long moan that had the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. Simon dropped my hand. I felt Matt move. "Stay where you are!" Katya bellowed. We froze. The single candle went out. The darkness closed in. Someone gasped. Gordon swore under his breath. Katya's normal voice returned as she said, "It is done. They are leaving. Anne and Mary are free. We may now return to the house. No lights, please. We will make our way in the dark. The women, Anne and Mary, are understandably confused. We do not want them to follow us."
"I'd say not,"
Bernie muttered. The dark shapes began to stand. One figure helped another. That was the most amazing thing. I could feel the sheer power, couldn't you? I've never experienced anything like that in my life. It was an honor to be able to help you, Katya. A true honor. "I don't know if any ghosts were helped here tonight," Gordon said, "but she put on a darn good show." He left us and headed toward the group. "Where's Grace?" "Over here." They mingled together, dark clothes blending with dark clothes, separating into individuals and then coming together again. "Ready to go in?" Matt asked us.
"Like someone said," Bernie replied, "that was a heck of a good show."
"Did you believe any of it?" I asked. She laughed. All I could see of my friend was her white teeth.
"I believe we'll never see the Goodwill twins again, which might be because they were never here in the first place."
Matt turned his flashlight on and directed it to the ground at our feet, pointing back toward the house. Simon pulled his phone out of his pocket. A single, piercing scream broke the night, followed by the sound of rocks cascading down the cliff. I whirled around. Matt's light moved, and then Simon's joined his. The group was standing at the very edge of the cliff, outlined against the dark sky and the dark sea. Marietta cried, "She's gone over!" Chapter 14. "Lights!" Matt yelled. "We need lights!" Everyone was momentarily stunned, but Matt's voice shook us out of it. Phones were pulled out of pockets. Gordon turned on his flashlight. The group stood perilously close to the edge of the cliff, close to where the circle had formed earlier. "Get back! Get back!" Lori yelled. "That edge isn't safe!" "She's gone over! She's gone over!" Marietta wailed. Zane grabbed Marietta's arm and pulled her away. She burst into tears. "Who is it? Who is it?" Scarlett yelled. Is she? A woman peered over the edge. She threw off her hood to see better, and Anita's white hair glowed. Gordon's flashlight focused on the bottom of the cliffs. The tide was low, the rocks black and wet, shimmering in the light. Far below us, a purple cape was spread across the rocks. For the briefest of moments, I dared hope only the cape had gone over the edge. Then a wave pulled the water back to expose a pale white hand. "The safest way down is via the stairs at Lily's place," Simon yelled as he moved. "Lily, call 911. I made the call as Matt followed Simon, shouting, "Bernie, get everyone into the house." I ran my eyes over the group of shocked women. Lori, the tiny one, pulled off her hat and ran her fingers through her blonde hair. Grace, suitably dressed for the occasion in a long, black, woolen cashmere blend coat with black leather gloves and black ankle boots. Marietta, eyes wide and shocked beneath her thick glasses.
Scarlett, weeping silently. Her sleeve fell back as she wiped at her tears, and I could see the tattoo on her arm. Anita, lilac tips on the white hair, hands to her mouth. Gordon and Zane shifting nervously, looking around, not knowing what to do. "Katya," I whispered to Bernie. "She's not here." "Got it," Bernie said. "Let's go inside, everyone. We can wait for the police there." Simon and Matt's lights reached the top of the staircase and began moving down. They crossed the rocks, moving slowly, taking care. "Why the police?" Lori said. "She stepped too close to the edge and fell. It was an accident." "That will be for the police to determine," Bernie said. Who is it?" Anita asked. "Katya!" Marietta yelled. "Where's Katya?" No one answered. They stared at each other in shock. Then everyone began talking at once. "She's going to be okay, right?" Marietta said. "It's not that far down." Zane put his arm around her shoulders. "Let's go, honey. You need to lie down. The cops can find us if they need us." "We should wait here," Bernie said. "Not gonna happen," he said. "We'll go back to the B&B and await the news." I told the 911 operator what had happened and gave her our address. "2 people are heading down to the beach to try to help," I said. "If they can." "Call coming in now. Likely them," the operator replied. "Let's go back to the B&B," Gordon said to Grace. She didn't argue, and the 2 couples walked away. Lori hesitated before following them. "I'll turn what lights on I can." Bernie ran for Matt's house. I stood with Scarlett and Anita. Below us, the edge of the tide lapped at the figure on the rocks, but nothing else moved. I swallowed heavily and studied the ground a few inches from my feet. The hurricane lamps with their extinguished candles had been forgotten. 2 had fallen over. The weedy grass where the circle had formed earlier was bent and crushed. At the edge of the cliff, the ground had been disturbed. A substantial chunk dug out of the cliff, the earth fresh, scraggy roots exposed. Pebbles and stones had tumbled over the edge, taking the person standing at that spot with them. "She's going to be okay, right?" Anita echoed Marietta's words. "I don't know," I said. "Did you see what happened?" "Not a thing," Anita said. "I was concentrating on standing up. It was so dark. I heard a noise and then a scream and rocks and stuff falling and then..." "Nothing," Scarlett said. "Y'all don't think..." "We don't think anything." "Not yet," I said. Light exploded behind me as Bernie hit the lights illuminating Matt's backyard, and then, one at a time, the interior lamps came on. "Your friends have reached the location," the calm voice of the 911 operator said. "I'll let you go. Police and ambulance have been dispatched." "Thank you." Bernie returned. She put her arm around my shoulders, and we stood together, watching, careful to keep a safe distance from the edge of the cliff. Below us, Matt and Simon crouched next to Katya. Matt pulled back her hood and touched her neck. He looked at Simon. They nodded in unison. Then they looked up toward us. The expression on their faces told me everything. "She's going to be okay, right?" Anita asked. I said nothing. The first of the responding officers arrived, and we were hustled away from the cliff. Anita and Scarlett wanted to join their friends at the B&B, and upon being told it was no farther than the house next door, the officers had no objections. The women walked away, arms around each other, heads down, moving slowly as they watched their footing. Bernie and I took seats on Matt's patio. Matt and Simon soon joined us. They took their heads and dropped into chairs. We sat in silence for a long time. Most of the activity was on the far side of Victoria-on-Sea. Medics carried their heavy bags down the stairs to the beach. Some uniformed officers followed them, while others studied the edge of the cliff in front of Matt's house. Lights were brought in and set up on the rocks. Yellow tape was strung from a couple of scraggly bushes, marking off the deadly spot. As before, officers immediately began taking photos of the scene, and I knew I was going to be in one or two of them. My phone rang, and knowing it was Rose, I answered. She had heard the activity and wanted to know what was going on. I told her briefly and succinctly. "Was it an accident, do you think, love?" "I don't know. I hear people moving around inside the house. You'd better come." "On my way." I put my phone into my pocket and stood up. "The detectives will have questions for everyone. I'm needed to put the coffee on. Good thing I made muffins earlier." My friends jumped to their feet, but before we could move, we heard voices coming toward us. Lights bobbed along the cliffside path, and a minute later, Detective Amy Redmond stepped into view. It was long after midnight, and she had to have been roused from her bed. But as always, she looked bright and fresh. Face scrubbed, a touch of pink lipstick added, hair combed, clothes ironed. "Once again, I'm summoned to your address, Lily." "Not precisely," I said. "The accident happened here. It's easier to reach the beach via Victoria-on-Sea." "A minor point." She looked between us. "Chuck has gone down. I wanted to talk to you first." "I noticed she hasn't been rushed away," Bernie said. "Unfortunately, that will not be necessary." I knew Katya was dead, but still, it came as a blow to hear it. I took a deep breath and lowered my head. "Simon, Matt, 911 reports you attended the victim. Did you recognize the person?" "Yes, we did," Simon replied. "She was leading the group who gathered here." "Katya Ivanova," I said. "Catherine Ivans," Bernie added. "She was with her group, and then she wasn't." "It's going to be a long night," Redmond said, "so make it short to begin. What went on here? I've been told the group that came with Ms. Ivans were witnesses and are waiting at your grandmother's house." The four of us looked at each other. "Mr. Goodwill," Redmond said, "as this is your property, you may begin." Matt related, with no drama and no embellishment, the events of the evening. "She summoned a ghost?" "Two ghosts," Bernie said helpfully. "Two ghosts. Did you happen to see those ghosts?" "We did not," Simon said. "The problem, Detective, is that we saw nothing. You can see how dark it is tonight. Imagine how dark it would have been with nothing but the light of one small wax candle." "House lights?" "They were off," Matt said. "Do you often sit out here in the pitch dark?" "I do." He smiled at Bernie. "We do. I believe it does us good to be reminded sometimes of how small we are in the grand scheme of things. Katya didn't ask me to keep the lights off tonight, but I assumed that's what she wanted. I gave them permission to meet on my property, so I saw no problem in accommodating them." "They walked over by the light of candles, but all except for one were extinguished when they were seated and Katya began to talk," I said. "When she finished and announced it was time to depart, she blew out that one candle. The darkness was total when they stood up." Redmond looked around her. The lawns of both Victoria-on-Sea and the Goodwill property were lit up as though a fair was about to take place. Police officers moved about, shining powerful flashlights onto the ground in front of them. A yellow glow came from the beach below. All the lights at the back of Matt's house were on, and Victoria-on-Sea itself was ablaze.
Did any of the women in Ms. Ivans's group have any opinions as to what might have happened?
No, I said. They were all as shocked as us. At least they appeared to be as shocked as we were, Bernie said. Doesn't mean one of them wasn't.
What does that mean?
Redmond asked. Nothing specific, but you have to be wondering if it was an accident. I know I am.
Let us not speculate, the detective said. 2 men tagged along, Matt said. I don't know their names, but they seem to be with 2 of the women.
Husbands who arrived after the first incident, I said.
I need to speak to the people from Ms. Ivans's group tonight, Redmond said. I'll be in touch with you 4 in the morning for more detailed statements.
I'll come with you, I said. I need to check on my grandmother.
I'll stay with Lily, Simon said, in case she needs anything.
We'll come too, Bernie said. Redmond lifted one hand.
Please, let's not make this any more of a circus than we need to. I'll talk to you in the morning, Mr. Goodwill, Ms. Murphy, Mr. McCracken. Lily, I'm sure you'll want to act the proper hostess and lay out refreshments, and I won't stop you doing that. Chuck, for one, will be wanting to know where the cookies are.
The last sentence she added almost under her breath before she turned and walked away. I gave Simon a quick kiss, Bernie a rueful grin, and Matt a wave before hurrying after her. By the time I arrived at Victoria-on-Sea, the surviving members of the ghost hunting expedition were gathered in the drawing room. Hastily dressed in a purple velour tracksuit, Rose occupied her favorite chair. Robbie was perched on her lap, studying the humans one by one as though daring them to confess. Claire heard me run past the cottage, and she barked to remind me she was waiting, but I didn't stop. I felt a touch guilty at ignoring her, but the police would not thank her for sniffing around their crime scene, or me for allowing her to. The group members were all in some degree of shock, either sitting quietly with heads down and hands folded in laps, standing at the window watching police and medics come and go, or nervously pacing the room. Zane was on the couch next to Marietta, holding her limp hand, stroking it lightly. Gordon stood at the window, watching the activity outside. Officer LeBlanc stood next to the door, hands clasped in front of him, watching everyone. He gave me a nod as I came in.
"One at a time," Redmond was saying. "It's long past midnight," Laurie said. "Must we do this tonight? I'm exhausted."
Redmond didn't bother to reply. "I'll get some glasses of water and put the coffee on, shall I said. "Would anyone prefer tea?" People muttered various phrases along the lines of yes and no.
"I'll speak to you in the dining room one at a time," Redmond said. "If anyone has any objections to that, I can ask an officer to take them into town where they can wait until I have time to see them." No one had any objections. "Please do not talk amongst yourselves about what transpired here tonight," Redmond said. She turned to Officer LeBlanc. "See to it." "Yes, ma'am." "I'll speak to you first, Ms. Archibald," Redmond said to Anita. Anita started at being singled out and pointed to her own chest. "Me? Why me? Any reason you'd prefer not to be first?" "No." Anita stood up. The slightest trace of tobacco smoke hung around her. She'd managed to find the time for a quick puff before coming in. She threw a nervous glance around the room. Her group studiously avoided eye contact with her. "I can't tell you anything. I didn't see anything, but I'll do whatever I can to help." I left the room after them and headed for the kitchen. Not entirely to my surprise, Bernie was waiting at the rear door. She tapped lightly at the glass in the window and waved at me. I unlocked the door. "Where are the guys?" She slipped inside. "We decided that as I am suitably dressed for getting around comparatively unnoticed, and Amy will probably excuse my wanting to be with you, but the whole gang would be pushing her patience, I'd come by myself and report back." "As long as you're here, start the coffee."
glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost 1:30. I hoped we wouldn't be up all night, but I wasn't confident that could be avoided. I debated putting out the muffins I made earlier, but decided against it. I might need them for breakfast. The police had no reason to search this house, but if they did, I wouldn't be able to get any cooking done in the morning, particularly if I didn't get to bed. No one had told Bernie and me not to talk about what happened, so we did. "Thoughts?" Bernie said as she poured water into the coffee maker. "We have two possibilities. One, an accident, which is feasible. It was dark, and they were standing too close to the cliff edge. Whatever happened prior to that, whether contacting ghosts or merely pretending to, Katya would have been disoriented, possibly none too steady on her feet. Two, murder. As we keep pointing out, it was dark, and they were too close to the cliff edge. A quick shove, and..." "Option 2 leads to 2 additional possibilities," Bernie said. "First, we should be able to dismiss outright any idea that the deaths of Katya and Tatiana are not related." Agreed. So, option 2.1. Bernie started counting on her fingers. Katya was the intended victim when her sister died. The killer got the wrong person and rectified their mistake tonight. Option 2.2. The killer didn't make a mistake the first time and intended to kill both sisters all along. What about option 2.3? Katya killed Tatiana, and someone killed Katya in revenge, I said. Bernie thought. That does complicate things. Where's the coffee? I pointed to an upper shelf. One thing we can be sure of, she said as she measured out the dark granules, is that what we have here is a classic locked room mystery. Meaning? Meaning, if it wasn't an accident, and from what little we know at this point it could have been, then the murder had to have been committed by someone standing at the edge of that cliff earlier tonight. Is it possible someone snuck across the lawn unnoticed? Bernie shook her head. Was it dark enough? Yes. Would someone have taken that chance? I can't see it, Lily. How would they have known Katya would extinguish the last candle? Maybe that's how she always works. It serves to increase the drama at the end. Someone could have objected to her doing that. Turned on a phone, relit their own candle. I'm not saying it's not possible, but I am saying trying to arrive and then slip away undetected would have been far, far too risky. How would they even know Matt would turn off the house lights? Plus, the cliff edge is a good 50 yards or so from the side of Matt's house or from your place. It's hard to walk across that section of ground in the pitch dark without making a sound. Fallen twigs and branches everywhere, dead leaves, holes in the ground. Never mind that stack of lumber at the side of the house and the various pieces of construction equipment Matt has scattered everywhere. Yup. If someone killed Katya, aka Catherine Ivins, that person is in this house at this very moment. I wonder if they prefer tea or coffee. I managed to crawl into my own bed around 4, which gave me all of 2 hours of sleep before I crawled out again, not refreshed in the least. The detectives had interviewed everyone in the group one at a time. No one screamed a confession, no one was marched away in handcuffs, a gun battle did not break out, lawyers were not summoned. I served water, tea, and coffee. Gordon slipped upstairs under the pretext of needing the restroom and returned with a sly grin and a bottle of very expensive scotch. Seeing as to how Officer LeBlanc did not object, Lori also made her excuses and brought back wine and 2 glasses. I was asked to fetch more glasses from the kitchen. Rose keeps a folder of stationery on the desk in the drawing room, along with a collection of Victoria on Sea branded pens. She once told me she envisioned the drawing room as a ladies' writing room, where guests could pass the time on rainy days doing their correspondence. Considering no one writes letters anymore, I'm not entirely surprised the stationery has never been used, although the pens seem to disappear with some regularity. Tonight, however, Anita sat down at the desk, pulled the paper toward her, picked up a pen, and began to write.
"You're not a journalist, are you?" Zane said. "I don't want my name in the papers if you're reporting what happened here."
"I am not a journalist," she replied, still scribbling away. "If your name is mentioned, if any of ours are, it will not be by me. I'm simply recording the events while they're fresh in my mind."
"Why?"
Her only answer was, "I'll have a glass of that wine if anyone's offering." Lori brought her one. She peered over Anita's shoulder, and Anita smoothly rearranged the position of her arm so as to cover the paper. Scarlett told Grace about her women's wear shop, where she sold her own line of clothing, and Grace said she'd drop in one day. Gordon stood at the window, sipping his scotch and relating the details as to what was happening outside, which consisted only of people coming and going, as all of the serious activity was out the back. Marietta sat with Zane, her hand in his, her head down, not saying anything unless she was spoken to. I'd managed to persuade my grandmother to take herself to bed, assuring her I'd stay until everyone retired. Finally, they did. Bernie had remained in the kitchen, out of sight of the police and awaiting developments until I locked up the house and staggered off to bed, so I wasn't entirely surprised when she didn't put in an early morning appearance.
"Anything?"
Simon said as he helped himself to coffee. "Nothing. No high drama, at any rate. The police spoke to everyone, and then they left. Did they talk to you guys any more last night?"
"A uniform asked us where we'd been standing when it all happened, if we saw anything, and that's about it. We watched them taking measurements across the yard and what looked like impressions off the ground. They put a couple of markers at the spot where we'd been standing. They said they'd be back in the daylight to check it out again."
"All that won't be much help," I said. "There's not much doubt who was where and when." I dismissed Bernie's idea of an unknown individual creeping across the lawn in the dark. As soon as Katya screamed, lights were turned on. This person would not have been able to get away unnoticed unless they rappelled down the cliff face and found a convenient cave in which to hide until the activity died down.
"I had a peek at the beach this morning," Simon said. "That section of Matt's clifftop is still cordoned off and the markers in place, but otherwise, nothing remains to show what happened last night. You have any thoughts as to what went down, Lily?"
"If I have to venture a guess, I'd say it was an accident. She slipped as she was getting up and fell over. They shouldn't have been standing so close to the edge."
"That's what I'm thinking," Simon said. "It's possible someone bumped into her by accident and they're too afraid to come out and say so."
No matter what happened, her sister Tatiana's death was no accident, and the police are still investigating that. This isn't over.
"Are the group planning to leave today?"
"They're scheduled to check out today, yes. I don't know what they're thinking now." Simon wrapped his arms around me and held me close. I settled into his embrace, and we stood together for a few moments before he spoke into my hair.
"You going to be okay here if I get to work? I have plans to expand the kitchen garden this year, and some of the seedlings are ready to be planted. I can ask them to see to it themselves, but I have my doubts they're up to the task."
I smiled and simply let myself be held. An intimate moment. Edna came through the door, and Simon and I separated. "How nice. I'd go back out, but I hear emergency services were called to this house last night, and I'm keen to hear more." She hung her sweater on the hook and took down an apron. Simon brushed his lips across the top of my head.
Call me if anything comes up, Lily.
Will do. Unfortunately, yes, I said to Edna once Simon had left, carrying his coffee mug and a muffin. One of our guests fell off the cliff on Matt's property. She died. I explained what happened, repeating that I was pretty sure it had been an accident. Edna frowned and gave her head a shake as she deftly tied her apron behind her.
I'm sorry to hear it. Those cliffs can be mighty dangerous. A surprising number of tourists fail to realize that. You don't suppose anyone will get the idea of suing Matt, do you?
I hadn't thought of that. I certainly hope not. The property line is marked with a notice about dangerous cliffs on our side anyway, but he doesn't prevent hikers from cutting through his land. Edna took melons and oranges out of the fridge, bananas from the basket, a sharp knife and a glass bowl from the cupboards, and began preparing the fruit salad.
Maybe one of the doomed Goodwill sisters shoved her off for interfering in their business.
Please, please do not repeat that. The last thing we want is more ghost hunters descending.
Might be good for your business. You could start up a haunted house tour.
I eyed her suspiciously. What do you know about that? She chuckled as she sliced.
Next to nothing. Nothing more than anyone else who's lived in these parts forever. Most old houses, particularly big ones like this one and Matt's, have ghost stories swirling around them. It seems to me the fisherman shacks or the canning factory workers' row houses, not that many of them are left these days, would be more likely to have ghosts. Poor working-class people died too, but they wouldn't have been taken to a hospital in the city for their passing.
True enough. I thought the cops might want to talk to me this morning, but no sign of them yet, so I'll do the regular breakfast. I began to consider what I could whip up that was gluten-free, dairy-free, nightshade-free, and vegan, when I remembered none of this would be needed. I swallowed heavily.
You okay, Lily?
I'm fine. I took bacon out of the fridge. A few minutes before 7, we heard voices in the dining room, and Edna went out to see our guests. When she returned, she said, "The first lot are down, and they tell me the others are coming." Breakfast orders? I turned my attention to the frying pan while Edna made toast and arranged the muffins. She carried the first plates out, and when she came back, she said, "The rest of them are here. They're discussing what they're going to do now." By 8 o'clock, I'd prepared 5 cooked breakfasts, while 2 guests had ordered just muffins and fruit. Rose's note had told me the couple who were not part of the ghost hunting tour departed yesterday, and no additional guests had checked in. I was scrubbing the pots when Edna came in with the empty coffee carafe.
"They're asking if Rose is available. They want me to inquire about staying on a few more days."
All of them?
Seems so.
Rose was up late with all the commotion. Leave her. I'll see what I can do. I dried my hands and pulled out my phone to check the reservations book. I do nothing regarding the running of the B&B except cook the breakfasts, but I have access to the online files in case of an emergency. We had only 2 rooms booked prior to the weekend, so 6 were free until Friday when no more guests were due to arrive. I took off my apron and went into the dining room, followed by Edna. They were all there. The 5 women of the original ghost tour group, plus Zane and Gordon. The men sat together at a table for 2, while the women occupied the big center table. "You're wanting to stay another day or so?" I asked. "We should be able to accommodate you until Friday morning. How many—"
"Some of us are wanting to stay. Not all. I, for one, think it's macabre."
Zane threw a stern look at Marietta. She studied the crumpled napkin in front of her.
"Not only macabre, but potentially extremely upsetting. Obviously, it hasn't fully hit any of you yet. 2 women died here in the last few days. Marietta, you know how sensitive your nerves can be.
Marietta's head snapped up. Her glasses slipped down her nose, and she pushed them back.
I know nothing of the sort. I appreciate you wanting to be of support to me, Zane, but may I remind you we are no longer married, which, I will also remind you, was not my wish.
He stood up and walked over to her.
Please, honey, let's not air our dirty laundry in front of these nice people. You know I still care for you.
She returned her attention to her napkin.
I know, but I want to stay. I believe we can be of help here. Laurie agrees with me, don't you, Laurie?
Zane put his one hand on Marietta's shoulder, and she allowed him to leave it there.
I'm not entirely convinced, Laurie said. But if there's a chance we can help...
Help? How do you think you can help? I asked. If you know something you didn't tell the police last night, you need to call them right now.
By help, Anita snorted. They want to summon Anne and Mary. Demand they explain themselves.
Didn't see that coming, Edna whispered to me.
If Katia summoned forces beyond her control, they need to account for themselves, Marietta said.
Zane shrugged, lifted his hand, and went back to his seat. He picked up a piece of toast and took a big bite.
If Katia couldn't control them, what makes you think y'all can?
Scarlet stroked the ends of her braid.
We'll be ready for them, Marietta said. We'll set the scene so it's to our advantage.
Not in this house or on this property, I said. I can't speak for Mr. Goodwill, but I can't see him agreeing to host you again.
Thank you, Zane said around his toast. That puts an end to that nonsense. I'd like to keep my room for a few more days, Anita said. Not so I can offer myself as bait to a couple of murderous ghosts, but so I can work on my book. You're writing a book, Grace said. I told you that when we introduced ourselves in the van. Some people were obviously not paying attention to anything but themselves. Yes, I'm writing a book, and what happened yesterday has given me an entirely fresh perspective on the final chapter. I'm with Zane, Gordon said. This entire trip was a foolish, misguided, nonsensical effort, and I see no reason to drag out the misery any longer.
If Gordon was trying to convince his wife to go home with him, ridiculing her beliefs was unlikely to be a good way of going about it. I was proved right when Grace said in her haughtiest tone, "Feel free to leave, Gordon dear. Considering you were not invited in the first place, your opinion is neither required nor appreciated. As for me, I like it here. Lovely house, beautiful scenery, delicious breakfast, nice restaurants nearby. I haven't even had the opportunity to do any shopping yet." She smirked at Gordon, and his lips tightened. Why would I want to go home? Nothing there but one boring day after another. Gordon caught Zane's attention, and he rolled his eyes. But wisely, he said no more. "I'll say," Laurie said. "I'm not entirely convinced we should try to contact Anne and Mary again. Remember, Katia said..." She choked back a sob. "Katia said they were gone," Marietta said. "What if she was wrong? Look at what happened then." Laurie wiped tears from her eyes. "In a way, I feel responsible. For the group, I mean. I led you when we thought Katia wasn't able to make it." "How many rooms, please?" I asked. "And for how many nights? The rooms were originally booked as a group under just one credit card, so I'll need you to give me your own numbers." "I don't want to stay," Scarlett said. "I have a business to run. I only came in the first place to have a holiday on Cape Cod, and I thought this sounded like a fun way of seeing things off the regular tourist route. It's certainly been that." "You do you," Marietta said. "But I'd like to stay. There's safety in numbers." "Not according to what happened last night," Zane said. "But
Scarlett continued, her southern accent getting stronger under the stress. "If I'm the only one who leaves, won't that look awful suspicious to the police? Like I have something to hide?" Lori lifted her coffee cup to her lips. "I don't know, Scarlett. You tell us. Is there a reason you don't want to look suspicious?" Scarlett turned a brittle smile on me. "I'm sure you can suggest some interesting things to see and do, Lily. I saw a brochure advertising whale watching tours in the lobby. Does anyone know how much they cost?" "Looks like we have a consensus," Gordon said. "I might not approve of the idea, but I'm not leaving my wife to handle the consequences alone." "Agreed," Zane said. "Marietta and I might not be legally married any longer, but I still believe in for better or for worse." 6 rooms? I said. Grace opened her mouth to object, but Gordon beat her to it. "Yep. Grace and I will keep the one we're in." Chapter 15. My phone rang as I was returning to the kitchen. It was Detective Redmond saying she wanted to take a full statement from me later this morning. "Would you be able to come to me?" I asked her. "I can bake while we talk." "That'll work. Why don't you ask Bernie if she can be there at the same time? 2 birds with 1 stone and all that." "I'm not acting as a spy for the police, but as long as you called me, the entire lot of them have booked to stay until Friday." "Catherine Ivans's group? That surprises me, but not unpleasantly. I considered ordering them to stay in North Augusta until further notice, but I don't know if I have a legal leg to stand on if they object." "Did they say why they're staying?" "A combination of reasons, one of which you might not like. They want to ask the ghosts if they killed Katya." At that moment, Edna carried in the empty fruit bowl and 1 remaining muffin. She wiggled her eyebrows at me. Redmond's sigh came down the line loud and clear. "Yeah, I can see myself taking that to court. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but you can't actually see the witness. I'll have this random stranger tell you what they're saying." Some herd mentality going on as well. Marietta, Anita, and Lori want to stay, so the others decided they'll stay too. One of them wants to shop, and another wants to go on a whale-watching expedition. "I can be at the tea room shortly before 11. The autopsy is scheduled for later this afternoon, although I can't see that it will tell us anything we don't already know." "Are you treating this as a homicide?" I exchanged a look with Edna. "Officially, we will investigate it as such until we have reason to believe otherwise. Unofficially, I'm inclined to call it an accident. She was not a young woman, and she'd been sitting on the cold, hard ground for some time. Legs get wobbly, feet and toes get pins and needles. If someone bumped her, accidentally or otherwise, and she went over, it will be difficult to prove they did it deliberately." However, coming so close after the death of her twin sister in almost exactly the same spot? Maybe the ghosts did do it. Redmond hung up without saying goodbye. At 10:45, Bernie was in the tea room kitchen attempting to dismember a cooked chicken prior to making coronation chicken sandwiches, a recipe I'd discovered last year in England when I volunteered to help prepare for a 100th birthday tea. Cheryl and Mary Beth were readying the dining rooms and the patio for guests. I was making orange scones, which are slightly fancier and a bit richer than my regular scones. I served them as part of the royalty, accompanied by Edna's homemade orange marmalade and a glass of Prosecco. Amy Redmond's car drove past the kitchen window, and a moment later, I heard her calling hello to Cheryl and Mary Beth, and then her footsteps on the wide old planks of the main dining room. When she came into the kitchen, I said, "Good morning. Coffee?" "Wouldn't go amiss, thanks." We might be a tea room, but I have to have coffee on hand for the few guests who don't drink tea. I know. particularly early in the day. My hands were sticky with scone dough, so I told Redmond to help herself. She did so, then she leaned against the sink.
Anything occur to either of you that you didn't tell me last night?
No, I said. No, Bernie said.
I had the officers examining that stretch of cliff in the daylight. Not much to tell us. We know 7 people were there at the time in question, milling about and sitting on the ground too close to the edge and then running in circles in panic. We know Gordon was with you two and Simon and Matt standing at some distance observing. The spot where Catherine, your Katya, went over is obvious in terms of disturbed rocks and dirt. Difficult to extract much in the way of evidence from the location where she landed. The tides come in and washed everything clean. But in this case, that shouldn't prove to be much of a problem, as all the witnesses report the same thing. The same thing from different perspectives, which means they didn't coordinate their stories. And I include you two in that.
I did have one thought, Bernie said.
Shoot.
I'm sure you've considered it could have been an accident.
I'm leaning that way, yes.
Me too. The cliff's high, but not that high. It's rocky below, but there are sandy patches. Matt told me her neck was broken.
Redmond nodded. I shuddered. I hadn't been aware of that detail.
Death was not a guaranteed result, Bernie said. If someone did intend to kill her, she might have broken a bunch of ribs, maybe a leg or two. She might have been knocked unconscious, but not died.
Your point is?
If I, strictly hypothetically speaking, wanted to bump someone off, I'd find a more reliable way of doing it.
I'll bear that in mind next time we have an argument, I said.
We never argue, Bernie replied, because you always see things my way.
I harumphed, but I admitted to myself she had a point. People can act on impulse, Redmond said. They often do. Sometimes they don't think things through carefully enough. In this case, if we are assuming she was murdered, the killer might simply have taken the opportunity when it was presented to them. If she had lived, they could have said, "Oops, sorry, I didn't see you standing there in the dark." Bernie frowned. She didn't like having her theories dismissed. Worth considering, though, Redmond said. Lily, what did you overhear the members of the group saying this morning?
I haven't told you yet, I said to Bernie. The whole pack of them are staying here for a few more days. Tourist board is going to love this, Bernie said. Come for the murder, stay for the whale watching.
We do not know this was murder, Redmond said.
We know her sister's death was. Have you considered perhaps Katya jumped?
Redmond sipped her coffee. Tell me what you're thinking.
The sisters were fighting over their mother's will.
How do you know that? Bernie grinned at her.
I always know more than you think I do, but in this case, the court record is a public document available for any interested party to see.
True. I reached for my scone cutter. Bernie had stopped making sandwiches. Cheryl came in. First lot of the day are being seated now. Let's take this outside, Redmond said. Must you? Cheryl asked. It's getting interesting. Yes, we must. The 3 of us stood by the back door, close to the ancient oak tree bursting with fresh spring leaves. The weather was warming, summer joyfully on its way. The sun was warm on my face, and I didn't even need a sweater. Tell me what you're thinking, Redmond said.
Katya's mother died recently, Bernie said. Katya was estranged from her only sibling to the point of fighting it out in court over the will. Did Katya decide the place the ghosts were going, wherever that might be, was more pleasant than here on planet Earth, and so she followed them? Catherine Ivins was a fraud, Bernie. Even she didn't believe the stuff she was spouting. She didn't follow any ghosts into the afterlife because she knew ghosts don't exist.
Can you be sure of that?
Bernie asked. Yes, I can. The authorities keep an eye on people engaged in that sort of thing. As long as they don't attempt to extort anyone for their so-called services, as long as they simply claim to be providing a form of entertainment to willing participants, they're left alone. You yourself only moments ago pointed out that death was not guaranteed in the circumstances in which Ms. Ivins died. As for Catherine Ivins' specific situation, the NYPD spoke to the neighbor who keeps an eye on her apartment when she's away. She and the neighbor were moderately good friends. Meet for coffee, the occasional invitation to come over for dinner to watch a movie. That sort of thing. She says Catherine had several boyfriends over the years, none of whom stayed too long. Catherine had a close group of women friends who met for dinner once a month at her apartment and who she went out with at other times. She was, according to the neighbor, a regular and enthusiastic theater-goer. She was not the lonely older woman who decides to end it all, as you seem to be suggesting she was. Bernie let out a heavy sigh. She didn't like to be told she was wrong, either. I'll admit, Redmond continued, and only unofficially, mind you, I didn't buy the reason she gave for not coming to North Augusta with the tour she'd arranged. Creating tension among the group to attract the spirits? Come on.
You've to admit, Bernie said, tension was achieved.
Redmond smothered a grin. True. I was leaning quite strongly toward believing Catherine killed her sister. Either she somehow lured Trudy here with the express purpose of doing away with her, or she realized what Trudy was up to in coming here and followed her discreetly. I'm still considering that to be a possibility, and I have feelers out for further information about both sisters.
I'll admit your point. Her jumping deliberately to her death seems unlikely, Bernie said. But guilt can be a powerful thing. Did Katya kill her sister and then do away with herself out of that guilt?
She pointedly avoided looking at me. Obviously, she was thinking of the deaths of the Goodwill sisters, but she didn't want to mention that and have Redmond accuse her of allowing a story to interfere with her interpretation of the facts. As for now, Redmond handed me her empty mug. Both cases remain open. Please keep me apprised of any developments. We watched her walk back to her car. She got in, but didn't go far, just down to the B&B. Lori and Marietta were sitting on the veranda of Victoria-on-Sea, both of them reading. Grace was in the rose garden talking to Simon. Part of his job is to talk to guests who want to discuss gardening, and that's never a hardship for him. By the expressions on their faces and the way he gestured around them, taking in the entire property as well as specific plants, I guessed Grace was both knowledgeable and interested. Simon's arm dropped as Redmond's car pulled up at the bottom of the steps. Grace turned to see what he was looking at.
I might do some more digging,
Bernie said as we watched Redmond climb the steps and stop in front of the two women.
I'm interested in learning more about our suspects.
All of them. Leave it, Bernie, I said. Redmond will figure it out. As far as I'm concerned, someone we don't know followed Trudy here, killed her for reasons we will never know, and now they're long gone. Gone back to where they came from. As for Katya, it was an accident. She slipped or someone bumped into her with the same result. We have enough on our plates. I have a business to run. You have a book to write. I hate not knowing. We can't know everything in this life. Right now, I don't know how many customers I'll have today, so I have to get back to work. You told me you're running out of time to get that book done. Yeah, I did, didn't I? Chapter 16. Business was brisk for the rest of the day. Not as busy as we would be in the summer months, but warming temperatures and a big, bright sun brought people out. Along with locals looking for an excuse to enjoy the day, tourists were getting a head start on the season. Pistachio macaron shells were cooling on the racks prior to being filled with pastry cream. Eggs were bubbling away on the stove, and cakes were rising in the oven when Cheryl came in with a tea order. "In case you're interested, I've seated a couple who walked down from the house." "Why might I be interested?" "Because you and Bernie are investigating the deaths that happened near here, that's why." "I'm not investigating anything. But, out of casual interest only, describe them, please." Her descriptions were so on point, I knew Cheryl was referring to Grace and Gordon. She took down 2 tins of tea and measured the fragrant leaves into fine china pots as she talked. "They've ordered the light tea. Drink choices are English breakfast for him and creamy Earl Grey for her. I suspect they're in the middle of an argument." "Why?" "They're not exactly smiling at each other. Rather, they're avoiding looking at each other, barely talking, and when they do talk, they snap out excessively polite words." "I suppose you've learned a lot about people's behavior over the years you've worked as a waitress." She grinned at me. "The stories I could tell. Unfortunately, I usually only hear snippets of the stories. Hard to explain hanging around listening when they get to the juicy bits." "In this case, I'm not asking you to spy on them." "Most definitely not." "Let me know if you happen to overhear anything of interest." She gave me a huge wink, put the filled teacups on her tray, and carried them out. Mary Beth passed her coming in. "What's Mom smiling about?" "Other duties as assigned." "Whatever. 4 for the full afternoon tea." Cheryl reported back to me as instructed, in fits and starts between serving the couple's tea, bringing out the food, asking if they needed anything else, checking if the teapots needed refilling, asking once again if they needed anything else, and then, finally, presenting the bill and returning their credit card. Gordon and Grace were, if not actually fighting, definitely arguing. I knew she didn't want him here, and he didn't want her to remain here any longer, but Cheryl filled me in on some of the details. Essentially, he accused her of wasting money. She said it was her money to waste. He replied, no, it's something from him about beyond their means. Scornful reply from her about trips to somewhere. He reminded her that he had a business to something. She reminded him about years of being a corporate wife, I think. I didn't get it all. She told him he was free to go home. He replied someone had to keep an eye on. He gobbled up all the sandwiches and most of the cupcakes and tarts, Cheryl said to me after she brought in their used dishes. She had about half a piece of shortbread. He paid the bill, left me all of 5%. Miser? Look what I found. Mary Beth came in, waving a $20 bill. That lady who'd been at table 10, the nicely dressed one, came back and slipped this under the salt shaker. Cheryl laughed. You go, girl. Spend it all. I hope she gave him a lecture on the importance of rewarding good service. I thought over what I'd learned. Nothing, really. Grace and Gordon were having money problems. Gordon, at any rate, thought they were having money problems, and Grace appeared to disagree. I couldn't take what Cheryl reported to me to the police, or even build a theoretical case out of it. She was nipping between tables, hearing snippets of conversation while other people were chatting all around her. Did Grace say she had an income of her own? You'd think if the couple were in financial difficulty, she'd contribute. Maybe not. Then again, a weekend on Cape Cod, even as part of a private tour and a stay at Victoria-on-Sea, wasn't exactly in the price range of a round-the-world cruise or an extravagant holiday in Europe. Grace dressed well and was expensively groomed. Gordon, too. He drove a high-end car, a new one at that. The couple didn't appear to be making any attempt to cut back on appearances, or expenses for that matter. Was he truly concerned about the cost? Or about something else to do with this trip of hers? Was it possible he feared Grace was going to give Katya substantially more than the basic fee for the tour? Redmond said the police kept an eye on supposed mediums and spiritualists. But how much of an eye? For Katya, were trips like this a way of getting her hooks into gullible people? Start off small, a fun weekend with the like-minded. A tour of supposed haunted places. Then, the big climax of a true ghostly appearance, followed by the suggestion of more intimate contact for the chosen few. Possible. Gordon and Grace lived in the Boston area. Katya lived in New York City. Cheryl overheard Grace accusing Gordon of spending money on a trip to New Hampshire, New Orleans, New Caledonia? She might have mispronounced Nova Scotia. If she did mean New York, had Gordon gone to New York to meet with Katya? To tell her to back off and stay away from his wife? He might have if he feared Katya had further expectations of Grace, if Katya, didn't agree to uninvite Grace. What might Gordon have done then? I mentally slapped myself upside the head. Wow, despite my advice to Bernie to let it go, now I was the one letting my thoughts run away with themselves. Even if Grace meant New York City, about 8 million people live in that city. Gordon could have gone to see any one of them. He might have even gone on business. I reached for my phone, about to contact Bernie and ask her to find out what she could about Gordon and Grace's financial situation, and if Gordon had ever met with Katya. I stopped myself. Bernie had to get that book of hers done, and soon. A year ago, she'd cashed in her savings, quit her job, and moved out of her dream apartment in Greenwich Village and rented a tumble-down cottage in North Augusta. All with the intention of writing the book she'd been dreaming about since college. If not before. Her savings were likely almost gone. Rents were going up everywhere, and although her company had asked her to come back, if she didn't, they'd forget her soon enough. I had total confidence in that book. I believed it could be a big success. But before that could happen, it had to get finished. I put my phone away. Chapter 17. Okay, so this is what I learned, Bernie said to Matt, Simon, and me. I'd had such a productive day that in the tea room kitchen at closing time, I texted Simon and suggested he go on a pizza run into town and we enjoy it while relaxing by the TV this evening. He replied, thumbs up emoji. Me. 7:30? Simon. Thumbs up emoji. I baked until 7, thinking over the whole Katya and Tatiana situation, but I came to no conclusions. Regarding Tatiana, aka Trudy, I didn't even know what she was doing on our stretch of beach at night, and I was unlikely to ever find out. As for Katya, aka Catherine, I was prepared to put her death down as an accident. Whether she'd summoned spirits or not, she would have been highly disoriented after her performance. If she stood up too quickly on unsteady legs... I might have questions about the group staying in our B&B, but again, my questions were unlikely to be answered. I reminded myself, a pastry chef, not a consulting detective, and a pastry chef is all I wanted to be. I told myself to think about happier things and turned my thoughts to Simon. What was going to happen there between him and me? I didn't know. Not yet. but I was content to let it find its way. I was wiping down the countertops, looking forward to my evening, when Bernie called. "Meeting. Rose's kitchen. 7:30, okay?" "What meeting? You didn't tell me about any meeting. I might have plans for tonight, you know." "What sort of plans do you ever have on a Tuesday evening, Lily? We need to have a meeting to talk over the events of the day. Matt'll bring the pizza." "I don't want pizza." "Actually, strike that. I do want pizza, but not with you and Matt." "Oh, Sorry. You and Simon have plans?" "Yes, we have plans. Plans that do not include you." "Perhaps I assumed. Sorry. What's up? Pizza parlor and a walk on the pier with ice cream cones after? Fine dining, a pub with a great band?" I sighed. "Take-out pizza in front of the TV at my place." "Ha! I knew it." "You win. Tell Matt Simon and I will bring our own pizza." "I'll keep that to myself. Nothing better than leftover pizza for breakfast." She hung up, chuckling, and I'd texted Simon with the change of plans. Now we sat around the table in the B&B kitchen, open boxes of pizza and bottles of beer in front of us, with a gin and tonic for Rose. Claire sat to attention next to my chair, alert for any falling pieces of pizza. Robbie had been unceremoniously removed from the table and was sulking on the floor by the oven. As we dug in, Bernie related what she'd learned today. I refrained from asking why she hadn't spent her time working on her book. I'd done what I could to help her, and I'd say no more. I had my suspicions she was avoiding finishing the book, after changing direction more than once because she was afraid of finding out no one liked it or wanted to publish it. "Marietta Carter first," Bernie said. "Which one's she?" Rose asked. "The fidgety one. The one with the glasses that don't fit properly. Her ex-husband, Zane, also named Carter, is here too." "She seems to be the keenest of them all on this sort of stuff," I added. "A true believer." "She's quite well off. As in wealthy. Rich, in fact." "How do you know this?" Simon asked. Bernie pulled free a section of pizza loaded with mushrooms, green peppers, and onions with one hand, and put her fingers to her lips with the other. "No illicit hacking required. Matter of record. 2 years ago, she won the lottery." "Did she indeed?" Rose said. "How much?" 10 million. Simon's mouthful of pizza went down the wrong way. Matt pounded him on the back as he said, "That's a lot." "I don't like to be judgmental," I said, "but she doesn't look as though she has that sort of money." "From what I can tell, she doesn't live that way either. She didn't change much in her life after her win other than quitting her job. She bought a new apartment in Manhattan, and that's not cheap, but it's on the smaller side and not in one of the most prestigious areas. Her parents, both of whom have passed away, had a cabin in the woods in Maine for many years, which they left to her. It's on a secluded patch of land on a lake, but small and not fancy in the least, and she doesn't seem to have done much, if anything, to upgrade it. That's judging by the photos I've seen on her social media account, so she might well have a beach house in Barbados or a ranch in Montana she doesn't talk about, but..." "Manhattan," I said. "She lives in New York, then, not Boston?" "That's her primary address." "Why?" "Nothing." I ate pizza laden with spicy pepperoni and hot Italian sausage. "Go on." "She has 2 children. One is a nurse in Los Angeles, the other a high school teacher in Brooklyn. They both have social media accounts, but they're kept low-key, and they haven't said anything about coming into sudden riches, although the nurse and her family had a nice vacation to Turks and Caicos over the winter. I wouldn't mind staying at the place they stayed at, but it's way out of my budget."
Wise of them to keep it on the down low, Matt said. You do not want that news getting around. Bring every crook and crank out of the woodwork. I thought of Katya, but said nothing. When did Marietta and Zane get divorced? Bernie grinned.
Decree Nice Eye was finalized 2.5 years ago.
Before she had the big win?
Yup.
He can't have been happy about the timing of that, Rose said. Do you suppose that's why he's being so supportive of her? Hoping to get back into her good graces and receive a nice gift in return? That's surprisingly cynical of you, Rose, Simon said. Some divorced couples manage to get along amicably, particularly if there are children.
My impression of Marietta, I said, is that she's not a fool. Other than believing in spiritualism anyway. If she and Zane had an acrimonious divorce and then he started making friendly once she won the lottery, she'd be suspicious. Instead, she does seem rather fond of him, although she did remind him at least once the divorce was his idea, not hers.
Fond, Rose said, or simply pleased he's here as a friend. They are not sharing a room.
Bernie made a note on her phone. I'll see what I can find out about their divorce, if it was acrimonious. Even if it was, if they had the good sense not to air their laundry in public, it might not be on the record.
Does any of that matter? Rose said. It might if Marietta had been killed, but she wasn't. She doesn't give the impression of being well off. She isn't even in my best room. Over the course of some of my research, Matt said, I've learned a few things about spiritualism and mediums and other con artists. They do extensive research before engaging with their clients. Anything Bernie can find out, this Katya could and would have. Probably more.
More than me? Bernie said with a grin. I doubt it.
Grace and Gordon came into the tea room this afternoon, I said. Cheryl said they seemed to be arguing about money. You learn anything about them?
Not much. He's a business executive. They live in Boston, one adult child. Grace doesn't have a job and never has. She's always been part of the ladies who lunch crowd, active in various charitable circles.
Likely bored with her life these days, Rose said. The only child gone, the husband tied up in his work, same old boring friends. That might be why this trip appealed to her. Something far out of her ordinary experiences.
She said much the same this morning, I said. He wants to go home, but she wants to stay. She said home is boring. She reminded him she hadn't wanted him to come in the first place, but he did, and now he won't leave.
Controlling? Simon asked.
Trying to be, anyway. Does his company have business in New York City? I asked Bernie.
Every company has business in New York City, she replied. How else would I know everything I do? I can't say specifically. I didn't look into any details about it, other to ensure it wasn't a mob front, which it's not. Do you want me to?
No.
Okay. Simon, you going to have that last piece of the triple cheese pizza?
Help yourself.
Bernie did so. A long strand of cheese trailed from the box, and she wrapped her finger around it and pulled it free.
One last item of interest. Scarlett, our Southern belle, the one who wears her hair in a long braid and dresses as though she's about to head off on a hike.
Which she does, I said. She's the only one of them who seems to walk anywhere other than around the property.
That would fit with what I've learned. She owns a clothing line, athletic and outdoor wear mostly. She designs the pieces herself and sells them at her own store.
I overheard her suggesting Grace shop there, I said.
If Grace is interested, she'd better hurry. Scarlett is about to go under. The banks are knocking on her door. She's going to lose everything. The design business, contracts with the factory that makes her clothes, the retail stores of which she has two. One in Boston itself and one in Framingham.
Is that for sure? Matt said. Is there a possibility of renegotiation and salvaging something?
She's tried everything. Nope, she's about to be toast.
But she came on a holiday? With that hanging over her?
Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Has she simply given up? Or does she have a plan in mind?
What sort of plan? I asked.
I have absolutely no idea. Just throwing it out there.
Rose folded her napkin and placed it on the table in front of her. Robbie leapt onto her lap, and she stroked him absent-mindedly. Change of subject. Matt helped himself to his fourth slice of pizza. Not that I was counting. I was on my third. I had a visitor today. He took a long sip of beer, letting the tension build before saying, a pleasant lady of a certain age wanted to have a look around the house. Don't tell me, I said. Ghost hunter? Yup. It would appear word is spreading among the paranormal community that my place is, and I quote, the center of spiritual activity on Cape Cod. What did you do? I told her to go away, as politely and firmly as I could. Later on, I spotted a couple of younger women poking around that area of the bluff the police have cordoned off. I went out and spoke to them, and sure enough, they had heard about what happened and wanted to try to pick up on the, again, I quote, vibrations. Less politely and more firmly than earlier, I ordered them away.
That might be an idea, Bernie said. You can start charging admission. Say, $100 to see the ghost?
Her eyes twinkled.
Lily and I will dress up like Anne and Mary and jump out from behind the bushes at suitable moments.
Because I have nothing else to do with my time, I said. Joking aside, Matt said, I have a deadline coming up. One I let slip over the winter until now I'm firmly up against the wall. I don't have time to be running people off the property. Does it matter, Simon said, if they only want to have a look around? It might. It will if they want, like the First Lady, to come into the house. Signs are posted on the path warning people to stay away from the edge, but that might not be enough if the curious want to have a peek over, see where all the activity, so to speak, happened. I don't want to have to do it, but tomorrow I'm going into town to stock up on fence posts and no trespassing signs. Determined people have been known to ignore that sort of thing, Simon said. Yes, but if they do ignore it, I have legal options.
That story about the twin sisters has been around for a long time, Bernie said. You've never been bothered before.
I hadn't even heard it before you drummed it up, Bernie.
Sorry, not sorry. I was trying to get ahead of the game.
It isn't all that rare or unusual in the scheme of things, Matt said. Plenty of haunted houses in New England, many more famous and some with far more scandalous or historically important tales attached to them. No one has claimed to have seen the sisters, unlike some of the better-known hauntings. So-called hauntings. It's the death of Katya and her sister that have the story spreading like wildfire. Let's hope the police find an all-too-human reason behind them then, and the excitement can die down, Simon said.
You don't suppose...
Bernie pulled a strand of cheese off her pizza and studied it, as though searching for the secrets of the universe within.
Suppose? I prompted. Someone arranged this state of affairs?
Meaning? Simon asked.
We know without a doubt that the death of Trudy, who called herself Tatiana, was a murder. We don't know why she was here, not only in North Augusta, although we might assume she was here to spy on her sister, but right here, as in on our stretch of beach where she met her end. The reason for her being here might have nothing to do with the reason for her death. Maybe her enemy followed her, or maybe that person came with her and they had an argument.
Don't let that rumor get around, love, Rose said, or I'll have Mayor Powers and the North Augusta Tourist Association revoking my business license. Nothing worse for tourism than talk of a serial killer on the loose.
Kinda like in the movie Jaws, Bernie said cheerfully. Remember? The local authorities try to suppress news of the shark for fear of frightening away tourists.
Rose groaned. Carla Powers will love to have the comparison pointed out to her.
Back on track, I said. Bernie, what's your point? My point is, regardless of what happened to Tatiana, it's the death of Katya that has the ghost hunters interested. Think about it. Matt said there are better known and more scandalous ghost stories out there, but this one has the potential to be big news in those circles.
I don't follow, Simon said.
Twin sisters. One is shoved over the edge of the cliff by the other. The latter later leaps to her death at the same spot out of guilt.
You think Katya killed her sister? Rose asked.
Bernie jumped to her feet. Red curls flew around her head. Green eyes sparkled.
She was getting excited, her speech speeding up as she tried to get the words out as quickly as possible.
What I believe doesn't matter. I don't believe the ghosts of Matt's ancestors are lingering outside either, but some people do. I'm saying this story has the potential to be a big, big deal in the spiritual world, simply because of the supposed similarities between the two cases. The 19th century one and the one that happened this week. At the very same spot. Katya died on what she said was the exact same day of the year that Mary did. We know that's not true, but the story will take on a life of its own.
Matt groaned. Please, no. Are you saying the interest might never die down?
It won't go away if it's inflamed, Bernie said. What I'm asking is someone planning to take advantage of the situation? And if so, what steps might they have taken to bring this about?
Simon, please be a dear and get me another G&T, Rose said. I do not want my wits about me if I'm going to attempt to follow this line of thought. Simon took her empty glass and stood up. Anyone else? Yeah, thanks, Matt said.
You think someone's planning to monetize the ghost rumors at Matt's place? I asked. Other than Matt himself, I can't see how anyone would benefit from that. He lifted his hands.
Don't look at me.
Bernie rubbed the top of his head. I'm not. But I'm thinking, and so far I'm only speculating. This person might be thinking on a much larger scale than one set of ghosts in one house. Simon took a bottle of gin off a high shelf, the bottle of tonic, and a couple of cans of beer out of the fridge. He passed a can to Matt.
Cheers.
Thanks, Matt said. You've lost me, I said. I've no idea what you're getting at. Bernie resumed her pacing. Katya had some success as a medium, right? She made an adequate, although not lavish, income of it. Her business model, shall we call it, is now ripe to be taken over by someone else. Not only that, but the circumstances of her death have increased her fame and thus the chance of substantially advancing the aforementioned business model. At one time, her sister might have been a contender for taking over the business, if I may call it that. But the sister is obviously out of the picture. Therefore, I said, the possibility exists that someone else is ready to step in. leaving only the question as to if said person is simply taking advantage of the situation as presented to them, or if they took steps to create the situation.
Simon handed Rose her drink, and she smiled her thanks. What of it? Katya's business affairs and her papers, and she likely had an extensive contact list, if nothing else, are at her place in New York. Nothing to do with us or anyone on Cape Cod.
It might.
Bernie looked at me. And finally, I understood what she was talking about, although it had taken her a long time to get to the point. Lori.
Lori.
Lori? Simon and Matt asked at the same time. Yes, Lori. Rose sipped her drink. She put the glass on the table in front of her. Robbie put his front paws on the table to lean over and have a sniff. Not to his liking, he jumped down. He gave Eclair a half-hearted hiss in passing, more for the keeping up of appearances than the desire, or need, to make any sort of threat. Eclair woofed in response before settling back down at my feet.
Lori's the tiny blonde, big blue eyes.
Bernie batted her own lashes.
Butter wouldn't melt in her sweet little rosebud of a mouth. Kinda looks like Lily, come to think of it.
She does not, I insisted. Aside from that, Bernie's idea has some merit. Lori stepped in when Katya didn't come with the group. She said this morning she feels a sense of responsibility for them now Katya is no longer around. Seems a stretch. Simon helped himself to the second last slice of pepperoni and sausage pizza. I saw Matt eyeing the final piece. Even Rose had a hearty appetite tonight. Bernie was going to be disappointed at breakfast tomorrow. I briefly considered getting in a stack of frozen pizzas to keep on hand in the event I again had to offer limited breakfast choices in the future. Everyone loves reheated pizza for breakfast. Fine in theory, Matt said. But you have nothing to go on. Anyone want the last piece? Help yourself, Rose and I chorused. Matt did so. Bernie tried not to look too disappointed.
Lily, Bernie said, talk to Lori. Find out if she's making plans along these lines.
Me? Why is it always up to me?
Because of that butter wouldn't melt face of yours. No one suspects you of having an ulterior motive.
I stuck my tongue out at her.
It's not late, Bernie said. What's the group up to tonight, Rose, do you know?
They're splintering. The earlier cohesiveness of the group is dissolving. Zane and Marietta went out to dinner, alone. Anita is, far as I know, staying in. She ordered a meal from a delivery service, and it arrived as I was making my way here. Grace asked me for a restaurant recommendation for her, Scarlett, and Lori. Something nice, she said, as they deserved, in her words, a treat. I've recommended that new place down by the pier everyone's raving about. Everyone who can afford it, that is.
Scarlett can't, Bernie said. I wonder if Grace is picking up the tab.
She might be, if only to rub it in her husband's face. I'm not even gonna ask. Simon roughed up his English accent. I'm just a simple gardener, a lowly working man, happy with me geraniums and me compost. I noticed Grace spends quite a bit of time in the garden, I said. He put his regular voice back on. She's very knowledgeable, about roses in particular. I enjoyed talking with her. She told me she's a master gardener.
If anyone had been poisoned this weekend, Bernie said, that might be a clue, but as no one was, I guess it's not. What about Gordon, Grace's husband? What's he up to tonight?
I don't know, Rose said. I haven't seen him all day. Bernie began issuing orders.
Lily, you'll sit and wait for Lori to get back from dinner, waylay her, and engage her in casual conversation. Must I? You must. I'll do some digging, see what dirt I can dig up. In particular, I'll see what I can find out about the sister's mother's will. Hard as it is to believe, I'm not entirely sure what happens when a will is being contested if both parties die before it's resolved.
If no one's left to continue the suit, Matt said, the estate will likely go to the heirs of the person mentioned in the will. In this particular case, you might want to find out if there's a time limit on how long the heir has to remain alive after the death before the estate passes to his or her own heirs.
Bernie scrunched up her nose in thought. I can't remember. But the norm is 30 days, right? If it had been something out of normal on Mrs. Ivans's will, I likely would have noticed.
Therefore, the estate will go to Katya's heirs, if she has any. Otherwise, the government gets it all unless a new claimant comes forward.
I'll see what I can find, Bernie said. Although, as far as we're concerned, it's unlikely to matter. If Katya was pushed to her death, it was done by someone who was in that circle. They all said they'd never met her before, so they won't be mentioned in her will.
I'm surprised at you, leaping so easily to conclusions, Bernie, Rose said. Regardless of what anyone said, it doesn't mean it's true. Did Katya verify she didn't know any of them, and if she did, was she being truthful?
Simon groaned.
More complications. Okay, you two have your tasks for tonight. I'll take one on for me. Matt, the hardware store is open till 10 on Tuesday nights. Let's get the things you need for fencing off the path so we can do what needs to be done in the morning.
What about me? Rose asked. You mentioned Anita stayed in tonight, I said, rather than go to dinner with the others. It's possible she's working on her book. This morning, she said she had some new ideas about the ending. Might she have been inspired because of something she herself set in motion? She does have a grudge, remember, against spiritualists in general.
Why not ask her? Is everyone writing a book? Simon asked.
I'm not, I said.
I might. Someday, Rose said. My memoirs would be interesting, don't you think? Leave that one to me, Matt said. I mean Anita, not Rose's memoirs. I doubt I could do justice to them. Bernie told me about this book Anita's writing. I can offer to make some suggestions as to what she can do once it's finished. I can't go knocking on her door at this time of night and say I was just passing. I'll drop in at breakfast tomorrow and try to catch her. I might need you to arrange the introductions, Lily.
I can do that. Bernie clapped her hands. Okay, everyone. You have your assignments.
I still don't,
Rose pointed out. Keep your eyes and ears open, Bernie told her. That's what you do best. If you get anyone who seems at all interested in ghostly appearances inquiring about reservations, let us know.
Chapter 18. I poured myself a glass of wine and took it and Eclair out to the veranda. On the way, I popped into the drawing room and took a book off the shelf. Our guests are invited to take a book, leave a book. And it seemed like a good night for me to start on one I'd had my eye on. Rose had excused herself, saying she had work to do to get caught up on the accounts. 2 couples had checked in this afternoon, giving us an unexpected full house, but no additional cars were in the parking lot, so I assumed they'd gone into town. I wasn't entirely happy about sitting here lying in wait for Lori, but Bernie did have a way of issuing orders and making them sound so much like reasonable requests that once I realized what was going on, it was too late to refuse. Oh well, it was a pleasant evening. Unlike the previous night, the skies were clear and dotted with stars. Eclair lay at the top of the steps, her chin between her paws, keeping guard over the lawn. A couple of bats streaked overhead in hot pursuit of insects. The light above the veranda shone on my book, and I read and sipped my wine.
The book was a recounting of the years a famous chef had spent learning the ropes and working in Paris. I was perfectly happy with my life the way it was, owning my own tea room, helping Rose with the B&B, being close to Bernie and Matt, loving Simon, and, I hoped, being loved in return. A car turned into the driveway, and Eclair perked up her ears. And I added to my mental list of good things, living with Eclair. Someday, I might want to travel farther afield, live in Paris, work at a genuine Paris patisserie, crafting tiny jewels out of pastry, fruit, butter, and cream. Although I had to admit, the thought of aiming for that standard filled me with horror. Maybe a London bakery instead. That's if Simon's and my relationship continued. Early days yet. 4 people I didn't recognize got out of the car. A woman fussed over Eclair who allowed herself to be fussed over while the others greeted me.
"Lovely evening,"
a man said. "It is," I replied. They said their goodnights and went inside. Silence settled over the property. I read on. Not too much later, another car headed my way. This one pulled up at the bottom of the steps, and my quarry got out, along with Scarlett and Grace. The car then drove away.
"Good evening, Lily,"
the women said as they stepped into the light. Grace wobbled slightly on her high heels, and Laurie's eyes were bright. Scarlett stopped to bend over and pat Eclair, but she then had a bit of trouble straightening up again. They'd, I guessed, enjoyed more than a few drinks with their dinner. "How was the restaurant?" I asked. "Did you go to the place my grandmother recommended?" Grace burped in a ladylike manner.
"We did. Absolutely delightful. Lovely view over the water. Good food."
"Good wine," Laurie said with a giggle.
"Thank you so much for inviting us, Grace," Scarlett said. "That's what friends are for, dear," Grace said. "I hope we can continue to be friends once we go our separate ways."
"I saw her, that female detective, up at your tea room earlier," Scarlett said to me. "She came here after that to talk to us. Again." "What did she want?" "Questions about what happened last night with Katya, and earlier with her sister." I couldn't tell her much. What about you? The 3 women gave me some version of a shrug. I looked for signs of guilt, but saw nothing. Not that I'm necessarily likely to recognize signs of guilt.
"Questions. More questions," Laurie said. "Natural enough, I guess. I mean, Katya's sister first, and then her."
Heavy sigh. "Katya's death was an accident, though, right?" Scarlett said. "I thought we were getting too close to the edge, but I didn't want y'all to think I was being a fraidy cat. Guess I should have said something."
"Don't blame yourself," Laurie said. "We were all concentrating so hard on helping Katya summon the sisters, we forgot to worry about physical dangers." "The police aren't saying anything," Grace said. "I don't suppose they tell the likes of us what they're thinking. Do they?"
She looked at me. I smiled in return.
"We had such a pleasant evening. Let's not spoil it with that sort of talk," Laurie said. "We've a busy day tomorrow. Scarlett and I are going whale watching with Marietta, and Grace is having a spa day." "I don't suppose you've seen my husband this evening?" Grace said to me. "I noticed his car isn't back."
"Sorry. No."
"I don't know why he's hanging around," she said, as much to herself as to us. "Every time I suggest a nice little holiday, he complains about the unnecessary expense and the pressure of business. When I take time by myself and don't want him here he is."
She went inside, still grumbling. Scarlett and Laurie moved to follow. I said, "Laurie, do you have a minute?"
"Sure, what's up?"
"Good night," Scarlett said. "See you at breakfast." Laurie perched on the edge of the railing. She wobbled slightly, and I hoped she wouldn't tumble over into Simon's perennial beds. I wanted to ask you, I've been wondering, that is, might you consider doing something like this again? Like what? Come to Cape Cod? I might. I like it here. I'd like to come back in the summer. I suppose you get super busy in July and August? We do. The B&B fills up quickly. We have a few spaces still available, though, if you're interested. She thought. I would like to come back. I'd enjoy it more without that cloud hanging over us. What happened to Katya, I mean. She didn't appear to have let that cloud dampen her enjoyment of the best new restaurant in North Augusta. Silence stretched between us. I struggled to think of something penetrating and insightful to say. You seemed to enjoy guiding the group. When Katya wasn't able to, that is. Have you worked as a travel leader or tour guide before? She laughed. Good heavens, no. I'm a dental hygienist. Her face scrunched up in thought. That might be an idea. I have enjoyed it. Before what happened, of course. Today I felt as though I had some responsibility to take charge because I'd done it earlier when we thought Katya wasn't coming. This sort of thing is in demand, isn't it? Tours like Katya was offering. I hope someone's able to step up and take her place. Rather a niche business, I'd have thought, but still, everyone starts somewhere. She leaned toward me. I leaned toward her. Her eyes were huge in the light of the veranda. Her blonde hair fell in loose waves around her shoulders. I felt it that first night. I felt the power. But I didn't recognize it, not then. Katya wasn't with us, but I knew I was surrounded by something I'd never experienced before. I called it to us. Her blue eyes glowed with far more than an excess of drink. I pulled back. She straightened up and turned to face away from the house into the darkness. Previously, I believed I needed the services of a trained and experienced medium to make contact. But that's not it, is it? Training might help, but all that's needed is the power. Now I know for sure. I have it. Even the best, the most powerful of mediums can accomplish nothing without being in the right place at the right time. The spirits have to be there. And they have to be willing to be contacted. This place right here, she stretched out her arms, is it. Victoria-on-Sea? I thought you didn't make contact the first night. We didn't. I felt something, but I didn't recognize it that night. I didn't know. Know where they were calling me from. She swung around, stretched out her left arm, and pointed in the direction of Matt's house. At that moment, headlights lit up the neighboring driveway as the men returned from their shopping expedition to the hardware store. You can't go there again, I said. Matt doesn't want any more people wandering onto his property. It's not safe. He's going to post no trespassing notices. Irrelevant, she said, sounding much like Katya. I'll go where the spirits call me. I must go when I am called. It's what Katya would have wanted. I'll try to get access to her records of sightings she's experienced. I might be able to help people like the others in our group. Those who want to make contact but don't have the power themselves. She must have left lists of names and numbers somewhere. Lori went into the house without saying goodnight. Eclair stood up. She barked at me. That had not gone entirely as planned. Rather than demand to know if Lori killed Katya in order to take over the other woman's ghost tour business, it would appear I'd planted the idea in Lori's head. I was still sitting on the veranda, book open on my lap, wine on the table, slightly stunned, when another car pulled up. This time it was Zane and Marietta. They got out of the car. He took her hand, and she did not pull away. Wouldn't it be nice, I thought, if the two of them were able to get back together? He was obviously still very fond of her. Other than her belief in ghosts and spirits, Marietta seemed the sensible sort. If she had reason to believe he was only interested in her newfound wealth, she was capable of telling him to get lost.
"Good evening,"
they said to me. "Did you have a nice dinner?"
Let the music unwind the tension of the day, making space for the next chapter to arrive with clarity.
Let me get away. Yeah, I'm running. Yeah, I'm running. So love me or leave me, I'm standing alone. Can't shake a feeling that lives in my bones. Lie to me, tell me you wish you could, but nothing you gave me is worth what you took. 'Cause I won't love, I won't love, I won't love, I won't love. 'Cause I won't love, I won't love, I won't love, I won't love. Towns out alone, hood keeps wheeling. The mother willows, I can feast my time. Yeah, I'm running. Yeah, I'm running. So love me or leave me, I'm standing alone. Can't shake the feeling that lives in my bones. Lie to me, tell me you wish you could, but nothing you gave me is worth what you took. 'Cause I won't love, I won't love, I won't love, I won't love. 'Cause I won't love, I won't love, I won't love, I won't love.
Asked.
"We did," Zane replied. "We went to that pub near the pier your grandmother recommended. They had an Irish folk band playing. We would have liked to have stayed a bit longer, but I have some work to get done tonight."
"Work?" I asked, only to be polite. "What do you do?"
"I specialize in online security with the systems integration unit of an international bank. I'm not officially on vacation. I took some time away to be of support to Marietta in light of what happened here. So I told my boss I'd work remotely. Our branch in Tokyo is doing a major upgrade tonight, so I need to be available in case anything goes wrong. And believe me, something always does."
"What's systems integration mean?"
We make our specific programs and software work with standard brand computers and devices. You want to do a stock trade from your phone? The trading program has to be integrated with the phone's systems. Where I come in is ensuring security and privacy at both ends are watertight. Good night. You coming up, Marietta?
"I'll sit out for a few minutes," she said. "Enjoy the air and the peace and quiet. See you tomorrow, Zane." She sat down without offering or accepting a goodnight kiss. Zane went inside. Claire came over to sniff at her pant legs, and she gave the dog a scratch behind the ears. "She's a darling. What's her name?" "Claire, after the pastry." Marietta smiled. "I can see that." My beige dog is so named because of the lighter streak of cream-colored fur running along her belly. "Please, feel free to go back to your book. I don't mean to interrupt. It's just that... well, things with Zane can be awkward sometimes. I didn't want him suggesting he pop into my room after he's settled his system upgrade business." "Understood. He's a good man in many ways, but... nothing. He was always a good father, although perhaps not the best of husbands. Not by a long shot. I suspect he only stayed in our marriage until the kids were finished with college and firmly standing on their own 2 feet. She sighed. All water under the bridge now. I knew about her children because Bernie had checked up on Marietta and reported what she'd learned to me, but I pretended I didn't and asked her about them. She smiled and happily related their details. "No grandchildren yet, but I'm hopeful it won't be too much longer, particularly now that some financial obstacles are out of the way." I pretended to assume she meant student loans were paid off, so I simply mumbled something encouraging. "I was lucky enough to be able to quit my own job last year," she said, changing the subject out of the blue. "I'm hoping to go to England and Scotland later in the summer. Katya was going to lead a tour to haunted places in those countries. I don't know what's going to happen now." "There must be other people who do that sort of thing you can sign up with." "No doubt. But I need to be sure I go with a reputable tour guide. Anyone can pretend to be conjuring the spirits, can't they? Katya was recommended to me by a friend who'd gone to Ontario and Quebec with her last year. You don't think of Canada as a place for seeking ghosts, do you? But Quebec City, in particular, is full of old stones." "Stones?" "Yes. I don't quite understand how it all works myself, but ancient stones hold spirits close. Which is why there's so many to be found in Britain and other places in Europe." I didn't bother to point out that all stones are ancient. Only some of them have been dug up and made into buildings. "This house now," she pointed to the grand Victorian manor behind us, "is wood and brick. Which might be why it has no spiritual residence, whereas that one," she indicated Matt's, "is older. It has a stone foundation." "I get it," I said, although I didn't. I was telling the others about my forthcoming trip before Katya fell. Lori was interested in learning more about it, and Grace seemed to be too. Perhaps one of them might know someone I can ask about rescheduling. My ears pricked up at that. I thought I'd put the idea of leading these tours into Lori's head. Might she have appeared to be jumping on the idea because she'd already considered it? Presumably, the tour participants would pay all costs for the guide and organizer, an all-expenses-paid trip to the UK, and all she'd have to do would make a few bookings and read up on haunted places in England and Scotland. No shortage of material on that. Once again, I had to wonder if Lori had taken steps to put such a scheme in motion. That led to another thought. Had the murder of Katya's sister Tatiana been a preemptive strike? By all accounts, Katya and her sister did not get on, but Tatiana was trying to make her own reputation as a medium. To any outsider, it would be reasonable to assume that if Katya was unable to continue with her business,
her sister would be the logical person to take over. I thought of Lori. Small, shiny blonde hair, sparkling blue eyes. She didn't look as though she could be that manipulative, psychopathic even. But I knew, more than most, looks can be highly deceiving. "Have Lori or Grace said anything more to you about going to England?" I asked, trying to sound ever so casual. "Grace seems to be getting excited about the idea, but I have my suspicions that she's only trying to get a rise out of her husband. You might have noticed they don't exactly get on well. He's having money problems, and he wants her to cut back on her spending. She says it's his problem if he made some seriously bad investment, so why should she have to give up anything?" "She told you this?" "Oh, yes. First day in the van on the way here. We'd barely gotten our seatbelts fastened before she was on about him. He didn't want her to come on this trip. I think she came even after Katya supposedly dropped out, just to spite him. Same with the talk about going to England." Her mouth twisted as she thought. "Seems strange to me. But to each their own. I was raised to believe a married couple owned everything together, the good and the bad. That's what it was like for Zane and me until we weren't married anymore. I sometimes wonder." Unfortunately, I didn't get to hear what she sometimes wondered, because she gave her head a shake and me a soft smile and said, "Never mind me. Lori's also keen on the trip. She did a nice job of holding the group together when Katya dropped out." "Has she said anything about doing any more ghost hunting while you're still here?" "No. We all agree that would be tasteless, in light of not only Katya's fault, but her sister's death, too. Lori volunteered to find out what she can about funeral arrangements and the rest, so we can attend if we're able. She's already been in contact with Katya's neighbor in New York." "Lori has she?" "Yeah, she's super organized, that one. Always ready to step in and help." Marietta gave Claire a final pat and stood up. "I'm going to turn in. Zane should be so deep into his computer by now he won't hear me coming up the stairs or opening my door. Good night, Lily." "Good night." Chapter 19. Top of my suspect list, Lori. "Why?" Bernie asked. "For the reasons you suggested. She pretended to have only just thought about going into the psychic tour business when I brought it up. That wasn't very subtle of you, Lily. I have never claimed to be subtle." Claire snuggled closer to me, and I rubbed her belly. I'd finished my wine, closed my book, called to the dog, and headed home once Marietta had gone inside. The house had been quiet, except for a few creaking floorboards upstairs and a sudden rush of water in the pipes. Once I was snuggled in my own bed, I'd called Bernie to report in. I then learned from Marietta that Lori seemed to be thinking along those lines even before Katya died, leaving me to wonder. I let my voice trail off. I wouldn't say that puts her at the top of our list, but she's certainly up there. Good work. Remember our option 2.2? Which one was that? The killer intended to kill both sisters. If someone, Lori or anyone else, wanted to take over Katya's business or anything else we don't know about, if this person didn't know how bitterly divided the sisters were, they might reasonably expect Tatiana would step in when Katya was no longer in the picture. Ergo, Tatiana also had to go. I like the way you think, Lily Roberts. Sometimes I don't. Are we seriously thinking someone killed 2 women for control of a one-person tour guide operation? Not even that, but for the potential control of a one-person tour guide operation? No guarantee they'd get their hands on Katya's client list. Which is another reason to suspect Lori. She volunteered to be the one to find out about funeral arrangements and the like. She's already been in contact with Katya's neighbor. Excellent work, Lily. I shifted the phone from one hand to the other. Do you think we have enough to take our suspicions to Amy Redmond? No, I don't. The police want concrete facts, not your interpretation of what someone said about someone else. Judging by what I understand, they're still not entirely sure where Tatiana got access to the beach the night she died. Whether she took the steps from your place or accessed it from one of the other paths farther down the coast. Obviously, it matters if they can find someone who saw her. They don't know if she was with her killer and they went out to the rocks together, or if this person snuck up on her in the dark. One additional thing I picked up on tonight in my role of private detective, however unwilling that might be, Zane is making moves to get back with Marietta. Marietta isn't so keen. So nothing, really. I can't see that their situation has anything to do with Katya and Tatiana, but I thought I'd mention it. If Marietta had been the victim, then it would be a different story. Not all that different. Zane isn't married to Marietta any longer, and she has kids, right? If she dies, he's not going to get anything. I've seen no indication any of the others think she has money. Not that they're going to try to extort her in front of me. She was planning on going on a ghost hunting trip to England in the summer with Katya. When you looked into Katya, did you see anything about that trip? Was it likely to be so high-end only the rich or extravagant could afford it? I saw mention of it. Looked like a nice holiday, but nothing extra special. Staying at slightly above average accommodations, but not totally over the top. Private transportation provided, but that only means a tour van like the one they had to come here. Not struggling on and off local transit. Participants have to arrange their own airfare to England and transfer to the starting point hotel. Pretty much a dead end, then, I said. What are you up to for the rest of the night? Tell me you're working on the book. You will be pleased to hear that I am. I'm getting close, Lil, real close. Close to finishing the first draft, anyway. Matt says the second draft can sometimes be even harder than the first because you have to decide what to keep, what to change, and what to throw away. Once I've done the second or third draft and I'm happy with it, he's going to send it to an agent. Matt's own agent? His agent works strictly with nonfiction, but she'll pass it on to someone else in the agency. Bernie's voice broke. What will I do if they don't like it? Send it to another agent. Never give up, right? Before I get back to work, I might have a little peek into Zane Carter's financial history. You said he's interested in getting back with Marietta. If that's because he has a desperate need to get his hands on his ex-wife's money, it might be worth you putting a word in her ear. Bernie, that's none of our business. We can argue that doing what we do to help the police solve a murder and suspicious death that occurred on, or at least close to our own property, makes some of these people's business our business, but we have to draw a line somewhere. There's a difference between assisting the police and scurrilous curiosity. A heavy sigh. Okay, I get what you're saying. Besides, I have a book to finish, right? Right. I'm wondering if I should introduce a new character, say a cousin of Tessa's who's sort of a bumbling fool. Add some humor and additional conflict to the story? No, I said, as firmly as I could. You will not do that. Chapter 20. The following morning, Detectives Williams and Redmond dropped into Victoria-on-Sea shortly before we were ready to serve breakfast. I was preparing a breakfast cake with bananas and pecans for today's baked offering, and Edna was laying out boxes of cereal and individual servings of yogurt when a rap sounded on the kitchen door, and without being invited to enter, Chuck Williams strolled in.
Morning, folks. Is that coffee I smell?
Considering breakfast is part of the name of this establishment, Edna said, and it's almost 7 in the morning, it might just be. Can I offer you a cup, Detective? I asked.
Won't say no.
He glanced around the kitchen, checking out what else might be on offer. Judging by the look on his face, fruit salad and unbaked breakfast cake didn't appeal. I glanced out the window to see Detective Redmond's feet at the fence along the cliff edge. She turned and walked toward the house. "Coffee, Detective?" I asked when she'd come into the kitchen.
"Thanks, Lily. That would be appreciated."
"What's up?" I asked as I poured coffee into 2 fresh mugs.
"More routine questions. As long as the group who came with Ms. Ivins is still here, we'd like to go over things with them one more time. I had someone call each of them earlier and let them know we were coming. Have you yourself thought of anything new?"
I slipped the cake into the preheated oven and set the timer. I didn't want to throw anyone under the bus, but I did have some concerns.
"Lily?" she prompted.
"How long's it likely to be until that cake is ready?"
Williams asked. "Lily?" Redmond repeated. 45 minutes. Have you considered that someone might have wanted to take over Katya's, Catherine Ivans's, business?
"What business?"
Her psychic tours, for one thing. Other things of a spiritualist nature she might have been into. William snorted. "She must have a client list," I said. "Many of those clients will be looking for a new... whatever."
"Are you thinking of anyone in particular?" Redmond asked.
Lori Morrison is showing an interest.
"No one killed the woman for a list of wackos,"
William said.
"Don't be so hasty to dismiss the idea, Chuck."
"It is possible," Redmond said.
"Although I must point out that Ms. Ivins didn't exactly have control of a psychic empire. She was strictly a one-woman show. It's more likely her clients will drift away. Plenty more people in the Big Apple ready to take advantage of the lonely and gullible."
"Just a thought," I said. Put that way, and in the cold, clear light of day, Lori Morrison slipped down my suspect list. Not that I had a suspect list.
"The autopsy on Ms. Ivins was done yesterday afternoon," Redmond said. "The results are conclusive and nothing more than what we expected. She broke her neck, the result of a fall from a height. Death would have been instantaneous. Otherwise, she was in good health for a person of her age. No sign of a current or previous drug habit or excessive alcohol consumption."
"Sad," Edna said. "It is," I said. We heard voices from the dining room. Edna picked up the filled coffee carafe and carried it out.
"May we use your drawing room once again?"
Redmond asked me. "Of course." I could see no way of getting into the secret room and out again unnoticed. Not with the guests walking in and out of the dining room, police in the house, Edna fetching linens to set the tables, and Rose not up yet to run interference. Redmond and Williams left, carrying their coffee mugs. A few moments later, Matt and Simon came in.
"Morning,"
Matt said as Simon greeted me with a kiss. Matt eyed the coffee pot.
"Not much left. Okay if I take the last?"
"Unexpected visitors. Help yourself, I'll make more."
"We saw the cars outside," Simon said. "Uniformed officers standing next to them."
"The detectives have more routine questions for the group." Edna came into the kitchen and greeted the 2 new arrivals.
"The ghost hunting group and their hangers-on are straggling in now. No sign of the others yet."
"Breakfast orders?"
"None yet. They want to have coffee and wait until they're interviewed."
"Good thing," I said. I started the cake later than I should have.
"Is Anita down yet?"
Matt asked.
"Which one's that?"
Edna asked. "White hair with lilac tips?" I said.
"Yes, she is. The one with the southern accent and the long braid went first. She's with the detectives in the drawing room now." "I'll go out and introduce myself, shall I?" Matt said. "Why would you do that?" Edna asked. "Just being friendly."
Why don't I do the introductions? I said. Have you heard from Bernie this morning?
No. Should I have?
I'm wondering what she got up to last night. She told me she wanted to get some writing done, but I have my suspicion she started following a trail and ended up down the rabbit hole.
Sounds like Bernie, Matt said. If you don't need me for anything, Simon said, topping up his mug, I'm off.
Have a nice day, I said.
I intend to. Nothing I like better than a warm, clear day in spring when all me plants are raring to get going and grow as fast as they can.
He gave me a warm smile. I smiled back. Edna chuckled. What's so funny? I asked once the door had closed behind Simon.
Nothing at all. I remember when Jim looked at me like that. Actually,
she put on a fake frown.
I don't know that I do remember. It's been so long. These days, the only thing he looks at in that way is my Thanksgiving pecan pie. I like pecan pie, Matt said. Can I come to your place for Thanksgiving dinner?
Edna laughed and picked up the fruit bowl.
Anytime, you know that.
I took a quick peek in the oven to see how the cake was coming along. Deciding it was coming along just fine, I led Matt into the dining room. Grace sat at a table for two with Lori, sipping coffee and staring out the window while Lori read the screen on her phone. Outside, the police had taken down the crime scene tape at the top of the stairs. The bay was calm, sparkling in the morning sunshine. Boats of all types passed steadily, heading north toward the fish and whale-filled waters of the open ocean. Gordon was at the sideboard, helping himself to fruit and yogurt. He turned around, plate in hand, and searched the room for someplace to sit. His wife had, quite obviously, cut him out. He joined Anita and Marietta. Zane was nowhere to be seen. "Good morning," I said to the group of three. "I hope everyone slept well."
"I did," Marietta said. "Something about the sea air, isn't there? So refreshing."
"Zane not down yet?" I asked.
"I haven't seen him. Up all night working, no doubt.
This is my friend and neighbor, Matt Goodwill. You met him the other night at the... cliff. But you weren't all introduced. Matt's a writer, and he's been wanting to meet you, Anita." Anita's head popped up.
"Me?"
"You had tea at my place with Bernie the other day, and you told her about the book you're writing. I mentioned it to Matt because he's a nonfiction writer. Your book's nonfiction. Isn't that what you told Bernie?"
"It is, yes."
Matt thrust out his hand, and she took it limply in hers. She smiled politely, not particularly interested.
"Pleased to meet you," Anita said. "How's your book coming along?" "I have to admit I'm struggling. I'm under a tight deadline right now. You must know how it is, always a scramble at the end." "I have some academic publications, so I know that, yes."
"Deadline?" A flicker of interest.
"Do you have a contract?"
"Matt writes under the name of Lincoln Badwell," I said. "True crime books."
Marietta gasped. "Heavens! I've read some of your books. David, that's my son. He's an enormous fan of yours. He'll be absolutely thrilled that I met you."
She leapt to her feet.
"Can I have a picture to send him?"
Matt smiled at her.
"Of course."
Marietta unlocked her phone and thrust it into my hands. She went to stand next to Matt. He put his arm loosely around her shoulders and gave me his best professional smile, full of handsome charm. Marietta beamed. Her glasses slipped down her nose, and she shoved them up without breaking the smile. I took a couple of shots to ensure I got something she liked and handed the phone back. She thanked me profusely, and once again told Matt how good his books were. Anita's flicker of interest had turned into a flame, and she said,
"A pleasure to meet you. I have to confess, I don't usually read much true crime, but I know how popular those books can be."
David can't get enough of Lincoln Badwell, Marietta said. When's the next book coming out?
Should be October, Matt said. Nothing like a bit of crime and other nefarious activity for the holidays.
I'd get it for David for Christmas, but he'll have bought it before I can even get to the bookstore. How do you...
Fearing that the purpose of Matt dropping in on breakfast to question Anita was going to be derailed, I said to Anita, Matt's been on the New York Times bestseller list several times, once for almost a year. I thought he could give you some tips. Matt smiled bashfully.
Bernie told me about your book. It sounds interesting. If it's any good, my agent might be interested.
Anita sucked in a breath. Her eyes were wide.
You'd do that? I found that it's all about helping others get a leg up in this business. I met a guy in a bar one night in New York City when I was about to give up trying to break in, and he turned out to be the chair of one of the country's biggest writers' groups. He put me in contact with the woman who's now my agent. I like to pay it forward if I can. Tell me what you're working on.
Anita leapt to her feet.
Gosh, yes, that would be so great. We don't want to bore these people, do we? You're not,
Marietta started to say. Anita ignored her.
Let's find a place where we can talk.
She snatched up her coffee with one hand, grabbed Matt's sleeve with the other, and dragged him across the room to an unoccupied table for two in a corner. Marietta sat down with a pout. She scrolled through the pictures on her phone. I went back to my kitchen and peeked into the oven. The breakfast cake looked to be done, so I poked at it, decided it was ready, took it out, and put it on a cooling rack.
It's going to be a long morning, Edna said. If they order breakfast one at a time after their turn under the bright lights.
I sighed. Matt came into the kitchen about half an hour later.
Anita's been called for her turn with the detective, so I could finally tear myself away.
Would you like breakfast? I asked. As payment for doing that? Was it awful?
Yes, and no. Fried eggs, please. Over easy.
He pulled up a chair. Claire sniffed at his shoes, and he idly scratched her behind the ears.
I'm interested in Anita's concept. It might have legs. I've no way of telling if her writing's any good, so I asked her to send me the first chapter. If I like it, I'll pass it on to my agent. Absolutely no guarantees. I told her that, and I think she accepted it.
I added a pat of butter to the frying pan, and once it was sizzling, I cracked 2 eggs and poured them in. Edna came in.
Cake's going down a treat. When Detective Williams came in to get the next interviewee, rather than sending LeBlanc to do that, he served himself what I'd consider 3 substantial slices.
Good thing I doubled the basic recipe. Toast or breakfast cake or both? I asked Matt. That's if the good detective can spare any.
Toast is fine, thanks. Whole wheat if you have it. I'll leave the cake for the hard-working officer of the law. As for why I spoke to Anita in the first place,
I popped 2 pieces of bread into the toaster and put a laid-in plate in front of Matt. 2 gorgeous golden eggs with crispy bacon, well-done hash browns, and a pile of sautéed mushrooms, onions, and tomatoes.
That looks fabulous, Lily. I should come over in the mornings more often.
He picked up his knife and fork and dug eagerly in.
As for Anita, once she told me the concept of her book and some of her writing background, I subtly and discreetly got around to asking if she'd learned anything new this week under the pretext of telling her about some of my research trips.
The toast popped up. I put it on a plate and put the plate in front of Matthew.
And yes, it's what you suspected. She's rewriting the last chapter. She's going to title it, Play with Fire, Get Burned.
Meaning?
Meaning, historically, there have been instances of mediums and psychics who have perished during their own seances. Usually a trick gone wrong, faulty wiring and concealed devices. Things like that. Sometimes fights break out, and it goes badly for the medium if the mark realizes they're being fooled. Anita intends to make Katya the focus of her conclusion, which is that although these people are fakes, and they know they're fakes, they're playing with people's emotions, and that does not always end well.
She thinks someone killed Katya?
Either that or Katya got carried away with her act, was overcome with her own sense of so-called power or invincibility, and she forgot she couldn't fly. Which sounds more cynical than Anita means. As I've learned from my own research, power can be a drug, and those enthralled to it can find themselves going further and further to get more and more of it, which can involve taking greater and greater risks to impress those over whom they want to exert this power. I'm not explaining that too well, am I?
As he talked, Matt vacuumed up his breakfast. I always love to see my food being enjoyed. That's good. All I need is the concept. Do you think it's possible Anita engineered Katya's fall? Either through a need to prove Katya wasn't as powerful as she wanted the others to believe, or to provide a strong ending to her book? Matt dipped his toast into a smear of egg yolk and thought for a moment.
Possible. Anita's been wanting to write this book for a long time. She's angry at the whole idea of mediums who, she believes, are only out to cheat people.
Did she tell you about her grandmother?
She did. It gives the book a personal angle that's often appealing.
Edna came into the kitchen.
Lori's back now. She'll have the full breakfast. No bacon, poached eggs.
How do they seem? I asked. After their interviews.
No one's been dragged away kicking and screaming. Not yet, anyway. They're all coming back with a stiff smile and a lame joke. I'm surprised they're still hanging around.
Matt tossed a piece of toast into his mouth.
Some people do after being questioned by the police, enjoying being part of the action and excitement. But most just want to get home after an experience such as they've had.
Some herd mentality's going on here, I said. No one wants to call attention to themselves as being the only one who leaves. They think it makes them look guilty. Back to Anita. You were saying? Matt glanced at Edna, standing by the stove, plate at the ready, waiting for the eggs to finish poaching.
I never repeat anything I hear in here, she said. Not even to Frank, especially not to Frank. Although I am storing it all up. I'm thinking of writing a book when I retire. I'll call it The Bed and Breakfast Murders. Has a nice ring, don't you think?
I scooped the cooked eggs out of the water and put them on a plate.
Let me know when the book's done, Matt said. I'll put you in touch with an agent.
Edna chuckled and carried the laden plate out.
I'd say it's not impossible, Matt said, for Anita to have shoved Katya over the cliff, both to put a stop to what she saw as fraud and to provide a good ending to her book. She might have been thinking about the book while the seance was going on. She's freshly inspired now, and she's very excited about it. She thinks the new ending is going to make the book a hit.
I'd like to read this last chapter. Can you get a look at it? Maybe she obliquely confesses.
It's not finished. She's reworking it now.
Matt mopped up the last of his egg yolk with the final piece of toast.
Speaking of writing, I have to go. But first, although I believe it's possible Anita shoved Katya over that cliff either because she was planning it all along or on sudden impulse, I can't see how she could have had anything to do with the other death. The sister.
Tatiana was attempting to set herself up as a medium.
Unless there's been a sudden surge of killings of spiritualists of which I'm not aware, I don't see it, Lily. Nothing places Anita outside at that time of night.
Nothing places any of them outside at that time of night.
Precisely. Anita had a personal relationship with Katya, flimsy as it might have been. Katya's death was an up-close and personal killing. If it was a killing, that is, and not an accident, which is still an option. You've told me Anita was openly skeptical of what Katya claimed to be doing here. That had to create some animosity between them, even if Katya brushed it off. Did Anita dislike being brushed off?
One question before you go, I said. You've met killers before, some of the worst of them over the course of your research.
Matt nodded.
Did you get any sense from Anita, from any of them, that they could be killers?
Thing is, Lily, people like that don't have any identifying signs. Not on the surface, anyway. Some of the interviews I've done in prisons have been with people who have done genuinely nasty things. But to me, they're just the nicest people. It would be an easier world if they walked around with signs on their foreheads, but they don't. Thanks for the breakfast. Now, speaking of writing, I have my own work to do. I wasn't lying when I told Anita I'm struggling to meet my deadline.
Chapter 21. Because the people of interest to the police ordered their breakfasts one by one, I was late getting away. No time to sit out on my porch and relax. Instead, I hurried Claire home, shoved her into the house, and told her to be a good girl. The look she gave me was not entirely approving. I pushed down my guilt and headed for the tea room. The police had not asked to speak to me, for which I was grateful. Rose hadn't put in an appearance yet, and I hadn't heard from Bernie. Matt texted me to tell me he'd barely sat down at his desk before he got an email from Anita, containing the first chapter of her book. He'd warned her he didn't have a lot of free time, so it might be a while before he could get around to reading it. In his text, he said he hoped she wasn't going to start being a nuisance. I put on my apron and got to work.
Nothing particularly special in the reservations book for today, Cheryl said to me, but we should be steadily busy most of the day.
Busy is always good.
So it is.
I worked all morning. It was nice to simply put my head down and bake scones and sweet treats and prepare sandwiches for the enjoyment of happy customers without people popping in and out to talk to me about murders. Of course, that situation couldn't last. Around 3, I was getting started on a fresh batch of scones when Bernie burst through the kitchen door.
"We're closed," I said.
"You are not. The patio's almost full."
"We're closed to you."
"Ha ha. Most amusing."
She helped herself to a strawberry tart without asking. I would have said no, which might be why she knew better than to ask.
"You are joking, right? About being closed?
If you're here to tell me you got several thousand words done on the book last night, go ahead." Her face twisted.
"Maybe not exactly that many."
"How many, Bernie?"
"The quantity doesn't count, Lily. It's the quality of the words that matters."
"Meaning none. So what did you get up to instead?"
"Matters of great significance. First, I called Matt a few minutes ago. He told me about his approach to Anita. It's possible she's our killer, he said, but not definitive. Do you agree?"
"I do."
"Tatiana and Katya's mother's will is a dead end. The will leaves, as we know, everything to Katya unless Katya dies within 30 days of her mother, which didn't happen. Therefore, Katya's heirs will inherit, provided the court agrees. Katya's will leaves everything to... Ta-da!
Spit it out, but not in the food." Mary Beth came into the kitchen. "Table of 4 for the royalty, Lily." "Bernie, as you are standing so resolutely directly in front of the fridge, can you get the wine out, please, and pass me 4 glasses?" Bernie did so, and Mary Beth poured the bubbly into crystal flutes. I took orange scones out of the freezer and slipped them into the oven to reheat. "A refill of the lapsang souchong," Cheryl said as she came in. "Bernie, pass me the tin off that shelf."
"I'm thinking of charging for my labor." What does a kitchen assistant make these days, Lily?
More than I pay, I said. Once Mary Beth had carried out the wine glasses and Cheryl had taken the refilled pot to the dining room, I said, "You were about to tell me the contents of Katya's will?"
She leaves $5,000 to her friend and next-door neighbor. The rest of what she grandly called her estate goes to her local humane society and the SPCA.
What?
The SPCA. They're an animal...
I know what the SPCA is, but... Really? Nothing to her only sister or even her sister's children?
Nope. Before you get too excited, her so-called estate is nothing to brag about. She had some savings, but nothing exceptional, and the same goes for her mother. Katya and her sister's court battle would have consumed almost all their mother had to leave them.
Do you think that means anything? Did they think their mother was worth more?
I can't say what they thought, but I've seen it happen before. Once the lawyers get involved, everything starts escalating and getting more and more bitter. And before you know it, both parties are broke and the lawyers walk away counting their earnings.
Sad.
It is. As long as I was doing what I do best, I had a little peek into the affairs of some of the others.
And, I said, despite myself,
Gordon Kincaid, Grace's husband, has made some seriously bad investments over the last couple of years, and his chickens are coming home to roost. Basically, he bet most of what was probably intended to be their retirement savings on high-risk, high-reward stocks, and those stocks turned out to be more risk than reward.
Does Grace know how bad it is?
I can't say. He's over 60, so he has little or no time left to rebuild their nest egg. She has some money of her own, part of her inheritance from her parents. Enough to pay for holidays and nice clothes, but most definitely not enough to support them both in the style to which they've become accustomed.
How do you know all this? You can't possibly have found that information legally. Bernie folded her fingers together, flipped her hands over, and stretched her arms out in front of her.
I have my methods.
When you were working for the law firm, you didn't do anything illegal, did you?
Oh, no. Far more than my job was worth if I did. Believe me, if the company got caught, they'd be looking for a fall guy or girl. One of my colleagues took the time to teach me all he knew about getting around the internet on the QT. Just for fun.
The mind boggles. Back to the matter at hand, if Gordon thought Grace was going to give money to Katya, do you think he could have killed to stop it?
I don't see it. He can't go around killing everyone who Grace might want to give money to. Unless he killed Katya as a warning to Grace, and he then told her he'd do the same to her if she pushed him.
I thought about the scene in the breakfast room earlier. Grace had taken a seat with Lori rather than wait for her husband to join her. He'd looked bemused at that, then found another place to sit. She's not afraid of him. I don't believe that's something anyone could effectively disguise. She's more like casually dismissive. Besides, a 2-week trip to England and Scotland, which she was still only talking about, doesn't involve the sort of money that's going to make up for the loss of a lifetime of savings.
Unless Gordon believed Grace was going to give a lot more to Katya. Everything I found indicates Katya was more or less on the up and up, meaning she charged people for her services and things like leading this trip, but she wasn't into extortion or blackmail. She didn't, again, only as far as I can tell, which isn't everything, drain anyone dry.
Maybe Gordon feared she was intending to. What about Tatiana? You said Tatiana was trying to get her foot in the door as a medium. Maybe she thought it was the quick way to riches? Did Tatiana approach Grace, and did Gordon decide to put a stop to that, and then, having killed one sister, do the same to the other?
Gordon didn't get here until the next day. Surely the police would have checked if he had an alibi for the night of Tatiana's death. Alibis can be faked, I said. The absence of an alibi doesn't mean anything, does it? Grace and Gordon live in Boston. Not a long way for him to drive, do the deed, and then drive home. Next time you're talking to Amy, ask about that, will you? Ask about Marietta's husband, too. Marietta is the one most enthralled to the spiritual stuff. Maybe she was planning to make a big donation to one of the sisters. Zane's her ex-husband, remember? He might want to protect his children's inheritance, granted, but there's nothing in it for him. Unless they get back together, which, according to you, he's clearly angling for. Crazy to kill someone in the hope your plan happens to work out, of which there is no guarantee. Why not wait until after they're a happy family again? I have no idea, Lily. We're just throwing ideas out there. While we were throwing these ideas out there, I continued baking. Cheryl and Mary Beth came in for fresh pots of teas and servings of food, and returned with used dishes. Bernie snatched another tart from the leftovers. "My friend Lizzie's a receptionist at the big hotel in town," Mary Beth said. "She says they've had an uptick in reservations, with people flocking to these parts in search of the ghosts of North Augusta." "That'll go down well with Matt." Cheryl laughed. "Lincoln Goodwill has been closeted with the mayor and others of influence in town. They've decided that having ghosts on private property isn't conducive to making the tourists happy, so the rumor's being put around that it's the pier that's haunted." "Really?" "Really. 2 sisters who threw themselves off the pier when they got word of the sinking of their husband's ship." "Did that happen?" Bernie asked. "It might have. Who's to say it didn't? Same as the story about the Goodwill twins. You know that's rubbish, right?" "It is?" "It is," Cheryl said. "Lincoln wasn't happy when he heard it was going around." Lincoln Goodwill was Matt's father. Mary Beth carried out a 3-tiered tray containing the food offerings, while Cheryl followed with the teapot. "Back to Zane and Marietta," Bernie said. "I didn't find any red flags there. We know she won a lot of money, but she doesn't flash it around. He makes a reasonable living as a techie with a bank. He has no social media presence of his own, but that doesn't mean anything other than he's smart enough not to put his details out there. Which means if he has had contact with spiritualists and the like, I am unlikely to know about it. One thing I did learn, however, is that most mediums might advertise their services, but they are very, very careful not to identify clients in any way, including use of pictures." Makes sense. People who employ mediums and spiritualists are likely reluctant to let everyone know about it. Katya's ghost hunting trip to England, by the way, was advertised as an exploration of some of the most historic places in Britain, many of which are rumored to be locations of intense paranormal activity. Emphasis on the word rumored. She made no guarantees of any contact with said intense paranormal activity. "Today's Wednesday," I said. "The group has to leave on Friday morning at the latest because their rooms have been booked. Once they've gone their various ways, that will be the end of it for us. I can't say I'm all that sorry, Bernie. Let the police handle it. They are paid to do that, and we are not." "You're right, I know, but I hate to give up." "You've done what you can. We're going in circles and not finding anything because there's nothing to be found. Tatiana was most likely killed by someone who had nothing to do with us or the B&B guests. And whoever that person was, they're long gone by now. And it's entirely possible Katya's death was an accident. She was disoriented in the dark, maybe dizzy after telling the story and supposedly calling upon the ghosts to leave. She lost her balance and fell." Bernie pouted. "Yeah, I get it. Still, I do enjoy these little puzzles you present me with, Lily.
I present you with?
It's fun and challenging finding a thread in the maze of irrelevant data that makes up everyone's life in the modern world and following to see where it leads.
I held up my hand, afraid she was going to get enthusiastic about the hunt again. And she said,
But Matt's given me a deadline.
A deadline for what?
He told me when we spoke earlier he intends to send my manuscript to a fiction agency and his agency in 2 months. If it's not done by then, he's withdrawing the offer.
Can you finish it in 2 months?
I can if I put my mind to it. That's not the only reason I have to get it done. I wasn't entirely kidding when I asked if I could work here. I'm almost out of money, Lil. As my mother never fails to point out, income going out and none coming in is not a lifestyle I can maintain forever.
I put down my rolling pin. Are you going to be okay? You have to know that even if the agent Matt shows your book to takes it on, it might take a while before you get an offer. She gave me a weak smile.
I'll be okay into most of the summer. If I'm frugal.
That, I knew, wouldn't be a problem. In true Bernie fashion, when she quit her job, she drew up a detailed budget, and apart from our trip with Rose to England last fall, she's firmly stuck to it. Cheryl had come into the kitchen in time to hear the end of our conversation. If you need a job, Bernie, let me know. I can't say I can find you something that pays what you made in the city, but everyone's hiring now for the season. Bernie grinned at her.
Thanks, Cheryl.
Cheryl checked her notepad before taking the tea tins down and measuring out leaves. While she did that, Bernie wrapped her arms around me. What's that for? I said when she released me.
For being my friend. Now, as long as I'm under deadline, I'd better get to it. I need to stop and take a breath and remind myself why I decided to do this in the first place. Why I'm writing this book. I believe in it, Lil.
As do I.
I'll give myself 1 week to get that first draft done. And then 3 weeks for the second draft. 2 weeks to go over it again, and that leaves me a bit of leeway if I run into problems.
I'll tell my cousin who owns the bookstore in town to save space on the shelves, Cheryl said. Chapter 22. I spent the remainder of the day not thinking about Katya and her sister. I had a business to run, a busy season to get ready for, and, like Bernie, I had to concentrate on making a living for myself. I stayed late, doing prep for the following day. Simon texted me to say that because he and Matt hadn't managed to get the additional fencing and signs up this morning, they would be doing it tonight. At 8 o'clock, I put the last of my baking away, washed up the pots and pans, and tidied the kitchen. Then I locked the back door and walked home, feeling pleased with my day's efforts. Lights glowed from several windows on the second floor of the big old house and from over the veranda. Gordon's car was not in the parking area, but Zane's was. Rose had taken a seat on the veranda, a cup of tea next to her, her book open in her lap. No sign of Robbie. "Everything okay?" I called. She gave me a thumbs up without looking up from her book, so I walked by. Before I could settle down for the evening, put my feet up, and watch something silly on TV, I had dog owner duties to perform. Eclair greeted me in her usual joyful fashion, and I did the same to her. I took down her leash, and we left the cottage. She's a good dog, well-behaved, quick to come when called, and I usually let her walk off leash on the property, but not everyone loves dogs, so I always bring the leash. We walked around the house. I intended it to be a short walk, up the driveway to the road and then circle back via the cliffside path. By the time we reached the veranda,
Zane was making himself comfortable. He'd brought a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. Rose put her book down. Eclair rushed up the steps to greet Rose, and I followed. "Good evening. Did you have a nice day, Zane?"
Nice enough. Work, mostly.
He poured a glass of wine, the liquid glowing a deep red in the soft light of the veranda.
Can I offer either of you a glass of wine? He asked.
"No, thank you," Rose said. "I have my tea." "Not for me, thanks," I said. "I have to take this one for a walk and then get ready for another busy day tomorrow. What are the others up to tonight?"
Marietta and the girls went into town for dinner. I decided not to join them. Awkward laugh. Don't want to make a nuisance of myself.
"I was telling Zane earlier," Rose said, "how much I admire how nicely he and his ex-wife get on. It's not always easy, but it makes everything so much better for everyone when they can do that." She gave him a smile. "I'm sure your children appreciate it." Eclair wandered over to greet Zane. He gave her a quick, dismissive glance before completely ignoring her. Not seeming to care, she started to wander away, but I called her back to me and told her to sit. Dogs sometimes leave evidence of their passing behind them, so I don't like her wandering the property without my eye on her.
"I think our kids do," Zane said. "It's been a while since I've seen them, busy with their own lives. You know how it is."
"I certainly do. Time for me to turn in." Rose began to stand, and Zane leapt to his feet to assist her. I handed her the pink cane. "I do enjoy a bit of telly before bed. Helps to settle my mind. Lily, I put tomorrow's breakfast instructions in the kitchen for you." "Good night." I held the door, and my grandmother walked into the house.
"Lovely lady."
Zane sat back down, picked up his wine glass, and stretched out his legs.
"Still full of spark."
"Too much spark sometimes." "Good night." I turned to go, but he called me back.
"Sure you won't join me in a nightcap? I brought a glass for your grandmother, but she declined."
"No, thank you."
"I spoke to your grandmother earlier today, and she told me about your friend. The redhead. What's her name again?"
Bernadette.
"She's writing a novel, apparently. A historical novel set on Cape Cod. Great setting for a book, I'd say. I bet a lot of great ones are swirling around these parts, and I'm not meaning that nonsense about ghosts trying to crawl back up the cliff."
"You're not a believer?"
"Not in the least. Marietta, my ex-wife, I should say, is getting more and more into it every time I see her. I can't say I approve, but I'm not in a position to stop her, am I?"
I hesitated, wondering if he was going to say more. And then he did.
"I have a confession to make, Lily. I wasn't at all happy about her coming on this trip. This supposed ghost hunting trip with that crazy woman. Yeah, I know she was only charging for her services as a so-called tour guide, yada yada, and all that. But I figured it was no more than an initial attempt to get her claws firmly stuck into Marietta. First impressions, keep it simple and cheap, and then start with the real stuff. Money, to keep the spirits happy. Money to explore the worlds beyond. Once that stuff starts, it never ends."
"Do you know that for sure? About Katya's intentions, I mean."
"No, I don't. Nothing but my gut feeling. I have good instincts for that sort of thing. I told Gordon, and he agreed with me."
"Gordon? You mean Grace's husband?"
"Yeah. You can't have helped but notice Grace and Gordon aren't short a few pennies. Marietta now. She does okay. She gets by, and our kids are married with good jobs, but even the most amiable of divorces can be expensive. Assets have to be divided and all that stuff."
I nodded. If Zane didn't want me to know Marietta was newly wealthy, that was fine. No reason I should know.
I talked it over with Gordon on the day he and I got here. When that Katya, was still alive. Still leading the women on a merry chase. Gordon told me he had concerns Grace was paying Katya more than just the cost of this trip. I told the cops about it. About my suspicions, that is. I don't know if the other women in this group have enough money for anyone to bother trying to cheat them out of it, but Grace and Gordon do.
And thus, Gordon was neatly thrown under the bus. Had Zane done that on purpose? Or was he simply speculating about what might have happened? The police think Katya's death was an accident, I said. Are you saying you disagree?
Gosh, no. I hope you don't think that. I don't know what happened. It could have been an accident. It likely was, considering the way she was swaying and moaning and summoning the spirits and all that.
I didn't recall any swaying or moaning, but I had been standing farther back and the night had been dark.
The cops asked us for our thoughts about what might have happened, right? I told them I had no concrete reason to believe Katya was a fraud, but I suspected it. As for what might have happened, I didn't see a thing that night. 1 minute she was droning on and on. If I hadn't been sitting on the cold hard ground, I might have fallen asleep. And then, suddenly she announced we were done. The ghosts had left. Everyone started to stand up, and then... You know what happened then.
Yes, I do.
Enough of that. Tell me about your friend, Bernie, is it? Does she have a publisher?
No, not yet.
I have some contacts in that world. My brother is an executive at a major publisher. I might be able to send her his way.
That would be nice of you.
She seems to be here a lot. Does she live on the property?
Not far away.
That house over there, where we had the so-called seance?
No. She rents a small house close enough for her to bike over here regularly. We've been best friends for a long time, since the first day of school.
You don't say. How nice.
He cleared his throat and topped up his wine glass.
Sure I can't offer you some?
No, thank you.
I don't mean this to sound the wrong way, but she's not married or anything, is she?
She isn't. He smiled slightly and sipped his wine. That took me aback. Was Zane asking me if Bernie was dateable? He had to be 20 years older than her, at least. Never mind that. Supposedly, he was trying to get back with his ex-wife.
I'd like to write a book someday, he said. They say everyone has a book in them, don't they?
Not me. I'm a pastry chef.
I suppose your friend needs to do a lot of research for her book.
Historical research, mostly. It's important in a historical novel to get the details right. The readers are often very knowledgeable about the time period, and they'll be quick to notice any mistakes. So Bernie tells me anyway.
I might be able to give her a hand with that. I'm not a historian, but I know my way around the internet. It's my job. I told you that, didn't I?
Yes, you did. Bernie is pretty capable in the online world herself, way more than I am, which isn't saying all that much.
Has she always been a writer?
No. She's a forensic accountant by profession.
That's a mighty substantial career change. Is she making a decent living out of it? The writing, that is.
She's not making any living out of it, decent or otherwise. Not yet. I apologize if I've taken your questions in the wrong way, but I should point out Bernie is in a solid relationship.
Is she now?
Yes, she is.
Can't blame a man for asking. She's an attractive woman. You yourself seem to be with the gardener.
I am. Nice chatting to you, Zane. Will you be leaving on Friday as planned?
Yep. I'll be sorry to go. Nice place you and your grandmother have here.
His eyes lingered on my face. I called to Eclair, and we ran down the steps. Normally, I would have called Bernie immediately to tell her Zane had given me creepy vibes. But, conscious that she was supposed to be concentrating on her book, I didn't. Instead, once Eclair and I were back at my cottage and I'd double-checked the door was locked, I called Amy Redmond. When she answered, I could hear the buzz of conversation in the background. "Sorry if I'm interrupting anything, Detective." "Not a problem, Lily. I'm out for dinner, but I can take a moment to talk. My friend's gone out for a smoke. Nasty habit, but will she listen to me? No." For a moment, I almost forgot why I was calling. It had never occurred to me that Detective Redmond had a social life. A life outside of the police. Did she have a friend, as in a girlfriend to do things with, or a friend, as in a life partner? I knew Chuck Williams was separated from his wife, who also lived in North Augusta, but nothing at all about Amy Redmond. Did that mean I was so shallow as to never ask? Or that our relationship was strictly business? And her business, not mine at that.
Lily, are you there?
Sorry, yes. You probably know this, but in case you don't, Zane Carter told me he and Gordon Kincaid were worried that Katya was after their wives' money. That this trip to North Augusta was a preliminary move on her part to start exerting some degree of control over them.
Why would he tell you that?
I can't say for sure. He started by telling me he was worried about Marietta being conned. Then he pivoted to bringing mention of Gordon and Grace into the discussion.
Did he have any specific reason to believe that Catherine Ivins intended to fleece his ex?
No.
I don't intend to go into any details, Lily, but nothing we've found indicates Catherine Ivins had a habit of doing anything along those lines. I will readily admit, however, if she was fleecing someone, if that person or persons didn't come to the police, we would have no way of knowing about it.
The sense I get from observing Gordon and Grace is he's annoyed at her spending money, and she doesn't much care whether he's annoyed or not.
He has mentioned that to me, yes.
Are you aware that Marietta, despite appearances, is rich? She won several million in a lottery a couple years ago.
I am aware of that.
A touch of ice came into the detective's voice. May I ask how you know? She told Bernie.
I doubt that very much. But at this point in time, I'm not going to pursue it. My dinner companion is returning from her cigarette break. Do you have anything more to tell me?
No.
I do have one thing to tell you. Two things. I'm treating myself to dinner out tonight because this cases, is going on the back burner. Hold on, Lily.
Her voice faded as she moved the phone away from her mouth.
I'll have another, thanks.
Then she came back to me.
We can find no evidence indicating that anyone in North Augusta, your house guests in particular, was aware Trudy Brown, also known as Tatiana Ivanova, was even in the area. The NYPD have taken the lead on that case, believing her enemy or enemies followed her here and left the area immediately after. Ms. Brown had a record of petty theft and engaging in some minor extortion. She was arrested a month ago for a physical attack on an acquaintance of hers, a female acquaintance who didn't press charges.
Really? Bernie didn't... I snapped my mouth shut.
Bernie didn't what? Hack into confidential police records? Fortunately, not everything is available to the light-fingered Miss Murphy. Funny how light-fingered has a different meaning these days than it used to. As for Catherine Ivins' case, at this time, without further evidence, we have no reason to believe she didn't fall to her death in an unfortunate accident. If that is all, good night, Lily." She hung up. I looked at Eclair. I guess that's the end of that. Can't say I'm sorry. Chapter 23.
When she's hot, she's hot.
Bernie burst through the door of the tea room as we were getting ready for closing on Thursday. "Good writing day?" I asked. She threw up her hands and twirled around. In the nick of time, I leapt between her flying arms and the cooling rack of delicate shortbread.
So good. There is something about simply getting down to it and doing it without interruption and all that other nonsense. I turned off the Wi-Fi to the house, silenced my phone, and buried it under a cushion for good measure. No distractions or temptations. Worked like a charm. She pulled the phone out of her pocket and peered at it. I didn't miss anything either. No one called me with vitally urgent demands.
"As long as you're now free, empty the dishwasher, will you?"
"I suppose I can do that. Good day, Cheryl?"
"Very good." Cheryl pulled the vacuum cleaner out of the closet. "Couple of tables of Big Tippers." A moment later, the roar of the vacuum came from the dining rooms. "Any plans for tonight?" I asked Bernie.
"Nah. Matt's gone to New York for a couple of days. Meetings with his agent and publishers. He invited me to come, and guess what I said?"
"No."
"Right. I said no because I have to work."
"Good girl. There'll be plenty of time to meet with your own agent and publisher one day."
"Exactly. Any developments up at the house? Regarding the case, that is. The case I am no longer intending to pursue, but am merely asking about out of general, casual interest."
"Amy Redmond told me they're backing off the case. Cases. The NYPD is taking over the investigation into Tatiana's murder, and they're thinking Katya's death was truly an accident. Lori and Scarlett rented a car for the day. Edna said they asked her about places to visit along the road north to Provincetown. Marietta's gone to the library. She told Rose she's interested in researching additional paranormal happenings in the Outer Cape. I don't know about Gordon and Grace, but his car's been gone all day. Zane and Anita, far as I know, stayed in their rooms typing away."
"I biked over to stretch my legs and get some fresh air. I'm going to pop up to the house and say hi to Rose and then get back at it. Sorry I can't stay to help you bake, but when the muse calls, I must answer."
Bernie skipped merrily out the door. "Do you think she means it this time?" Cheryl asked me. "I do. I hope so, anyway. Then again, I've been wrong before." A half an hour later, Bernie was back. Cheryl and Mary Beth had cleaned up and set the dining rooms for the following day, and I was baking tart shells and preparing a chicken to make into coronation chicken sandwiches tomorrow.
"Did you know Zane's brother is an editor at Kensington Publishing?"
Bernie asked. Now that I recall, he did say something to that effect. Did he tell you?
"Yeah, he did. He was coming down the stairs when I came into the house to say hi to Rose, and he told me you told him I was writing a book. He'd like to see it. His brother says historical fiction is huge right now, particularly anything to do with Irish immigrants to America. The timing's perfect for me. Cool, eh?" "What's the sour face for? Matt's going to introduce me to an agent, but no guarantee they'll like my book or be able to place it. No harm in trying other avenues, right?"
"It's not that. It's the right thing to do. It's just... Didn't you find him slightly creepy?"
"Zane?
No, should I? Did he suggest you have a drink to discuss this book, or maybe talk about it over dinner?"
No. Why would he do that? I can email the book to him when it's ready."
"He didn't ask you out? Like, on a date?" Bernie's face twisted in puzzlement.
Nothing like that. We talked about my book for like 3 minutes, and that was all. What are you on about, Lily? He asked me about you last night. He had a lot of questions. I thought... Never mind. I don't know what I thought. He's just being friendly, I guess. Yup. He's here with his ex-wife, who's getting into spiritualism in a way he doesn't believe in or approve of. He doesn't know any of her friends, so he's on his own, looking for people to talk to. If he can help me, that's a bonus. I finished my day's work with an unsettled feeling in my stomach. Something was not right, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Simon popped into the tea room as I was putting the last of the day's baking into the fridge or freezer and looking forward to getting home, putting my feet up, and relaxing. "You scrub up well," I said to him as he leaned in for a kiss. He changed out of his gardening clothes and into ironed khaki pants and a collared blue and red checked shirt, even a blue tie. His hair was so freshly washed, it was still damp at the edges, and he'd taken the time to shave before coming over. A laptop computer bag was tossed over one shoulder. "Gotta look me best for all those lovely ladies," he said once we'd separated. "Ladies? What ladies?" "The gardening club dinner meeting tonight. Did you lose track of time? I knocked on your door, but you didn't answer, so I guessed you'd still be here. You'd better hurry up and change, or we'll be late." Change? I had a sudden sinking feeling. Oh my gosh, is that tonight? Simon had asked me to accompany him to the annual general meeting and dinner of the North Augusta Garden Club, to which he'd been invited as a guest speaker. He'd been working on his talk and preparing a slideshow for weeks. Isn't that next week? No, Lily, it's tonight. It's always been tonight. I scrambled for my phone and checked my calendar. My heart sank. I'm so sorry. I have it down for next Thursday. You'd better hurry and get ready. I don't want to be late. I shrugged helplessly. I had a cake in the oven, eggs set to boil on the stove, and a bowl full of scone dough. Not to mention, I was in my work clothes and badly in need of a shower and hair wash before I'd be fit to be seen in public. "You'll have to go without me," I said. "I can't leave all this, and it'll take me too long to get ready. I am so sorry." He looked like a child who'd come downstairs on Christmas morning to find a pair of pajamas under the tree instead of a puppy. But he soon recovered and gave me a light kiss. "That's okay. These things happen. It's going to be a long, boring night anyway." "You won't be boring," I said. "Since when were you interested in encouraging an English garden to flourish in Cape Cod soil?" "I'm interested in many and varied things." He smiled. "I'll run back to Matt and get the bike if we're not taking Rose's car. You can borrow the car." "Nah, I'd rather take the bike if I'm on me own." I was slowly, very slowly, losing some of my terror at riding on the back of Simon's motorcycle, but I'd put my foot down about going to the garden club dinner that way. I wasn't getting on that thing at night, and definitely not in a fancy dress and heels. "I'll call you when I can get away," he said. "I doubt it'll be too late. The average age of this lot is 75. Maybe drop around after." "That would be nice. More than nice," I said. He held me close and then left. I glanced at my scone dough. I couldn't believe I'd made a mistake with the date. Some girlfriend I was. Simon tried to appear blasé about the evening, but it was easy to tell he was pleased at being invited to speak. The North Augusta Garden Club might not be Buckingham Palace, but I hoped if he ever received a knighthood from the king, I'd not mark that date down wrong. I worked until 8, and then tidied up and headed home. I was still feeling restless, but was unsure why. I was annoyed at myself for missing Simon's big night, but it was more than that. I headed up the driveway toward the big house. A couple of cars were in the parking lot, Zane's and Gordon's among them, as well as those of the non-Katya tour guests. No one was on the veranda, and lights shone from many of the rooms. A shape moved behind a window on the upper floor. Room 205, which had been given to Zane. He was probably at work on his computer, doing whatever he did. I stopped dead as my thoughts tumbled all over themselves and my suspicions burst into the open. Zane. He was in room 205, one of the smallest rooms and the least expensive because it was at the front of the house as opposed to overlooking the bay. A small desk was placed against a window, giving the person sitting there a view over the gardens and down the driveway to the tea room and the highway beyond. Almost certainly, if Zane was working on his computer, he'd be sitting at that desk, looking out over the driveway, able to see who was going and, more importantly, coming. Bernie told me he'd come down the stairs earlier as she went into the house in search of Rose. Had Zane seen her and intercepted her? When I walked home last night, Rose had been sitting alone on the veranda. When I came back with Eclair less than 10 minutes later, Zane and his bottle of wine had joined her. Had his intention been to chat with Rose? Or did he want to talk to me? Why would Zane want to talk to Bernie and me? What reasons would he have for apparently accidentally encountering us? Why would he care what Bernie and I were doing? Because he was interested in Bernie? It was a possibility, but I dismissed it. Like any woman growing up in Manhattan, Bernie has good instincts for predatory men. She had not picked up on any warning from Zane. I thought his questions about her were verging on creepy, but had I leapt to assume he was being creepy because he was interested in dating her? Might it have been something else? He told her he could put her in touch with a publishing executive, but first, he asked me if she'd been published. What else had he asked me? Very little, other than wanting to know how much research she did for her books and offering to help her with that. Whereupon I told him Bernie was a computer expert. Zane was also a computer expert. I am nothing of the sort, and I know nothing at all about the ins and outs of hacking private websites or surfing the dark web. Was it possible Bernie had left evidence behind as to the snooping she'd been doing concerning Zane and Marietta and the rest of them? Can computer people leave traps to tell them if inquisitive people had ventured where they shouldn't have? A high-tech version of draping a couple of loose hairs across a closed book so that if the hairs were gone, they'd know the book had been opened. If I assumed such was possible, then I had to ask why Zane would care if Bernie had been checking up on him. She was checking up on them all. Was he afraid she was getting close to discovering something that could incriminate him? Which naturally led to the question as to what that incriminating thing might be. My mind raced, and I broke into a run. As I hurried home, I called Bernie. It went to voicemail, and I remembered she told me she put the phone on silent and under a cushion so it wouldn't disturb her while she was working. Matt was in New York City. Simon was at the Garden Club dinner. I couldn't call him away from that simply because I had a vague suspicion about one of our guests. I let Eclair out of the house and dropped into a chair on the porch. While the dog sniffed under the bushes for signs of intruders, I thought, Marietta had won a substantial amount of money after she and Zane divorced. He'd come here, supposedly because he cared about her and wanted to be supportive of her. That might be the case, while at the same time, he hoped to get his hands on her newfound wealth. Zane told me Gordon was worried that Katya intended to cheat Grace. I had no way of knowing if that was true, or if Zane was deflecting possible suspicion from himself. Was he muddying the waters by accusing Gordon of thinking what he himself was thinking? Of all the women in Katya's circle, Marietta was the keenest. She was the true believer, not only in the spirits, but in Katya's ability to communicate with them. Anita, the disbeliever, certainly wasn't going to give Katya money. My feeling about Lori was that she'd prefer to replace Katya rather than support her financially. As for Scarlett, even if she was inclined to do so, according to Bernie's research, she didn't have the funds. Grace? Possibly, but she and Gordon were married. She knew they were in financial difficulties. Yes, those difficulties were caused by him. But would she give a substantial sum away in the face of his disapproval? What little might have been left of his retirement savings was hers also. On the other hand, whatever Marietta wanted to do with her money had nothing at all to do with Zane or anyone else. Was Katya planning to either extort or trick the women out of money? The police had found no evidence she'd done anything similar in the past. Always a first time. Regardless, whether such had been her intention or not, Zane might have believed it was. If so, did he take steps to ensure Marietta's money didn't go to Katya? As Bernie had said, that would be a drastic step when he didn't even know if he'd get control of the money eventually. I couldn't see how this line of thought would tie into the earlier death of Tatiana, but I decided to deal with one issue at a time. I now believed Zane was concerned about what Bernie might have uncovered about him. He might have a lot of secrets. Secrets that had nothing to do with us or anything that happened here. He might have been worried just because he was a very private person. Nothing wrong with that. Eclair put her front paws on my knees, looked into my face, and yipped. "Where's my dinner?" I rubbed her ears. "You're right. Nothing I need to do about this tonight." If at all. Perhaps my first impression was correct, and Zane was simply interested in asking Bernie out, but he didn't know how to go about it. My phone rang. I checked the display and was surprised to see the caller was Bernie. "You called?" she said. "I thought you buried your phone under a cushion when you were working." Honesty forces me to admit that might have been a teeny white lie. I tried doing that, but I keep getting up to check it. You so rarely phone me rather than text, I thought I'd better call back. Is the dinner a total dud? Some people might love nothing more than a night talk of pestilence of roses and reluctant to bloom petunias, but I can't see that being your thing. Dinner? The garden club dinner with Simon? He was super excited about it. Really chuffed, as he put it, to be going to a formal event with you. I winced. That didn't exactly go as planned. I'm not at the dinner. I got the date wrong, and when he came to pick me up, I was nowhere near ready, so he had to go without me. Lily. What are we going to do with you? That is not good girlfriend behavior. Add to my guild, why don't you? Always happy to help. So why did you call? I've been thinking about the case. She snorted. Ha! I knew it. For all your talk about letting it go and letting the police handle it, you can't stay away. I couldn't argue with that, so I didn't try. Instead, I told her my suspicions about Zane. When I finished, I let her think. She was silent for a long time. Then she said, "You might be onto something. I have to admit, and only reluctantly, I might not have covered my tracks as well as I should have. Zane's been in the computer biz a long time. He's been high up in the online security division of his bank for a number of years. he'll have learned a thing or two about how to spot intruders. Not that, I hasten to add, I did anything at all illegal in checking up on him and Marietta. They seemed so above board, I didn't think I needed to cover my tracks. That might have been a mistake on my part. There is a saying about the guilty running when no one's after them.
Bernie, don't...
If you're going to say don't check into him anymore, I won't. It's entirely possible he set traps for me. They're leaving tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Then we have to act tonight.
We do?
We do. Nothing dramatic. We'll engage him in casual conversation, shake the tree a bit, see what falls out. I dismissed the idea of him killing Katya because he thought she was after Marietta's money. But now, thinking it's possible he feared Katya had some influence over Marietta, that she would tell Marietta not to get back with him.
Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't recall seeing him and Katya together. It doesn't mean they never were, of course. I couldn't be everywhere all the time. When they went out that day on their ghost tour, Katya was late. The others were waiting in the car and getting restless. She finally arrived, and they left. Immediately after that, Zane walked out of the house. I'm thinking it's possible Zane and Katya were inside together, knowing no one else could overhear, discussing whatever they were intending to do.
Could be, but what about the sister? Bernie asked. Tatiana. Any thoughts on her murder?
No, but we should consider that anyone who was investigating Katya, either because they were worried about her influence on someone they were close to, or because they wanted to muscle in on Katya's business, might have known Tatiana was trying to insert herself into the picture. A preemptive strike, maybe? Mistaking one sister for the other? That's just a guess. I've nothing to back it up.
Except for your instincts, Lily. You have good instincts.
Thanks. I think. I don't know if it's a good idea to talk to Zane about this tonight. We should tell Amy Redmond our thoughts and let her take it from there. If there's something to take and somewhere to go with it.
I don't care for the idea of telling her I'm some sort of expert computer hacker.
That train left the station a long time ago.
Meaning what?
Bernie. She knows. Maybe not the finer details, but you might want to be very careful next time you hack into police databases.
Would I do something like that? Perish the thought.
Okay, I'll agree to... Hey, hold on, call coming in, and this one I am going to take. The phone clicked. I pulled it away from my ear and eyed it. I was on hold. Eclair nuzzled my leg and gave me that long, pitiful look. I am about to perish of sheer starvation down here. I got up and carried the phone into the house. Eclair dashed ahead of me. Still holding the phone, I served up her dinner. When she was digging in, Bernie came back on the line.
There's a saying somewhere about gods laughing while people make plans.
What of it?
That was none other than the man himself, Zane Carter, suggesting I join him for a nighttime stroll on the cliffs.
No kidding.
No kidding. Marietta and her gang have gone out for a farewell dinner. Even Gordon went with them, but he, poor lonely Zane, stayed behind as he's not that fond of Marietta's friends. All this woo-woo stuff, his words, not mine, isn't his thing, and he's afraid he'll say something to offend them, and then Marietta will be angry with him while he's only trying to be supportive of her. It's a nice night, he's restless with his work, and he'd like to hear more about my book. So he can tell his brother, the publishing guy, all about it.
You agreed to this?
Told him I'll be there in 20 minutes.
Bernie, you're not going for a walk alone in the dark with someone we believe might be a killer. There's a phrase they use for women who do that in movies.
I'm not too stupid to live. Therefore, I'm not going for a walk alone in the dark with a possible killer. Glad to hear it. I won't be alone, because you'll be with me. Bring the dog. I can be at your place in 15 minutes. She hung up. I stared at my phone. Chapter 24. Bernie arrived in 12 and a half minutes. To avoid being seen and intercepted by Zane, she pedaled down Matt's driveway and walked her bike to my cottage. We met on the porch. She was dressed all in white. White pants, white t-shirt under a white sweater, white sneakers. "What's with the outfit?" I asked. "I want to stand out in the dark. Not like the other night when we couldn't make one person out from another or distinguish them from a nearby bush." I was still in my work clothes of dark jeans and a black shirt. Should I put on a high-vis vest? Do you have one? No. You'll be fine. She looked into the sky. I might have overcompensated. The moon's out tonight, and the cloud cover's thin. I brought a flashlight in case we need it, and that blonde hair of yours is visible from space. I'm still not entirely sure this is a good idea. We're only going to talk to him. As I recall, we've said that on other occasions. Before our plans went awry. If it comes down to it, we're 2 against 1. 3 counting the dog, and we've each got 20 years on him. Let's go. I called to Eclair, and we left the cottage. He's keen, Bernie whispered when we caught sight of Zane standing next to the fence marking off the cliff edge, looking out over the water. Most of the upstairs lights in the big house were off, indicating either the group hadn't returned from dinner or they'd gathered in the drawing room. Zane turned at the sound of our footsteps. Something like disappointment might have crossed his face when he saw Bernie had brought a friend. "Hi," Bernie said. "Nice night to be out. Don't blame you for needing to get away from the desk for a break. I put in more than my share of all-nighters in my previous job." Eclair sniffed at his shoes. Zane ignored her. I maintain you can tell a lot about a person by how they react to friendly animals. Not exactly court-worthy evidence, but I was now convinced, if not of his guilt in the death of Katya, that Zane Carter was up to no good regarding something. "Glad you could join us, Lily," he said, clearly not meaning it. He walked toward us. Eclair, who has never pretended to be a guard dog, abandoned him and sniffed at the ground around a fence post. "Shall we?" Zane kept walking. Bernie swung into step next to him. I called to Eclair and waited for her to catch up, and then we followed. We passed my cottage and soon arrived at the property line with Matt's place. A light was on over the back door, but all else was dark. Matt and Simon hadn't done anything about marking this section of property off yet. Their priority had been the northern edge. "I told my brother about meeting you," Zane said. "He's keen on reading your book." "That's nice of you, thanks," Bernie said. "I hope you told him it's not ready yet, but it will be soon." "Yeah, I did. Don't wait too long, though. Fads change in the publishing world mighty fast." "So I've heard. One thing's been bothering me. Seeing as to how you don't have a brother, is this a term you use for a fraternity brother or something?" He showed no surprise, just kept walking. "You've been checking up on me." "I have. And you know it. You have a low, almost non-existent social media presence, but these days we're all at the mercy of anyone who wants to post stuff with us in it. Such as at your sister's wedding last year, when one of your own kids posted the official family photo of the event and mentioned you were the bride's only sibling." "You're thorough." "I can be." Eclair and I trotted along behind. I was beginning to feel like a 19th century chaperone, keeping a respectable distance, but not too much distance, from a strolling, unmarried couple. The police tape marking off the spot where Katya had gone over the cliff had been taken down. All that remained was the torn grass, the churned-up ground, the bare rocks. Zane stopped walking, and I caught up to the two of them. He turned to face Bernie. Which brings us directly to what I want to talk to you about. Makes things easy that way. No beating around the bush. Stop sticking your nose into my affairs.
Or,
Bernie said, her voice calm. Or nothing. I'll give you $10,000 to leave me and Marietta alone. He jerked his head toward me. I didn't intend for you to bring an entourage, but as long as you have, $5,000 for her.
What I know about you, Zane, isn't worth $10,
Bernie replied.
You work for a major international bank. You have one sister who got married a year ago for the second time. You used to be married to Marietta, and you have 2 adult children. The only possible thing that might be of interest is that Marietta won a couple of million in the lottery not long after the two of you divorced. The only reason you might offer me money would be if something more interesting was to be found if I kept digging.
Is there? He resumed walking. Bernie, Claire, and I fell into step beside him. I don't like people nosing around in my affairs. That's all, he said. Take it or leave it. And yeah, big mistake on my part telling you I had a brother. I'll know better next time.
Except, that's not all, is it?
I spoke for the first time.
What you don't know is that I'm an even better hacker than Bernie here, and I don't have any scruples because I've never worked for a law firm. I also don't leave a trail behind me. Not ever.
Claire barked. Bernie's face settled into an all-knowing expression. Good acting on her part. Katya wanted Marietta to accept financial advice from her, I continued. In effect, she wanted to take control of Marietta's money on the grounds that her spiritual contacts would help her invest it. What of it? He snapped. All that rubbish has nothing to do with me. Marietta and I are divorced, as you know.
Marietta was wavering. Not sure, not entirely convinced about Katya's proposal. I have little doubt Katya would have convinced her in the end. She would have worked slowly at first, investing a small amount, and then, once Katya realized some big gains, Marietta would hand over the whole lot. Zane snorted. Are you that much of a fool? You think she would have made big gains from listening to ghosts? No. Those gains would have come from listening to you, Zane. You and Katya were in it together. I remembered overhearing Zane on the phone after the police questioned Katya about the conflict with her sister over their mother's will. I'd leapt to the conclusion he was talking to Marietta and thought no more about it until tonight. Now, I wondered why he'd phone Marietta when he could have gone upstairs, knocked on her door, and spoken to her in person. I'd thought he was concerned about Marietta's emotional state, but when I recalled his words, what he'd actually said was something about not liking having the cops hanging around, bothering you. The detectives weren't bothering Marietta. They hadn't even spoken to her yet. They had, however, ordered Katya downstairs for a private conversation. If you wanted to put it like that, you could say they were bothering Katya. And finally, before hanging up, Zane said, "Me too," which is what someone often says in response to words like, "I love you." Marietta would not have told Zane she loved him. They were, from what I'd observed, only friends. Their lives intertwined because of their mutual children and some vestiges of once having been close. Zane had been talking not to Marietta, but to Katya, because he'd been worried as to what the police wanted with her.
You didn't have to make any real money, I said. You just had to keep up the appearance long enough. You're in international banking. Security, foreign transactions. Move the money around, maybe take out a loan or two to add to the pot. Zane's face had turned pale in the moonlight. A vein twitched in his forehead. I might not have guessed at all of the details, but I was on to something. I knew it. How did it go wrong, Zane? Bernie asked in a low voice. Did Katya betray you? I took a guess that as careful and computer-savvy as Zane Carter might be, he had to have left some sort of evidence behind, some sort of communication, either with Katya, who was likely not as wary about that sort of thing as he was, or with his out-of-country bank contacts. I don't have much in the way of records, I said, but I have enough to take to the police to get them to start digging. I won't come forward under my own name, of course. I'll send them the documents anonymously. He stopped walking and turned to face me. What do you want? Is 5,000 not enough for you? Bernie stood next to Zane, quietly watchful. What I wanted was an admission of guilt. Although I knew anything he said to us here, at night on the cliffs while the wind blew and the tide came in and a curious dog wandered off in trace of a trail only she could detect, would be worthless. Even if I took out my phone and recorded his confession, all he had to do was say he'd made it all up. A joke, playing our game, stringing us along, ha ha. Tell me exactly what you think you have, he said, and I'll consider paying you for it. I hesitated. Obviously, I had absolutely nothing. Claire couldn't know what we were saying, but she picked up on the tension. She abandoned the hunt and came back to stand next to me, pressing herself up against my leg. Zane laughed. Good try, ladies. As interesting as this mind game has been, it's time for me to get back to work. Before I go, let's continue to play our little what-if game for a few minutes more. Kathy Ivans, who grandly called herself Katya Ivanova, was a fraud. A huckster. I'm assuming you know that. She gathered the gullible together for the occasional seance or read tarot cards to rich, bored old ladies at psychic fairs. But she couldn't figure out how to break into the high-money market she was after. The one that would have made all her petty schemes worthwhile. She made a few bucks here and there, leading her so-called tour groups to places she read about in books of ghostly tales. She got some nice holidays out of it, but not much to show in the way of profit. But then, she met a woman who not only wanted, desperately wanted, to believe what Katya was selling, but had recently come into a great deal of money. And then she met you, Bernie said. Not me, my dear. Remember, this is all storytelling, a game for a lovely spring night. A kind, loving, concerned man who was worried that this woman with the money might act foolishly. He, this unknown man, managed to meet Katya. And then, to his considerable surprise, what happened but she became attracted to him. Very attracted. Not entirely surprising, as he was a handsome and charming fellow. Spare us the details, Bernie said. If you insist. I'm only trying to add some spice to this fictional tale. At my feet, Claire let out a low whine. I put my hand on top of her head. And so they decided to work together, this handsome, charming man and the charlatan. But it turned out she wasn't as enamored of him as he'd first thought. What fools for love some men are. As their plan gradually took shape, he began to realize she wasn't being entirely honest with him either. Shocker. I know.
Did she plan to cut him loose? Maybe let the woman with the money know he wasn't to be trusted? Conjure up the ghost of her grandmother to warn the intended victim about him. And then, having spoken for the grandmother, the medium would be in an even better position of influence.
So he, I said, this charming, handsome man, killed the medium.
He didn't intend to. It was sort of a spur-of-the-moment thing. She was standing too close to the edge of a precipice. Oops.
Did he kill the medium's sister, too? Bernie asked.
Why would he do that? He'd never even met the woman. I'm getting tired of this ridiculous story. It's gone on too long. In conclusion, I'll say this. His eyes narrowed, and the vein in his forehead pulsed harder. You interfere with me or my wife, and I'll ruin you. Both of you. You think I can't plant evidence even the best legal techies can't trace? You and your friend here. He swung toward me, with her silly little tea room and nice cakes. Your grandmother. Not too steady on her feet anymore, is she? Although she still likes to get around. Goes shopping in town, still drives to her bridge and euchre clubs. Walks the cliffside. Tragic when old people fall. Isn't it?
Don't you dare, Bernie began.
Dare what? Make threats? It seems you're not the only one who can make threats. Boo! Zane lifted his arms, curled his hands into hooks, and lunged at Bernie. She let out a yell and leapt backward. I ran toward them. He dropped his arms and sneered. Stupid couple of amateurs. And then, with a blood-curdling scream, he disappeared.
Chapter 25. When it looked as if Zane intended to attack Bernie, Eclair moved. She was small and friendly and would never have been mistaken for an attack dog, but when she ran toward him, growling and showing her teeth, Zane, standing at the edge of the cliff, his back to the waters of the bay, instinctively leapt out of the way. Backward. I fell to my knees at the edge of the cliff and peered over. I felt Bernie hit the ground next to me. Eclair set up a round of panicked barking. Zane had gone over the edge. But he'd managed to get the fingers of his right hand entwined in an exposed root only inches from the top of the cliff. His left hand frantically sought another handhold, while his feet scrambled to find purchase on something. Anything. He brushed against a rock sticking out of the exposed cliff face and planted his foot on it. Dirt and stones tumbled to the ground far below, but the rock remained in place. Slowly, the root he was clinging to began to edge out of the earth. Bernie reached down and grabbed his right wrist. "Give us your other hand, quickly!" He looked up, his eyes wide and frightened, his mouth gasping for breath. The tide was rapidly coming in. It would soon cover the sharp black rocks of the beach. A fall would be no less dangerous. Zane lifted his left hand. I grabbed his hand and felt his fingers curl into mine. We lay there, Bernie and I, flat on the edge of the cliff, clinging to the man below us. Below him, waves pounded against the rocks. The air was full of the scent of salt and seaweed, and likely the fear emanating from the three of us. Zane's toes had managed to keep purchase on the rock, taking some of his weight. But even with that help, simply holding on to him required all the strength I had. We'd never be able to haul him up and over the edge. "Help! Help!" Bernie yelled. "Someone, help!" I also yelled. Eclair began a renewed chorus of barks. "Don't let go!" Zane cried. "We've got you," Bernie said. "Try and stay calm." Easier said than done. I was beginning to panic myself. "Help! Help!" Zane was heavy. So heavy.
He swayed. His foot slipped, and it kicked loose more dirt. If he lost his purchase on that ledge, if we had to hold his weight, we wouldn't be able to. Not for long, and unless he was an experienced climber, he wouldn't be able to scale the cliff face.
"What's going on?"
A man yelled from the direction of Victoria-on-Sea. "We need help here!" Bernie yelled. "Call 911!" Claire left me. She ran toward the property line, barking all the way. More voices were calling out to us, getting closer. I could feel the pounding of running footsteps shaking the ground under my belly. My arm was about to be pulled out of its socket. I couldn't hold on much longer. I threw a look at Bernie. The muscles in her neck strained with her effort.
"Don't let go! Don't let go!"
Zane screamed. "We might have to," Bernie said. "We'll try to lower you down."
"No! No!"
A man dropped to the ground next to me. An arm reached out, grabbed Zane's wrist, and some of the weight was taken from me. "A man's gone over the edge of the cliff," a woman's voice said. "I don't know how long he can hang on, and it's a long way down. Hold on, I have to ask. What's the address here?" I told her, and she repeated it. "Hurry! Hurry!"
"Rope!"
The man next to me yelled.
"We need a rope!"
"Garden hose!" Bernie's breath was ragged. "In the garage. Not locked."
"Get it!"
The man yelled.
"Zane!"
A woman screamed. Marietta.
"Come away from the cliff, dear."
Grace. Lights lit up the area behind me and shone over the edge. "Get that light out of his eyes!" Bernie yelled. The light moved away.
"Shine it on the ledge by his feet,"
the man helping me said. Zane's toes were barely touching the rock.
"It's not too far down, buddy,"
the unknown man knew.
"If you fall, you might be okay."
Zane screamed in response. "Help's coming," Bernie said. "You just have to hold on a bit longer, Zane."
Don't let go!"
The man had Zane's left wrist, but I was still holding his hand while Bernie gripped the other wrist. Zane's fingers dug into my palm. My hand was cramping, the pain getting stronger.
"I don't know how much longer I can hold on."
In the distance, sirens coming closer.
"I've got him,"
the man helping me said. "Help's arrived, Zane," Bernie said. "Just a couple more seconds."
"Here. Let me."
Gordon leaned over me and reached down. When he had Zane's hand, I let go. My own hand screamed as the muscles seized, and I scrambled backward, taking myself out of their way. "Bernie, you okay?" I called. "Can't do this much longer," she said.
"Tell them to hurry up,"
the woman with the phone yelled.
"They can't hold on much longer."
Anita dropped to her stomach near Bernie.
"Let me. I've got him."
With a gasp, Bernie let go and rolled onto her back. "I found it! I found it!" Scarlett ran across the scraggly lawn, a section of Matt's garden hose wrapped in her arms, the length trailing behind her. She threw one edge of the hose over the cliff. It swung wildly, too far for Zane to reach. If my hand had no longer been able to hold him, his hand must have felt the same pressure. Soon, he'd have to let go, and if the people trying to hold on to him dropped him, the tiny rock his toes were clinging to would collapse under the force of his fall.
"Steady, steady."
Grace grabbed a length of hose. She edged closer, pulling it along with her.
"Keep it steady. Zane, you have to grab this. Take your time whenever you're ready."
He looked up. Anita had his right hand, Gordon and the unknown man his left hand and wrist. Zane would have to let go of Anita to reach for the hose. I didn't know if he'd have the courage to do that. Bernie jumped to her feet and helped Grace manipulate the hose, getting it closer to Zane, trying to keep it steady. Behind us, someone murmured a prayer. A woman wept. I'd thrown Eclair's leash aside when I grabbed for Zane, and a woman had picked it up and fastened it to the dog's collar. She was whispering calm words to Eclair.
But that didn't seem to be having the desired effect. Eclair kept barking, the tone getting increasingly strident and panicked as she strained to reach me. The sirens pulled up to the front of the house. I could hear doors slamming and men and women yelling. Until they could get themselves in position down on the beach to catch Zane when he fell, they wouldn't be able to accomplish anything more than we could.
Zane!
Marietta leaned over the edge of the cliff.
Grab the hose! Let go of Anita's hand and grab the hose, Zane!
You can do it, buddy, Gordon yelled. I've got you. I won't let you fall, buddy. For a moment, I didn't think Zane could do it. Then, with a scream of terror and effort, he released Anita. He swung in the air. The two men at his right clung on, yelling words of encouragement. Zane flailed, but missed the hose.
Try again,
Grace said, her voice calm and in control.
We're holding it still. Give it one more try.
And then he had it. The men holding his right wrist and hand let go, and Zane grabbed the hose so he was clinging to it with both hands. I grabbed the length of hose, and together with Grace, Scarlett, Anita, the unknown man, and Bernie, we strained and pulled. My feet scrambled for purchase as slowly, ever so slowly, I began to edge backward. Then, the first responders were there, taking the hose, pulling. Finally, tears streaming down his face. Zane's head appeared. 2 police officers knelt in front of him, took hold of his arms, and with one powerful yank, pulled him up until he flopped on the grass like a fish pulled from the water. Chapter 26. Zane, weeping copiously, shaking so badly he couldn't stand, was loaded onto a stretcher and taken to the ambulance. Marietta ran after him. A substantial crowd had gathered at the edge of the cliff on Matt's property. As the drama ended, they stood in shocked silence or exchanged whispered comments. Lights lit up the yard, casting long shadows across the faces of the onlookers. Grace and Gordon stood together, arms around each other. Lori, Scarlett, and Anita clung in a circle, faces white with shock and drying tears. Police officers moved through the crowd, asking people what they'd witnessed. Fingers pointed to Bernie and me. As soon as Zane was up, I'd taken hold of Eclair's leash and thanked the woman who tried to take care of her. Excitement over, the dog calmly sat at my feet. I wasn't so calm. I was cold and shaking. Bernie put her arm around me, and I realized my friend was shaking too.
Can we go to my grandmother's house, please? I said to Officer LeBlanc. I need to sit down. We need to get inside, all of us.
Aye, he said. That will be fine. Detective Redmond stepped out of the shadows.
You got here quickly?
I said. I was on my way when I heard the dispatch.
Why?
I'll tell you that in due course. Is everyone here a guest at your B&B?
I'm not sure. That is, yes, I think so.
If you mean the place next door, we are. My wife and our friends. He indicated the people next to him. I'm Detective Amy Redmond, she said in a loud, no-nonsense voice. I or one of my officers will need to talk to you tonight. Please go to Mrs. Campbell's house and gather in the drawing room and wait there until you've been spoken to. As one, the 2 couples turned and walked away. More police officers arrived and began, once again, stringing bright yellow tape around the cliff edge. You were on the scene when it happened, Redmond said to Bernie and me, when Zane Carter went over the side. Bernie and I spoke as one. Yes. Did he fall or jump, or was he pushed? He fell, I said. It was an accident. Eclair jumped at him, and he stepped backward to get out of the way, and nothing was under his feet. I'll talk to you 2 first. I'm interested to hear what had you standing at this particular spot with Zane Carter at this time of night.
I was about to take a step when I heard the roar of a motorcycle coming down Matt's driveway. "Can we wait for Simon?" "Of course." He came around the corner of the house at a run, helmet in hand, tie flying behind him. "What on earth is going on?" Simon grabbed me by the shoulders and stared into my face. "Are you okay, Lily? You look okay. What happened?" "How did your speech go?" "I was brilliant. They loved me." "I figured that was a given," I said. I delivered my remarks and was sitting down to thunderous applause, I might add, when some guy who was there to take photos for the paper slipped up to me to tell me the police had been called to Matt's house. I didn't even have time to enjoy an after-speech drink. "Lily and Bernie are about to fill me in," Redmond said. "You can come with us. Lily, I'm sure you'll want to put the coffee pot on. We can talk in the kitchen. Officer LeBlanc, I need you to start taking statements from the onlookers. Lily and Bernadette, can you confirm that everyone who was here tonight other than you two arrived only after Mr. Carter fell?" Simon took my free hand. The other was still clinging to Eclair's leash. "Yes," I said. "They were all marvelous."
"It was great to see how efficiently everyone worked together," Bernie said. "Restores some of my trust in humanity. And coffee sounds like a good idea to me."
"I still don't know what happened," Simon said as we headed for the lights of the big house, Eclair trotting happily in front of us, leading the way.
"Before we get into the finer details, Detective," Bernie said, "Zane Carter killed Catherine Ivins." Redmond reacted as though the news wasn't coming as a great surprise.
"Did he tell you that?"
"He did under the pretext of relating a made-up story. He then denied it was anything but a story. You might be able to get him to confess if you ask right now. He's got to be in shock."
"Detective Williams is on his way to the hospital. As you said, Mr. Carter is in considerable shock, and he'll probably be given something to calm him down as soon as he's seen by a doctor. Anything he says under those circumstances will be unlikely to stand up in court if he retracts it." As we crossed on to Rose's property, Simon took the leash out of my hand. "I'll put Eclair inside and catch up to you." "Thanks," I said. We went into the main house by the front entrance, and I took a moment to peek into the drawing room. Rose was ensconced in her chair, housecoat over her nightgown, slippers on her feet, Robbie on her lap. The guests, except for Marietta and Zane, had all gathered. LeBlanc had been joined by Officer Jocelyn Bland, and they had their notebooks and pens out. "One at a time, please," LeBlanc said. "Come with me into the dining room and make your statement." Detective Redmond and Bernie waited in the hallway for me. I joined them, and we went into the kitchen. First things first. I filled the kettle while Bernie got down the coffee pot. Simon slipped in, gave me a nod, and found the coffee beans. As we worked, I told the detective why I'd begun to suspect Zane. He was a computer expert, specializing in online security. He found out Bernie was checking up on him.
"Using completely legal methods of accessing information freely available to the general public," Bernie hastened to add.
"Let's hope that is the case," Redmond said. "You might have to testify in court as to how you obtained this information." Bernie grinned, not concerned.
"Happy to. Although, for all my snooping, nothing I learned online pointed an arrow in Zane's direction. Lily figured it out all by her little self."
I tried not to preen. Simon groaned. "Would you pop into the drawing room?" I asked him, "and ask who wants tea or coffee? Take a pitcher of water and some glasses, please." He slipped away and soon returned with the orders. As Bernie and I told Amy Redmond what Zane had said in answer to our accusations, Simon prepared the drinks and carried them out. "He didn't intend to hit Bernie, I don't think," I said in conclusion. "He lunged for her, probably wanting to give her a good scare and himself a nice chuckle. But Claire thought he was threatening Bernie, and she ran at him, barking. My hero, Bernie said. Zane instinctively stepped back to get away from Claire, and over he went. He was lucky you two were able to grab on, Redmond said. He was lucky people at the house were still up and heard us calling for help, Bernie said. We wouldn't have been able to hold on for long. Everything he told us is worthless in a court of law, I said. He'll either flatly deny it or say he was making up a story because we were two nosy women wanting to make ourselves seem important. I hope we've at least been able to provide you with something you can work with. Simon had given Redmond a cup of coffee. She sipped at it, her eyes dancing with amusement. What do you know? I asked. I was on my way here when the call came in. I had a few questions of my own for Mr. Carter. Most specifically, what was the nature of his relationship with the late Catherine Ivins, a.k.a. Katya Ivanova? How did you know? The NYPD paid some routine calls on Ms. Ivins' friends and acquaintances. They showed pictures of the women in her group taken at the scene of Ms. Ivins' death, and the following morning asking if the friends had seen any of them before. In all cases, the answer to that was a definite no. Except? Simon, Bernie, and I chorused. Ms. Ivins' neighbor recognized Zane, who was standing next to Marietta in one of the pictures. She's a chef, so she keeps late hours. She'd encountered Zane on at least 2 occasions being buzzed into their building by Ivins, both times close to midnight. She's positive it was him, and sure of the bell he pushed because she and Catherine were friends and they kept an eye on each other. She says she was surprised Ivins never told her she had a new boyfriend. They'd always been close, according to her, at any rate. She didn't ask about him, thinking Zane might be a political or entertainment figure who didn't want word to get around he was having an affair. New Yorkers know how to keep their curiosity to themselves. Unlike North Augustians, Simon gave me a strong glare, who never know when to mind their own business. I winked at him, and his look turned into a warm smile. I came here tonight intending to ask Zane why he didn't tell me he knew Catherine Ivins from New York. I expected him to deny it or come up with some nebulous excuse, but it was an opening and one I'd intended to pursue. I intend to pursue. Now you've given me some suggestion as to his reasons to have killed the woman, I can ask specific and detailed questions. Meanwhile, in light of that information, the people in New York have renewed their investigation into Catherine Ivins' activities. We'll get more evidence of her and Zane being in cahoots. Guaranteed. That's great, Bernie said. I'm always happy to help officers of the law. One thing has been bothering me, though. Only one? For now. The sister, Trudy, called Tatiana. Why would Zane kill her? He confessed to killing Katya to us, but said he'd never met her sister. That, Detective Redmond said, will be up to us to find out. And we will. Once a crack appears in the suspect's story, the entire house of cards starts to collapse. Chapter 27. The following morning, the remains of Katya's tour group were a somber bunch at breakfast. Grace and Gordon sat at a table for 2. Occasionally, one or the other would reach out a hand and the other would take it. Lori, Scarlett, and Anita sat together. Last night, Marietta accompanied Zane in the ambulance, clearly distressed at his near-fatal experience. I didn't know if the police told her he was a suspect in 2 murders, but it would have been hard to miss that he was under guard at the hospital and a lawyer had been contacted. Poor Marietta. Quite the betrayal she'd have to deal with. Early this morning, Marietta called a taxi and left Victoria-on-Sea before the others came down. Lori told me she'd sent a text from the hospital during the night, saying she would be leaving first thing and didn't want to talk to anyone. Lori ignored those instructions and waited up for Marietta. She knocked on the other woman's door when she heard her footsteps, only to be yelled at to go away and leave her alone. Their rooms adjoined, and Lori heard sobbing throughout what little remained of the night. I hadn't told anyone, other than Detective Redmond and Simon, what Zane said to Bernie and me last night. But rumors were spreading fast, and everyone was speculating eagerly. Marietta's abrupt departure only fueled the flames, indicating that Zane must have somehow been involved in the death of Katya. Anita, Lori, and Scarlett were excited and animated this morning and dug eagerly into their breakfasts. I came out to ask if they were all okay after the events of the previous night, and they invited me to join them. The other guests, the ones not with Katya's group, had been served, so I poured myself a cup of coffee before pulling up a chair. I asked the women what their plans were for the day. Anita had taken a room at a budget motel not far from here where she planned to rewrite, once again, the conclusion to her book while she waited in hope of hearing more about developments in the case. "I shouldn't sound too thrilled," she said, sounding very thrilled. "A woman died, 2 women if you consider Katya's sister. But it provides the perfect conclusion to my book. She was a fraud, a con artist. And if what I'm hearing is true, she was out to extort poor Marietta, thus totally proving the entire premise of my book, which is that these people are not to be trusted." "Some people will do just about anything for money," Lori said. "But to try to work with Marietta's ex-husband in an attempt to defraud her, of all people? How much did Katya think she could get from Marietta anyway?" "A lot," Scarlett said. 2 sets of eyebrows rose. "Remember when we were making plans for the whale-watching trip? I said I didn't want to go. I told Marietta later, when she tried to encourage me to come, I couldn't afford it. She offered to pay my way, and I ended up telling her I'm on the verge of having to close my business. I'll lose everything I've worked so hard for." She swallowed heavily and looked away. Lori and Anita exchanged glances. Scarlett continued. "She told me she'd won a small amount of money in the New York State Lottery and was looking for someplace to invest if I'd be interested in taking her on as a silent partner. At first, I wasn't going to agree. I wouldn't want to ask her to give up what small winnings she had, so I looked her up." "And?" Lori asked. "She won $10 million. Lori whistled so loudly, people at the other tables glanced over. Anita laughed. "That would be worth setting up a scam for. Might also explain why her ex-husband rushed here to be so caring and supportive, and why he's under police guard at the hospital." Scarlett brushed a tear away. Lori reached out a hand and laid it on top of Scarlett's. "You going to be okay, honey? If you need a loan or anything." Scarlett gave her a weak smile. "Thanks, but I'll be okay. I'm not the first person to overextend herself, and I won't be the last. I don't need a loan, but I do need the support of friends." "You have me," Lori said. "I won't be a stranger." "Nor will I," Anita said. The 3 women smiled at each other. I stood up, ready to go back to my kitchen. "Lily, if I don't see her before I leave," Lori said, "please be sure to thank your grandmother for her hospitality. It's been an interesting trip." "That's putting it mildly," Scarlett said. "I might be in touch," Lori continued. "I'm thinking of setting up a small guided tour business of my own." "To visit sites of hauntings?" I asked. "Maybe, but fear not, Anita, nothing for you to put in your book. I'm going to do historical tours only, visit places rumored to be haunted. Like your neighbor's house, Lily. Katya might have..." Lori wiggled her fingers, placing air quotes around the words. "Cleansed the spirits. But the story is still there." The house of cards Zane Carter had so carefully constructed collapsed, and sooner than expected. On Monday, Amy Redmond called me to say she'd stop by later to fill us in on what was happening. I suggested 5:30 at the tea room to treat her to a proper afternoon tea. I paid Mary Beth and Cheryl overtime to serve us and invited Matt, Bernie, Simon, and, of course, Rose. At the suggested time, Amy Redmond arrived with Chuck Williams, and we all took seats at the biggest table on the patio. A light breeze was blowing, and the cracked teacups hanging from the big old oak tinkled cheerfully. Everyone had their choice of tea. We even provided coffee for Williams. Cheryl and Mary Beth brought out the 3-tiered stands and 1 cup of coffee, poured the tea, took off their aprons, and took their seats to join the feast. All of what I have to tell you is still to be presented in open court. Redmond took her first sip of Lapsang Souchong and peered into her cup. This is nice. She took a deep breath to enjoy the rich, smoky scent. I can't believe I've been missing tea all my life.
Never a tea man myself.
Williams cut open a scone.
Pass the jam, please.
Bernie passed the strawberry jam. When we'd all poured our tea and helped ourselves to the food, Redmond said, "First, Zane Carter did not kill Trudy Brown. His alibi is about as solid as it can be. He worked late that night in the computer center at his company, leaving him not enough time to drive to Cape Cod and be back in New York City at his desk the following morning. Several people can testify to that. According to him, Catherine Ivins killed her sister." I sucked in a breath. Rose froze in the act of taking a bite of her coronation chicken sandwich. "Wow," Bernie said. "Did he tell you why?" The sisters, as we know, never got on, and they were fighting bitterly over their mother's will. Trudy was attempting to muscle in on Catherine's psychic business, rather than simply ignore it, which she could have. All the years of resentment rose to the surface, and Catherine was furious. Trudy came here to the Cape, intending to interfere with Catherine's tour in the vague hope of convincing some of the women to bring their business to her. It was Trudy, again, only according to Zane, who was poking about your place that night, Matt. The night you heard someone outside. Catherine suspected she was checking out the lay of the land, so to speak, to ruin her, Catherine's, proposed seance. Trudy had no psychic abilities whatsoever. "Neither did Katya," Bernie pointed out. "True, but she had the talent to be able to pretend she did and put on a good show. A believable one, at least for those who wanted to believe. Trudy didn't even have that. She also had not one scrap of originality, thus dressing like her sister and trying to replicate her sister's plans. According to Zane, Catherine saw Trudy on the path from Matt's house and suggested they have a stroll on the beach to discuss their differences." "Back up," I said. Katya wasn't staying here, remember? What was she doing poking around here in the middle of the night?" "Same as her sister. Scoping out the scene. If she was to conduct her seances and her ghost hunting for Matt's ancestors, she wanted to know the layout of the area." "So, Trudy just went down to the beach with Catherine?" "Zane says Catherine told him she wanted to talk the situation over with Trudy. She was prepared to offer her sister money to take herself and her business out of her, Catherine's, area of influence. Trudy refused. The sisters argued, and Trudy died." We were silent for a long time. The silence was broken by Chuck Williams saying, "I'll have a top-up of my coffee, Cheryl." Cheryl gave him a filthy look. "Am I wearing my apron, Chuck? In case you didn't notice, I am not." She lifted her teacup, wiggled her pinky finger, and took a long sip. She and Williams have a history, and it is not a good one. "I'll get it." Simon leapt up. "Don't talk until I get back." He soon returned, bearing the coffee pot, and Bernie said, Katya told Zane this? Why would she do that?
He suspected it, and he asked her outright shortly before they left for the fateful gathering at Matt's place. She said Trudy was becoming a nuisance and good riddance. She was so casual about it, Zane realized she was capable of getting rid of him the moment it suited her.
Before that could happen, he got rid of her, I said.
Yes. Although, he rapidly backtracked and claimed he meant he accidentally bumped against her in the dark as everyone was standing up after the ghosts departed. He has no explanation for why he told us he didn't know the woman when we specifically asked that question following her death.
How did Zane come to meet Katya anyway? Matt asked. He wasn't into that spiritualism stuff, was he?
Marietta always had an interest in it, but she didn't do much about it when they were married. She was raising the kids and working a full-time job. Once she came into money, she quit her job and started getting much more involved. Zane's been trying to get back with her ever since her win, but he was being cautious about it. Obviously, he didn't want it to look as though it was only because of the money.
Which it was, Rose said. The root of all evil, as I believe someone once said. This sandwich is excellent, love. Could do with a touch more curry powder, though.
Feel free to join me in the kitchen any time and pitch in, I said. Bernie chuckled. Rose's eyes twinkled.
Zane arranged to meet Catherine Ivins when he discovered that Marietta was starting to come under the woman's influence. They met, realized they had a common interest, meaning taking control of Marietta's money. Zane was correct, I believe. If Catherine had been able to exert the sort of influence over Marietta she wanted to, she wouldn't need him anymore. No honor among thieves. In addition to getting rid of the threat Catherine posed, her death gave Zane the opportunity to play the supportive spouse. It's possible, in her shock and grief, Marietta would have reunited with Zane. Or so he was hoping.
And that was happening, I said. Look at the way she rushed with him to the hospital. Where is Marietta now?
She's gone to her daughter's house.
Poor thing, Rose said.
I have one piece of news for you, Matt, I said. Lori wants to lead tours to places of historical hauntings. Your house is high on the list.
It had better get off her list and fast, Matt said. My dad had a few words with me about that.
What sort of words?
That story's a total fabrication. The house where I now live was my grandparents' summer house. When my dad was a kid, his sister, my Aunt Marion, had friends around for a sleepover in the house. As I've been told teenage girls do, they started telling ghost stories. Wanting to impress a girl he liked, my dad made up that story on the spot. It had the desired effect, and the girls were terrified for the rest of the night. We all laughed. One of the girls repeated it to her sisters when she got home, and the story took on a life of its own, eventually ending up in some badly written accounts of ghostly happenings in this part of the world. That's where Bernie happened to come across it.
I locate what's out there, Bernie said. I can't always account for its veracity.
No doubt Katya used the same source. According to my dad, Anne and Mary, his several times great aunts, never married and lived together happily well into old age. Mary outlived Anne by 2 years and died in her own bed.
Rather boring, that, Simon said.
As for the girl Dad made up the story to impress, she's best known to me as Mom.
Eventually, our tea party ended and everyone went their separate ways. Bernie offered to stay and help clean up, so Matt escorted Rose back to the house. I enjoyed that, I said. I should eat my own food more often. Although, I sighed as I looked at the empty stands and the crumb-covered side plates. Now I have to replace it all. Simon began loading the dishwasher.
Nothing I'd rather do on a long, warm spring evening than make scones.
I'd volunteer to help, but I'm busy tonight, Bernie said. Sorry. Back to my computer and head down for the next couple of weeks. My deadline is fast approaching.
How's it going? I asked.
Good. I think. I hope. I'm rather pleased with it, although I'm not exactly an unbiased observer. I have to confess, I'm terrified about showing it to anyone. I've read parts of it, Bernie. It's great. And I really mean that. Thanks, Lil. It's how it all holds together I'm worried about, but I will persevere. Before I go, I have some news.
Spill, I said.
The company's offered me my job back on a work-from-home basis 3 days a week.
Are you going to take it?
I am. 3 days a week without any commuting time will give me plenty of time to work on the book. Until I'm lucky enough to win the lottery, I need the income.
Sounds good, Simon said. Bernie gave me an impromptu hug and then did the same to Simon before skipping out the back door. Let's treat ourselves and take the night off, I said to Simon. I'm thinking a night in with pizza and a movie. Maybe take a Claire for a walk later to see the stars. He gathered me into his arms. I'm thinking that sounds absolutely perfect. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Bubble Bubble Tea and Trouble by Vicki Delany. Narrated by Shayna Somerville. Copyright 2026 by Vicki Delany. Sound recording copyright 2026 by Tantor Media Incorporated. Tantor is an RB Media audio brand. This recording is protected by copyright. Unauthorized copying, sharing, or distribution is prohibited. Thank you for listening. Discover audiobook giveaways, discounts, new releases, recommendations, and more from RB Media, the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Visit rbaudio.com.